Hey there, welcome back to the channel. Today I have a bunch of new stories for you. Let's start right away with the first one. It is titled, "While visiting Mexico, my wife secretly changed our flight details and left without me as a prank. Next day, she started sending me messages when she arrived in the USA. It was hilarious," she said. "I ignored her for 7 days until I replied. Thanks for this. Susan has been the sweetest." 71 desperate calls. Look, I'm not the kind of guy who expects much from life. A decent cup of coffee, maybe some Netflix that doesn't buffer every 5 seconds, and the basic human courtesy of not being abandoned in a foreign country by the person who promised to love me till death do us part. Apparently, that last one was asking too much. I woke up that morning in our beachfront resort in Cancun with the kind of drowsy optimism that only comes from expensive thread counts and the distant sound of waves crashing. The sun was doing that thing where it filters through white curtains like some kind of tropical heaven. And I stretched out my arm, expecting to find my wife, Sabrina Caldwell, probably scrolling through Instagram or planning which overpriced smoothie bowl we'd be Instagramming for breakfast. Instead, my hand hit cold sheets and the devastating realization that I was alone. Not alone like she's in the bathroom alone, but alone like something is fundamentally wrong with this picture alone. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, squinting at the screen with one eye still refusing to participate in consciousness. That's when I saw it. The text message that would basically define the next chapter of my life, and not in the motivational poster kind of way. It was hilarious. "You should have seen your face while you were sleeping." I stared at those words like they were written in ancient hieroglyphics. Hilarious? What was hilarious? Did I snore particularly loud? Did I drool? Was there a spider on my face that she heroically removed while I slept? My brain, still operating at about 40% capacity, tried to piece together what possible scenario could warrant this level of amusement at 7 in the morning. Then I noticed the silence, not the peaceful, meditative kind of silence you pay extra for at wellness retreats. This was the wrong kind of silence, the kind that makes your stomach drop and your fight or flight response start doing warm-up stretches. I sat up, suddenly very awake, and looked around the room. Her suitcase, the massive pink monstrosity she insisted on bringing, despite my reasonable protests about baggage fees, was gone. Not just moved, but vanished like it had never existed. I stumbled out of bed, my feet hitting the cold tile floor, and started checking the bathroom, the closet, under the bed, like some kind of deranged detective investigating the case of the missing wife. Her sandals gone. Those ridiculous ones with the little flowers on them that she bought at a market in Padel Cararman 2 days ago, claiming they spoke to her soul. Her phone charger vanished. Even that god-awful sun hat she loved, the one that made her look like she was auditioning for a role in a retired librarian's vacation photo album, completely absent. My hands started shaking. Not from fear exactly, but from that special cocktail of confusion, anger, and what the hell is happening that your body serves up when reality stops making sense. I grabbed my phone again and scrolled through our text thread, looking for clues, explanations, or maybe a hidden message that said, "Psyche, I'm hiding in the closet." Nothing. Just that one cryptic text about my sleeping face being hilarious. I did what any rational person would do in this situation. I called the hotel desk. My voice came out higher than I intended, cracking like a 13-year-old's during puberty. "Hi, yes, this is room 412. Did my wife leave like check out without me?" I try to sound casual like this was a totally normal question that people asked every day. Like I wasn't currently standing in a luxury hotel room in Mexico, wearing nothing but boxer shorts and existential dread, questioning every life choice that led to this moment. The receptionist's voice came through with a kind of cheerfulness that felt personally offensive given my current mental state. "Yes, sir. Miss Caldwell checked out at 3 a.m. She mentioned you had separate travel plans and didn't want to wake you. She said to tell you to enjoy your extra week here." Separate travel plans. Those 3 words hit me like a piñata bat to the face. We booked these tickets together 6 months ago. I was there when she clicked purchase on both our flights. I remember because she made me triple check the dates and then accused me of not being excited enough about the trip. I had been excited. I'd taken time off work, coordinated with my boss, told all my friends I'd be offline. This was supposed to be our romantic getaway, our chance to reconnect, our Instagram-worthy vacation that would make everyone back home jealous of our perfect marriage. My hands were definitely shaking now. I hung up on the overly cheerful receptionist and immediately called the airline, navigating through what felt like 47 automated menus before finally reaching a human being who confirmed my worst nightmare. "Yes, Mr. Thornton. I see here that your wife contacted us yesterday afternoon and changed your return flight to next Tuesday. She mentioned you wanted to extend your stay. She took the 6 a.m. flight back to Louisville this morning. I stood there in the middle of that beautiful hotel room, phone pressed to my ear, barefoot on the cold tile, holding a half-eaten mango I'd apparently grabbed from the fruit basket at some point during this crisis without even realizing it. The mango was dripping juice down my hand. I watched it drip, mesmerized, because it was easier than processing what was actually happening. My wife, the woman I'd married 3 years ago in that barn venue she'd insisted on despite my allergies, the woman who promised to be my partner through thick and thin, the woman who literally stood in front of 200 people and vowed to honor and cherish me, had just abandoned me in Mexico like I was a goldfish she'd gotten bored of. And apparently she thought it was funny. I sat down on the edge of the bed, still holding that stupid mango, and stared at my phone. Another text popped up. "Don't worry, I'll pick you up next week. Miss you already." Face blowing a kiss. Miss me? Miss me? Lady? You just committed what I'm pretty sure counts as spousal abandonment with a side of psychological warfare. And you're hitting me with kiss emojis. I looked around the empty room, our room, which was now just my room, and tried to figure out if this counted as a kidnapping, a divorce starter pack, or just stupidity with sunscreen. The mango juice was still dripping. Somewhere outside, people were laughing and splashing in the pool, living their normal, non-abandoned lives. And me, I was sitting in paradise alone, holding fruit, and wondering if my marriage had just ended via text message and budget airline logistics. Spoiler alert, it absolutely had. I spent the first hour after my wife's great disappearing act trying to convince myself this was all some elaborate joke. You know, the kind where someone jumps out from behind a potted plant yelling surprise and everyone laughs and hugs it out and we all pretend this wasn't a deeply traumatic experience that'll require years of therapy to unpack. I genuinely expected Sabrina to come bursting through the door with her phone out, recording my reaction for TikTok or whatever social media platform she was currently obsessed with this week. I even checked behind the curtains. Not my proudest moment, but desperate times call for desperate measures. And apparently, I'd become the kind of person who searches hotel rooms for his hiding wife, like we're playing the world's worst game of hide and seek. But no, she wasn't hiding behind the curtains or under the bed or in the shower doing that thing where you stay really quiet and try not to laugh. She was just gone. Actually, legitimately, no joke, gone. Probably somewhere over the Gulf of Mexico right now, sitting in seat 17B, sipping a complimentary ginger ale and thinking about how hilarious this whole situation was. My phone buzzed again and I looked down at it with the kind of dread usually reserved for checking your bank account after a night of drunk online shopping. Relax. It's a prank. I'll tell everyone how you freaked out. It'll be funny. I read that message 3 times each time hoping the words would rearrange themselves into something that made sense. A prank. She called this a prank. Like putting plastic wrap over the toilet seat is a prank. Like hiding someone's keys is a prank. Abandoning your spouse in a foreign country and stealing his return flight is not a prank. It's a felony with vacation vibes. I typed out about 15 different responses, each one angrier than the last, but deleted them all. What was I supposed to say? Hey honey, great prank. Really got me. Nothing says comedy gold like international abandonment. No, she didn't deserve the satisfaction of knowing she'd gotten under my skin, even though she had. Even though I was currently spiraling in a hotel room trying to figure out if my marriage had just ended or if this was just another Tuesday in the Sabrina Caldwell chaos show. Yeah, hilarious. Like identity theft but with marriage vows. Like being catfished except you're already married to the catfish. Like finding out your life partner thinks emotional terrorism is a personality trait. I needed coffee. Not the wimpy hotel room coffee that tastes like sad water filtered through old socks, but real coffee. The kind that could wake up a coma patient or fuel a small rocket ship. The kind of coffee that might help me process the fact that my wife had just gaslit me across international borders. I got dressed in yesterday's clothes because apparently all my clean stuff was in Sabrina's suitcase. Of course it was. And headed downstairs to the hotel bar. It was barely 9 a.m., which felt too early to start drinking, but also seemed like exactly the right time given the circumstances. The bartender gave me a look that said he'd seen this movie before, and I was just the latest rerun. Strongest coffee you've got, I said, sliding onto a bar stool. And maybe a map to the nearest U.S. embassy, if that's a thing you keep behind the bar. He smiled sympathetically and poured me something that looked like it could strip paint. Perfect. I sat there trying very hard not to look like a man whose entire life had just imploded before breakfast, which is harder than it sounds. I kept checking my phone, partly hoping for an explanation that made sense, and partly hoping Sabrina would text something so ridiculous I could use it as evidence in the divorce proceedings I was increasingly convinced were in my future. That's when I noticed her. The woman sitting 3 seats down with a laptop covered in stickers that looked like they'd been collected from every corner of the internet. Wi-Fi wife, read one. Exes don't deserve tax refunds, announced another. There was a third one that just said, nope. In bold letters, which honestly felt like the most relatable thing I'd seen all morning. She had this calm, focused energy, the kind that suggested she had her life together in a way I currently did not. Dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, glasses perched on her nose, fingers flying across the keyboard like she was writing the great American novel, or at least a very strongly worded Yelp review. I must have been staring because she looked up and caught me mid-existential crisis stare. Instead of being weird about it, she just smiled slightly and went back to her laptop. Professional, unbothered, definitely not the kind of person who would abandon someone in Mexico for laughs. I turned back to my paint stripper coffee and pulled out my phone, Googling US Embassy Cancun because that seemed like the adult thing to do. I was so absorbed in trying to figure out if I needed an appointment or could just show up and explain that my wife had committed what I was pretty sure was at least 3 different crimes. I didn't notice the woman had moved closer until she spoke. Let me guess, she said, her voice carrying the slightly amused tone of someone who'd seen enough tourist disasters to write a book about it. Stranded tourist. I looked up, probably looking exactly as pathetic as I felt. Close, I said, attempting a smile that definitely came out more like a grimace. Stranded husband. My wife thought disappearing and stealing my return flight would be funny. Her eyebrow raised in that way that communicated an entire paragraph of judgment without saying a word. Funny? Depends on who's laughing. You don't seem like the one finding the humor in it. Yeah. Weird how being abandoned in a foreign country kills my sense of comedy, I said, surprised by how bitter I sounded. Must be something about the international betrayal that dampens the mood. She actually laughed at that. A real laugh, not the polite kind people do when they're uncomfortable. That's fair. I'm Susan, by the way. Susan Morales, travel writer, professional observer of tourist disasters, and apparently now a witness to whatever this situation is. Miles Thornton, I said, shaking her offered hand. Professional disaster, amateur abandoned husband and current star of what I'm calling How I Lost My Wife and Found Trust Issues. A Mexican Adventure. Catchy title, Susan said, settling onto the bar stool next to mine. Could use some work on the subtitle, though. Maybe a tale of betrayal, budget airlines, and bad decisions. I laughed and it felt good. Weird, but good. Like my face had forgotten how to do anything except look confused and mildly panicked for the past 2 hours. Susan gestured to my phone where the embassy website was still pulled up. You're going about this the hard way. The embassy can't really do much unless she stole your passport, which I'm guessing she didn't. I checked my wallet, relieved to find my passport still there. No, she left me that. And apparently a hotel room for another week that I definitely can't afford on my own. Okay, so here's what you do, Susan said, pulling out her own phone with the efficiency of someone who'd solved problems in foreign countries before. First, we get you a temporary room you can actually afford. There's a decent place 2 blocks from here, clean, cheap, no bed bugs. Then, we deal with getting you a flight home that doesn't cost your firstborn child. And maybe, if you're interested, we get you some tacos because nobody should deal with spousal abandonment on an empty stomach. I stared at her, this complete stranger who was being kinder to me in 5 minutes than my wife had been in the past 24 hours. Why are you helping me? Susan shrugged, closing her laptop. Because my ex once left me at an airport because he said I walked too slow. Took me a week to realize that wasn't a flaw in my character. It was a blessing in disguise. Sometimes the trash takes itself out, you know. Might as well help someone else figure that out faster than I did. My phone buzzed again. Another text from Sabrina. Miss you already. Face blowing kiss. 2 hearts. I showed it to Susan who made a face like she just tasted something expired. Yeah, she said flatly. You're going to need those tacos. And honestly, she was right. Turns out Susan Morales wasn't just blowing smoke when she said she could help. Within an hour, this woman I'd met exactly 60 minutes ago had found me a hotel room that didn't require selling a kidney, helped me fill out some kind of form for the airline that might, emphasis on might, get me a flight change without bankrupting me, and was currently leading me through the streets of Cancun toward what she promised were life-changing tacos. I was skeptical about the life-changing part, mostly because my life had already changed pretty dramatically in the past few hours, and I wasn't sure tacos could compete with spousal abandonment on the transformation scale. But I was hungry, exhausted, and following a stranger through Mexico seemed like exactly the kind of decision-making I was capable of right now. Susan had this energy about her that I can only describe as aggressively competent, like she'd seen enough chaos in her life that nothing really fazed her anymore. She walked with purpose, dodged street vendors with practiced ease, and somehow managed to look completely at home in a foreign country while I was still trying to remember if I'd put on deodorant that morning. "So," she said as we navigated around a group of tourists taking selfies with a street performer dressed as a Mayan warrior. "How long have you and the disappearing wife been married?" 3 years, I said, stepping over a puddle that may or may not have been water. 3 years of what I thought was marriage, but was apparently just me being the audience for her one-woman show of chaos. Susan laughed. That same genuine laugh from earlier. "Oh man, I know that feeling. My ex used to call himself spontaneous. I called him unemployed and irresponsible, but potato. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I didn't even need to look to know it was Sabrina. She'd been texting every 15 minutes like clockwork. Each message somehow more oblivious than the last. I pulled it out anyway because apparently I'm a glutton for punishment. Don't be mad. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Come on, lighten up. You're too serious. Everyone at home thinks this is hilarious. Face with tears of joy. I showed the screen to Susan, who made a sound that was half laugh, half disgusted snort. Everyone at home thinks it's hilarious. Who's everyone? Her other personality. The voices in her head. Probably her mom. I muttered. That woman thinks Sabrina walks on water. Could literally commit arson. And her mom would be like, oh, she's just being creative with fire. Susan steered me into a small taco stand that looked like it had been there since the beginning of time. The kind of place that had exactly 3 items on the menu and made all of them perfectly. No Instagram-worthy neon signs. No cutesy decorations. Just an older woman behind a grill who looked at us like she could see into our souls and found mine particularly pathetic. Dual pastor uno carnitas. Susan ordered without hesitation, then looked at me. You're not vegetarian or anything, right? At this point, I'd eat cardboard if someone served it with enough hot sauce. I said. The woman behind the grill cracked what might have been a smile and got to work. We sat at a wobbly plastic table on the sidewalk and I typed out a response to Sabrina, then deleted it. Typed another one. Deleted that, too. Susan watched me with the expression of someone who'd been exactly where I was. You want my advice? She asked. I feel like you're going to give it whether I want it or not. True, don't respond. Not yet. Let her sit in the silence for a while. Let her wonder if you're mad or hurt or just done. Right now. She thinks this is all part of her hilarious prank. She needs to realize it's not. I stared at my phone at those messages with their stupid emojis and realized Susan was right. Every time I responded, even with anger, I was playing Sabrina's game. I was being the audience, the straight man to her comedy routine, the person who cleaned up her messes and made excuses for her behavior. I put my phone face down on the table. Okay, radio silence it is. Good man, Susan said as the tacos arrived. Now eat. You look like a strong breeze could knock you over. She wasn't wrong. I'd been running on adrenaline and coffee since 6 a.m. and it was starting to catch up with me. I took a bite of the al pastor taco and understood immediately why Susan had used the phrase life-changing. It was perfectly seasoned, the pineapple adding just the right amount of sweetness. The meat tender and flavorful. For about 30 seconds, I forgot I was an abandoned husband eating his feelings on a sidewalk in Mexico. Right, Susan said, watching my face. I told you. You weren't lying. I admitted these are legitimately incredible. We ate in comfortable silence for a few minutes, which was weird because I just met this woman and usually I'm terrible at silence with people I don't know. But Susan had this way of making everything feel normal. Like sitting on a curb eating tacos with a stranger was just another Tuesday. Can I ask you something? I said, between bites. Why are you being so nice to me? I mean, you literally just met me. I could be a serial killer or a timeshare salesman or something equally terrible. Susan wiped her hands on a napkin and considered the question. Honestly, because when I was going through my breakup, I was alone in Prague trying to figure out how to get home with a maxed out credit card and a shattered sense of reality. A random bartender helped me out. Didn't ask for anything in return, just helped because he could. I swore if I ever saw someone in a similar situation, I'd pay it forward. So, I'm like, your good karma project? More like my fellow survivor of relationship disasters project, she corrected. Plus, I'm a travel writer. This is literally going to make great content. How to survive being abandoned in paradise, a guide. I laughed despite myself. You're going to write about this? Oh, absolutely. With your permission, obviously. I'll change the names to protect the guilty. She grinned. Your wife is going to be Karen, the universal name for people who think the rules don't apply to them. Perfect. She'd hate that. I took another bite of taco, feeling something shift in my chest. Not happiness exactly, but maybe the absence of the constant low-level anxiety I've been carrying for years. You know what's weird? I haven't felt this relaxed in months, maybe years. I'm literally stranded in a foreign country. My marriage is probably over. I have no idea how I'm getting home, and somehow I feel better than I did yesterday. Susan nodded like this made perfect sense. That's because yesterday you were managing someone else's chaos. Today you're just dealing with regular problems that have actual solutions. Big difference. My phone buzzed again and again and again. Sabrina was apparently escalating from confused to concerned. Miles, seriously, answer me. This isn't funny anymore. Why aren't you responding? Susan glanced at my phone. How long do you think before she realizes she messed up? Honestly, I'm not sure she will. Self-awareness isn't really her strong suit. I finished my taco and leaned back in the plastic chair. She once rear-ended someone in a parking lot and spent 20 minutes explaining to the other driver why it was actually their fault for being parked there. Jesus. Yeah. And I stood there nodding along like that made sense. Like I was her backup singer in the performance of Nothing Is Ever My Fault, the musical. Well, Susan said, standing up and stretching, consider this your retirement from that show. Come on, let's get you checked into that hotel and then maybe we can actually enjoy the city. When's the last time you did something just because you wanted to, not because someone else needed you to? I thought about it and couldn't remember. Every vacation, every weekend, every free moment had been spent either managing Sabrina's latest crisis or preventing the next one. I'd become so good at anticipating her needs that I'd forgotten I had my own. I honestly can't remember. I admit it. Then we're starting today, Susan declared. Rule number 1 of being a functional human: occasionally do things that make you happy. Radical concept, I know. We walked back through the streets of Cancun. And for the first time since I'd woken up that morning, I wasn't thinking about Sabrina or the mess waiting for me back home. I was just walking, eating excellent tacos, talking to someone who treated kindness like it wasn't a limited resource. My phone buzzed one more time. I looked at it, saw another desperate message from Sabrina, and did something I'd never done before. I turned off the notifications. Susan saw and gave me an approving nod. Look at you setting boundaries. I'm so proud I might cry. Don't, I said. I'm barely holding it together as it is. But I was smiling. Actually smiling. And somewhere between the tacos and the sunshine and Susan's matter-of-fact kindness, I started to think that maybe being abandoned in Mexico wasn't the worst thing that could have happened to me. Maybe it was exactly what I needed. The next morning, Susan convinced me to actually explore Cancun instead of sitting in my budget hotel room spiraling into an existential crisis. She had this whole philosophy about how wallowing was fine for like an hour max, but after that you were just marinating in your own misery and that helped nobody. Come on, she'd said, banging on my door at 8 a.m. like some kind of motivational drill sergeant. I'm taking you to the local markets, real Mexico, not the resort gift shop version, where they charge $40 for a shot glass. So, there I was, wandering through narrow streets lined with vendors selling everything from hand-painted pottery to questionable knockoff designer bags, following a woman I'd known for less than 24 hours, who somehow felt more reliable than my wife of 3 years. The irony wasn't lost on me. Susan was in her element, chatting with vendors in Spanish that was way better than my high school dentist nonsense, haggling over prices with a smile, showing me which stalls had the good stuff versus the tourist traps. And somewhere between watching her negotiate over a woven blanket and sampling fresh mango from a street cart, my brain decided it was time for a highlight reel of all the red flags I'd ignored in my marriage. You know that thing where you're fine until you're not and then suddenly your brain is like, hey, remember that time? And proceeds to dump 3 years of suppressed memories on you like an emotional avalanche. Yeah, that happened. First memory, Thanksgiving, year 2 of our marriage. I'd spent the entire day before grocery shopping for what I thought was going to be a quiet dinner for 2. Maybe her parents if they were in town. I bought a turkey, the fancy stuffing mix, 3 kinds of pie because I couldn't decide the whole Norman Rockwell painting setup. I was feeling pretty good about myself, honestly. Domestic as hell. I came home from work that Wednesday to find Sabrina had invited 40 people over. 40. She'd posted about it on Facebook while I was in a meeting and apparently just assumed I'd be cool with feeding a small army on 24 hours notice. Surprise, she'd said like this was a gift and not a logistical nightmare. I thought it would be more fun with people. You're always saying we should be more social. I'd said that once about maybe inviting our neighbors over for coffee, not about hosting a refugee camp's worth of people for a major holiday without discussion. I'd spent that entire Thanksgiving running between the kitchen and the dining room like a deranged caterer while Sabrina held court in the living room, telling everyone how spontaneous and fun she was. 3 people had asked me where the bathroom was. One guy I'd never met ate the last slice of pumpkin pie I'd been saving. I'd smiled through the whole thing because that's what you do, right? You don't make a scene. You don't tell your wife in front of 40 near strangers that maybe a heads up would have been nice. You okay? Susan asked, pulling me out of the memory. You just made a face like you bit into a lemon. Just remembering stuff, I said. Bad stuff. Marriage stuff. Ah, the greatest hits collection, Susan said knowingly. Let me guess. You're suddenly remembering all the times she did something ridiculous and you just went along with it. Bingo. I picked up a small ceramic turtle from one of the stalls, turning it over in my hands. How'd you know? Because that's what happens when someone shows you who they really are and you finally believe them. All those little moments you explained away start looking different in hindsight. She bought the turtle and handed it to me. Here's something to remember this trip by that isn't emotional trauma. I pocketed the turtle and kept walking, but my brain wasn't done with me yet. Memory number 2, the pottery wheel incident. We've been saving for a trip to Italy. Nothing crazy, just a week in Rome, maybe Florence. I'd been putting money aside from every paycheck for 6 months. Had a whole spreadsheet tracking our progress because I'm that kind of person. We were so close. Another 2 months and we'd have enough for flights and a decent hotel. I came home one day to find a pottery wheel in our living room. A full-size professional-grade pottery wheel that cost roughly the same as 2 round-trip tickets to Europe. It was on sale, Sabrina had explained, already covered in clay, looking at me like I was the crazy one for not being excited. I've always wanted to try pottery. This is me investing in my creativity. The pottery wheel got used exactly 3 times before it became a very expensive side table. We never made it to Italy. I'd started the savings fund over, but then the transmission went out in her car and then her sister needed help with rent. And then there was always something. The Italy fund became the whatever Sabrina needs right now fund, which was apparently its destiny all along. Oh man, you just made another face. Susan observed. What was this one? Let me guess. She made a major purchase without telling you. Pottery wheel, I said. Killed our Italy trip. Used it 3 times. Susan winced. Ouch. Yeah, my ex bought a motorcycle with our wedding fund. Said we could just get married at the courthouse instead because marriage is about love, not expensive parties. Then he left me for someone he met at a biker rally, so I guess he was half right. That's awful. Hey, I got a good blog post out of it and learned to never date anyone whose idea of financial planning is it'll work out. She steered us toward a taco stand. Apparently, her solution to everything involved tacos, which honestly I wasn't mad about. The pottery will become a family heirloom, or does it haunt your living room? Side table. I admitted she stacked mail on it for a year before I finally sold it on Craigslist. Of course, she did. Susan ordered for both of us without asking, which should have been annoying, but somehow wasn't. What else? I can tell you're on a roll. Memory number 3 hit me while we were waiting for the tacos. The great wine incident. We bought this couch together, one of the few things we'd actually agreed on. It was cream-colored, which I'd argued against because cream-colored anything in a house was just asking for trouble. But Sabrina loved it. Said it made the room feel elevated and sophisticated, whatever that meant. It cost more than my first car. 3 months later, she spilled an entire bottle of red wine on it during a party. Not a glass, a bottle, the full-sized plenty of alcohol content kind of bottle. And instead of apologizing or even acknowledging it was a bummer, she just laughed and declared that it gave the couch character. Like the couch was a protagonist in a coming-of-age novel instead of an expensive piece of furniture now sporting what looked like a crime scene. I'd spent the next week trying every carpet cleaner known to man, while Sabrina posted pictures of the stained couch on Instagram with captions about embracing imperfection and living authentically. She got 200 likes. The couch never recovered. It gave it character, I muttered out loud without meaning to. What did she spilled red wine on our expensive couch and said it gave it character? I spent a week trying to clean it and she acted like I was being uptight for caring. Susan stopped walking and looked at me with an expression that was half sympathy, half wanting to reach through time and shake past me. Miles, buddy, that's not quirky. That's just being inconsiderate and then gaslighting you about it. I know that now, I said, but at the time I thought I was being too rigid. She always made me feel like I was the problem for having, normal expectations about how adults behave. The tacos arrived and we found a spot to sit. This time on an actual bench instead of a curb, which felt like progress. Susan was quiet for a minute, just eating and thinking, which I appreciated. Not everything needed immediate commentary. You want to know what I think? She finally said, I feel like I'm about to find out either way. She smiled. Fair. I think you've been living with someone who used spontaneous as an excuse for I don't want to consider how my actions affect other people. And I think you've been so busy being understanding and flexible and accommodating that you forgot you're allowed to expect basic respect from your partner. That hit harder than it should have, or maybe exactly as hard as it needed to. Yeah, I said quietly. I think you're right. Of course, I'm right. I'm always right. It's my best and most annoying quality. She bumped my shoulder with hers. But hey, look at the bright side. You're figuring this out now instead of 20 years from now when you've got a mortgage and kids and even more reasons to stay in something that makes you miserable. My phone buzzed. It had been doing that less frequently, like Sabrina was starting to realize that her usual tactics weren't working. I glanced at it. I'm starting to get worried. This isn't like you. I showed it to Susan, who snorted. Not like you. Not like you to what? Except being abandoned in Mexico with grace and humor. She's really doubling down on the gaslighting, huh? It's her specialty, I said, putting the phone away. That and rewriting history until she's always the victim. Well, she's about to learn that you can't gaslight someone from 1,000 miles away when they've got a friend who sees through the. Susan finished her taco and wiped her hands decisively. Come on, we're going to the beach. You're going to sit in the sun, drink something with an umbrella in it, and remember what it feels like to exist without managing someone else's chaos. Is that an order? Absolutely. I'm very bossy when I'm right, which, as I mentioned, is always. We headed toward the beach, and with every step I felt a little lighter, like I was physically walking away from 3 years of making excuses, of cleaning up messes, of pretending that chaos was the same thing as charm. Susan called it out simply as we hit the sand. You've been living with a performance artist. And the performance was emotional chaos. I nearly choked on the coconut water I just bought. That's exactly what it was. Oh my God. I was the audience paying for the tickets. Exactly. And now she spread her arms wide, gesturing at the ocean. Now you're a free man in Mexico with a new friend, good tacos, and the chance to figure out who you are when you're not playing supporting actor in someone else's drama. I sat down in the sand watching the waves, feeling the sun, and thought about pottery wheels and wine-stained couches and 40 unexpected Thanksgiving guests. All those moments I'd explained away, minimized, accommodated. All those red flags I'd painted green in my mind. Not anymore. Day 3 of my Mexican exile started the same way Day 2 ended, with Sabrina blowing up my phone like it was her full-time job. The difference was by Day 3, I'd stopped even looking at the notifications. They'd just become background noise like sick as in summer, or that one car alarm that goes off every night at 2 a.m. and everyone just learns to ignore. I was having breakfast at a cafe Susan had recommended. Real coffee, actual food, no existential dread included. When my phone started vibrating so hard it nearly fell off the table. I glanced at the screen and saw Sabrina's face, the photo from our wedding where she looked absolutely perfect and I looked like I'd been caught mid-sneeze. Fitting, really. I declined the call and took another bite of my chilaquiles. 30 seconds later, she called again and again and again. It was like playing whack-a-mole, except the mole was my wife's total inability to accept that I wasn't playing her game anymore. The texts started coming in rapid fire. Each one a master class and missing the point. You're not seriously mad, right? Everyone's laughing. You should, too. Come on, Miles. Don't be dramatic. Fine. I'll book you another flight. Don't be like this. Don't be like this. Like I was the one being unreasonable. Like I was the one who'd committed what was essentially a federal offense against marriage. Classic Sabrina. Reframe everything until she's the reasonable one and you're the stick in the mud for having feelings about being wronged. I screenshot the messages and sent them to Susan with the caption. She's spiraling. Susan's response came back immediately. Good. Let her spiral. She's earned it. I smiled and ordered another coffee. Susan was meeting me later to check out some Mayan ruins, which sounded way more interesting than engaging with whatever Olympic-level mental gymnastics Sabrina was performing back in Kentucky. My phone rang again. This time it was Daniel Cole, my best friend since college and the only person who'd consistently told me that Sabrina was a lot. Even when I wasn't ready to hear it, I answered, grateful for a call that didn't come with manipulation attached. Dude, Daniel said before I could even say hello. Dude, she left you in another country. Who does that? My wife, I said, stirring sugar into my coffee. Or maybe my soon-to-be ex-wife. I haven't decided yet. Haven't decided, Miles. She abandoned you internationally. That's not hoopsie. Forgot to tell you I changed the flights. That's I need a lawyer and possibly a restraining order territory. I know. I watched a group of tourists walk by, all wearing matching t-shirts that said squad trip in glitter letters. Even they probably had better travel partners than I did. I'm just trying to process everything, you know. 3 years of marriage doesn't just evaporate because of one massively insane thing. No, but it should make you look back at all the other massively insane things and connect the dots, Daniel said. I could hear him typing in the background, probably at work, but too invested in my drama to care. Man, that's not a prank. That's a therapy starter pack. That's a Netflix documentary waiting to happen. Wife Gone Wild, a story of international abandonment. I laughed despite myself. Susan said something similar, except she called Sabrina, a performance artist specializing in emotional chaos. Susan, who's Susan? Travel writer I met at the hotel. She's been helping me navigate the whole stranded in Mexico thing, getting me cheap rooms, showing me around, keeping me from completely losing it. There was a pause on Daniel's end. Okay, don't take this the wrong way, but is Susan single? Daniel, I'm just saying you're in Mexico. Your wife just revealed herself to be a cartoon villain and some kind stranger is helping you. That's literally the plot of every rom-com ever made. It's not like that, I said, though I wasn't entirely sure what it was like. She's just being nice, paying forward some kindness someone showed her during her own breakup. Uh-huh. And she's doing this out of the pure goodness of her heart. Yes, not everyone has ulterior motives, Daniel. Some people are just decent human beings who help other decent human beings when they're in bad situations. Fair enough, Daniel conceded. But if you two end up falling in love over tacos and sunset walks, I'm calling it now so I can say I told you so at your wedding. There's not going to be a wedding. I'm still technically married, remember? Technically is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. My friend, we talked for a few more minutes about logistics, whether I needed money, if my boss was cool with me extending my time off, whether I should just cut my losses and come home now versus staying. Daniel was firmly in the stay and figure your life out camp, which honestly surprised me. I'd expected him to tell me to get on the next flight and deal with everything like an adult. Nah, man, he said when I told him this. You never take time for yourself ever. You're always managing Sabrina's latest crisis or covering for her or explaining her to people. Take the week. Hell, take the month if you can swing it. Figure out what you want when her chaos isn't drowning out everything else. After we hung up, I sat there feeling something I hadn't felt in a long time. Supported, not just by Daniel, but by Susan, by this whole weird situation that had forced me to stop and actually think about my life instead of just surviving it. My phone rang again. This time, it was my sister, Grace Thornton, and I knew from experience that she was about to bring a level of righteous fury that even Sabrina wouldn't be prepared for. Miles Benjamin Thornton. She said in that voice that meant I was either in trouble or someone else was about to be. I just talked to Mom. She just talked to Sabrina's mom. What in the actual hell is happening? So you heard? Heard. Miles, she abandoned you in Mexico. That's not heard. That's what the territory. Grace had never liked Sabrina. Not from day one. She'd smiled through the wedding and been polite at family gatherings. But I knew sisters always know. I swear to God, I'm going to drive to her house. And Grace, don't. It's not worth it. Not worth it. She committed what I'm pretty sure is at least 3 different crimes. Theft, maybe kidnapping, definitely being a garbage human being. That last one isn't a crime. It should be. I could hear her pacing, which she always did when she was worked up. Miles, you've been making excuses for her for 3 years. 3 years of oh. She's just spontaneous and that's just how she is. And she doesn't mean it that way. And all of us have been biting our tongues because you seemed happy or at least happy-ish and we figured you knew what you were doing. Turns out I didn't. I admitted quietly. Grace's voice softened. No, you didn't. But that's not your fault. You're a good person who assumed the person you married was also a good person. That's not naive. That's just human. But Miles, she paused for emphasis. You always said she was just quirky. Quirky people don't commit international abandonment. Quirky people collect stamps or learn to juggle or wear mismatched socks. They don't steal your flight and leave you in another country. I know. Do you? Because you've been cleaning up her messes for so long. I'm not sure you know where her chaos ends and your life begins. That hit hard. Mostly because it was exactly what Susan had said yesterday and what Daniel had implied. And what I've been slowly realizing over the past 3 days of actually having space to think. I'm figuring it out. I said, being down here away from all of it, it's like I can finally see everything clearly. All the stuff I explained away or minimized or just accepted because that's what you do in a marriage. No, Grace said firmly. That's not what you do in a marriage. In a marriage, both people care about each other's feelings. Both people consider how their actions affect their partner. Both people don't treat abandonment like it's a hilarious prank. When you put it that way, it sounds really bad. That's because it is really bad, Miles. Like divorce lawyer bad, like tell everyone what she did so they stop thinking she's quirky and start seeing she's terrible bad. I laughed despite the heaviness of the conversation. You really don't like her, huh? I didn't like her before she pulled this stunt. Now I'm pretty sure if I saw her, I'd throw something. Nothing heavy, just like a shoe or maybe a salad. Something that makes a point without catching a charge. Please don't assault my wife with produce. No promises, Grace said. But I could hear the smile in her voice. Seriously though, what are you going to do right now? Stay here for the rest of the week. Think, breathe, eat tacos with Susan. Susan, why does everyone keep asking about Susan like that? Because when a man's wife abandons him and he immediately mentions another woman's name multiple times, people notice. She's just a friend who's helping me out. Aha. Is she single? Oh my God. You and Daniel need to start a support group or something. But I was smiling. Yes, she's single. No, nothing is happening. I'm still married to the woman who left me here, remember? Barely married. Grace corrected. Technically married. Married in name. Only married. You're the second person to point out that technicality today. That's because it's an important technicality. Grace sighed. Look, I'm not saying jump into something new. I'm just saying don't jump back into something that's been slowly killing you for 3 years. You deserve better than someone who thinks your feelings are punchlines. After we hung up, I ordered another coffee, my third, but who was counting, and looked at my phone. 71 missed calls from Sabrina. 71. The woman had called me 71 times in 3 days and still somehow thought she was the reasonable one in this situation. The final text sat there, all caps, punctuation abuse. Who is Susan? I stared at it for a long moment, then smiled, typed out one word, logistics. Her response was immediate. What does that mean? I didn't answer. Let her sit with that. Let her wonder. Let her feel a fraction of the confusion and frustration I'd felt 3 days ago when I woke up abandoned. Susan arrived at the cafe right on time, sunglasses on, ready for our Mayan ruins adventure. She slid into the seat across from me and immediately clocked my expression. You told her about me, didn't you? Maybe mentioned your name once and she's losing her mind like it's an Olympic sport and she's going for gold. Susan laughed and raised her coffee cup to Chaos Chickens coming home to roost. I clinkied my cup against hers to Chaos Chickens. And for the first time in 3 years, I felt like maybe I wasn't the one cleaning up after them. On the 5th morning of my unplanned Mexican sabbatical, I woke up before my alarm and didn't immediately feel that familiar knot of anxiety in my chest. You know the one, the feeling that something's wrong or about to go wrong or needs to be fixed before it goes wrong. The feeling I'd been waking up with for 3 years straight without even realizing it had become my normal. I sat up in bed in my budget hotel room that smelled faintly like cleaning solution and ocean air. And I felt nothing. Not happy exactly. Not sad, just calm, like my nervous system had finally figured out it didn't need to be on high alert 24/7 anymore. My phone was still on Do Not Disturb, which meant Sabrina's increasingly unhinged messages were piling up in digital purgatory where they belonged. I ignored them and got dressed, grabbed a notebook I'd bought from a street vendor yesterday, and headed to the balcony that overlooked the beach. The sun was just starting to come up, painting everything in shades of pink and orange that would have looked fake if someone had tried to describe them. A few early risers were already on the beach jogging or doing yoga or just standing there with their coffee watching the waves. Normal people doing normal things, living lives that probably didn't involve spousal abandonment or international drama. I opened the notebook to a fresh page and stared at it for a minute. Then I wrote at the top, things I won't do again. It felt dramatic, like something you'd see in a movie montage where the protagonist has their big revelation moment set to an indie rock song. But I didn't care. I needed to get this out of my head and onto paper before I could talk myself out of it or convince myself I was overreacting. Number 1 wrote itself. Apologize for someone else's stupidity. I'd spent 3 years apologizing to people for Sabrina's behavior. Sorry she's late. Sorry she forgot about your party. Sorry she made that joke about your haircut. Sorry she used your bathroom and reorganized your medicine cabinet because she thought it would be helpful. Sorry. Sorry. Sorry, always sorry, like I was her PR representative instead of her husband. Number 2, call manipulation spontaneity. That one hurt to write because it meant acknowledging how much I'd been lying to myself. Every time she pulled something without warning, I called it spontaneous. Every time she made a decision that affected both of us without consulting me, I told myself she was just creative and free-spirited. I'd rebranded red flags as quirks until I couldn't tell the difference anymore. Number 3, book joint vacations without insurance. Too soon, maybe, but also painfully relevant. I was working on number 4 when Susan appeared in the doorway to the balcony carrying 2 paper cups of coffee. She'd somehow gotten a key to my room, which should have been concerning, but at this point, I'd given up trying to understand how she made things happen. The woman had connections. "Planning your escape?" she asked, handing me one of the coffees and settling into the plastic chair next to mine. "Redefining it," I said, showing her the notebook. "Making a list of things I'm not doing anymore once I get back to reality." She read over my shoulder, nodding appreciatively. "This is good, healthy, very new year, new me, except it's not January, and you actually mean it." "You think I mean it?" "I think you're the kind of person who makes lists and then follows through on them. Unlike some people who just blow up their lives without a plan and then wonder why everything's on fire." She took a sip of her coffee. "What's number 4? I thought about it. Been hovering over the page. Stop accepting that's just how I am as an excuse for bad behavior." Susan made an approving noise. "Oh, that's a good one. That's the whole enchilada right there. People love to hide behind. That's just how I am. Like it's a get-out-of-jail-free card for being terrible, right? Like cool. Well, that's how you are. And how I am is someone who doesn't want to deal with that anymore." "Exactly." Susan gestured with her coffee cup enthusiastically. "See, you're getting it. You're having your moment. I'm so proud. I might cry. Please don't. My emotional bandwidth is maxed out as it is." We sat in comfortable silence for a few minutes, watching the sun finish its dramatic entrance over the ocean. A family was setting up on the beach below. Kids already running toward the water while parents hauled umbrellas and coolers. Normal family vacation stuff. The kind of vacation where nobody gets abandoned. "Can I add something to your list?" Susan asked. "Go for it. Stop booking joint vacations with people who might strand you in foreign countries." I laughed so hard I nearly spilled my coffee. "That's fair. That's very fair. Consider it added." "Good. I hate people who use adventure as an excuse for bad behavior. Like, no, Karen, abandoning your husband isn't adventurous. It's just mean." My phone buzzed on the table. I glanced at it and saw I'd gotten a text from Daniel. "Sabrina just posted a 3-paragraph Facebook status about marriage and communication. It's the most passive-aggressive thing I've ever read. Want me to screenshot it?" I typed back, "Absolutely, yes." The screenshot came through 30 seconds later and I nearly choked. The post started with, "Sometimes in marriage, we have to remember that people process things differently," and went downhill from there. It was a masterclass in making herself sound reasonable while subtly implying I was being dramatic and childish for not finding her prank funny. The comments were even better. Most people were confused about what she was vaguely gotten the full story because they were not having it. Daniel's girlfriend, Rachel, "Girl, you left him in Mexico. That's not a communication issue. That's AU issue." My cousin Beth, "If by process things differently, you mean be justifiably upset about international abandonment, then yeah, I guess Miles is processing differently." Even Sabrina's own college friend had chimed in. "This feels like missing reasons." The Facebook post. I showed the phone to Susan, who read through the comments with increasing delight. "Oh, wow. She said she really thought this would make her look good, huh? She thought people would be on her side. Apparently, she's always been able to spin things to make herself the victim. Usually works, too. Not this time, though." Susan zoomed in on one particular comment from someone named Jennifer. "Just so we're clear, you changed his flight without telling him and left him in another country, and you think he's overreacting? Girl, get help." "I like Jennifer," I said. "Jennifer gets it. Jennifer is the MVP." Susan agreed. She handed my phone back and stood up, stretching. "Come on, let's go get breakfast. You can add to your list later, but right now you need to eat something that isn't emotional processing." We ended up at a little place Susan knew that served chilaquils that could make you forget your own name. While we ate, I kept adding to my mental list of things I wouldn't do anymore. Stop making excuses when people pointed out concerning behavior. Stop prioritizing keeping the peace over being honest. Stop treating my own needs like they were optional extras in my marriage. "You know what's weird?" I said between bites. "I feel guilty. Like I'm sitting here in Mexico eating amazing food, hanging out with you, and I feel guilty that I'm not more upset." "That's Stockholm Syndrome," Susan said matter-of-factly. "We're like the relationship equivalent. You've been in crisis mode for so long that not being in crisis feels wrong. That's depressing. Super depressing, but also fixable. You just need to retrain your brain to understand that peace is actually the normal state and chaos is the aberration, not the other way around." My phone buzzed again. Another text from Sabrina. This one shorter than usual. I don't understand why you're being like this. I stared at it for a long moment, then showed it to Susan. You going to respond? She asked. I don't know. Part of me wants to lay out exactly why I'm being like this in excruciating detail, but the other part knows she won't actually hear it. She'll just find a way to make it about her feelings. So, don't respond, Susan suggested. Not everything deserves a response, especially not when someone's proven they're not actually asking a question. They're just demanding you validate their version of events. She was right. Sabrina didn't want to understand. She wanted me to tell her it was okay, that I forgave her, that we could laugh about this someday. She wanted me to go back to being the person who cleaned up her messes and called them adventures. I put my phone face down on the table and went back to my kiloquiles. Added another line to my mental list. Stop explaining myself to people who aren't actually listening. Look at you, Susan said, raising her coffee cup. Setting boundaries, having standards, not immediately folding like a lawn chair. I'm so proud. I might actually cry this time. You keep threatening to cry, but I haven't seen any tears yet. I'm holding them back through sheer force of will. I'm very tough. We finished breakfast and spent the rest of the morning walking through the city, not going anywhere in particular, just existing in space without crisis or drama or someone needing something from me. At one point, Susan stopped to take pictures of a street art mural, and I just stood there watching her work, realizing this was what normal felt like. Not exciting, not adventurous, just normal. And after 3 years of Sabrina's chaos, normal felt absolutely revolutionary. Later that afternoon, we ended up back at my hotel, sitting on that balcony with the ocean view. I'd filled up 3 pages in my notebook by then. Things I wouldn't do, things I wanted to do, things I'd forgotten I even liked because Sabrina's preferences had always taken up all the oxygen in the room. You know what's funny? I said, watching the sunset start to happen. For 3 years, I thought I was being a good husband by accommodating everything, by being flexible, by not making waves. Turns out I was just teaching her that my boundaries didn't matter. Susan looked up from her laptop where she'd been working on an article. That's the thing nobody tells you about relationships. Being accommodating is good until it becomes being a doormat. There's a line and most people don't realize they've crossed it until they're so far on the wrong side they can't even see the line anymore. Where was this wisdom 3 years ago? Probably in Prague, crying over my own doormat situation and learning these lessons the hard way. My phone buzzed one more time. I looked at it, saw another message from Sabrina, and did something I'd never done before. I opened my notebook, wrote one final line. Next time, I'm escaping on purpose, and put my phone away without reading the message. Susan noticed and smiled. Progress. Yeah, I said, meaning it. I think so. And for the first time in 3 years, I wasn't exhausted. I wasn't anxious. I wasn't Sabrina's safety net or cleanup crew or audience. I was just me. And me was doing pretty damn good all things considered. By day 7, I'd found something I didn't even know I'd been missing. Peace. Not the everything's fine kind of peace that's really just denial wearing a happy mask, but actual genuine wake up and don't immediately check your phone for disastrous peace. The kind where you can hear your own thoughts without someone else's chaos drowning them out. Sabrina's text had gone through what I can only describe as the 5 stages of grief. Accept instead of acceptance at the end day. She'd landed somewhere between bargaining and straight up denial. It was like watching someone speedrun every manipulation tactic in the handbook. Day 1 had been smug. It was hilarious. You should have seen your face. Day 3 was confusion. Why aren't you answering? This isn't funny anymore. Day 5 brought panic. Miles, please. I'm getting worried. Just let me know you're okay. And now, day 7, we'd arrived at what I like to call the spiritual bypassing phase. I've been praying about this. God told me to call you. I stared at that last message while eating breakfast at my favorite cafe. God told her to call me. God, the almighty creator of the universe, apparently had nothing better to do than get involved in Sabrina's self-created drama. I wondered if God had also told her that abandoning your spouse in a foreign country was a bad idea, or if that message got lost in translation. I showed the text to Susan, who'd become my unofficial breakfast companion and life coach over the past week. Oh, wow. She said, reading it over her coffee cup. We've reached the Jesus phase of her breakdown. That's new, is it, though? She does this thing where she claims divine intervention whenever she wants something. Like when she bought that pottery wheel, she said God put it on her heart. God's got terrible financial advice then. Susan said, stealing a piece of my toast. What are you going to do? Nothing, I said and realized I meant it. I'm going to sit here, eat this incredible breakfast, and then we're going to Tulum like we planned. Her spiritual crisis is not my emergency. Susan raised her coffee cup. Look at you having boundaries. My little student is all grown up. I'm older than you emotionally. You're basically a toddler learning to say no. I'm very proud. We finished breakfast and headed out to Tulum, which Susan had been hyping up all week as one of the most beautiful places in Mexico. She wasn't wrong. The ruins sat on cliffs overlooking water so blue it looked photoshopped. And for a few hours, I completely forgot about Sabrina and abandoned flights and 3 years of accumulated relationship debris. Susan and I explored the ruins, took touristy photos, and had one of those conversations that happens when you're walking through ancient history, and your own life suddenly feels very small and manageable in comparison. You know what I realized? I said, standing at the edge of the cliff, looking out at the ocean. I haven't missed her, not once. I've been angry, confused, hurt, but I haven't actually missed Sabrina herself. Susan stood next to me, quiet for a moment. That tells you everything you need to know. Yeah, I said. I think it does. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I didn't even check it. God's messages could wait. That evening, we ended up at this place with fairy lights strung between palm trees and music that made you want to stay forever. Susan ordered for both of us. She'd figured out my taste in food after 5 days, which was more attention than Sabrina had paid in 3 years, and we sat there talking about everything except my failing marriage. She told me about her travel blog, Miles and Smiles, which she'd started after her divorce as a way to reclaim her life. The irony of the name wasn't lost on either of us. So, you're telling me, I said, that I've been having a breakdown with someone literally named Miles and Smiles. The universe has a sense of humor, Susan said, grinning. Or really terrible timing. Could go either way. How's the blog doing? Good, actually. Turns out people like honest travel content that isn't just influencers pretending everything's perfect. I write about the disasters, the missed flights, the food poisoning, the hotel rooms that smell like feet. Real stuff. Is this going to be real stuff? I gestured vaguely at myself. Am I going to be a blog post titled "The Man Whose Wife Left Him in Cancun Only with Your Permission"? Susan said seriously, and I'd change all the names. You'd be Marcus or something. Marcus? Fine, you pick. How about the guy who finally figured it out? Susan smiled. I like that. Very aspirational. When she asked if I miss Sabrina, I said the truest thing I'd said all week. I missed the peace I thought she'd bring. Turns out that peace had an early checkout time. Susan laughed so hard she nearly knocked over her drink. That's the best breakup quote I've ever heard. I'm stealing that for the blog. Royalties appreciated. We spent the rest of the evening under those fairy lights. And I realized something. I hadn't laughed this much in years. Real laughs. The kind that come from your stomach instead of just being polite noise. With Sabrina, I'd always been laughing at her jokes, her stories, her performance. With Susan, I was just laughing because things were actually funny. My phone buzzed multiple times during dinner. By the time we left, I had 43 new messages from Sabrina, each one more desperate than the last. The final one simply read, "I don't know what else to say." I typed back one sentence. Maybe try sorry. Then I added, actually, don't. Save it for someone who still believes you. I didn't send the second part. Some things didn't need to be said. Walking back to the hotel, Susan bumped my shoulder with hers. You doing okay? Yeah, I said, surprised to find it was true. I really am. Is that weird that I'm doing okay while my marriage falls apart 1,000 m away? Not weird at all. Sometimes things need to fall apart so better things can fall together. Besides, your marriage fell apart the moment she booked that flight. You're just finally noticing the rubble. We stopped at my hotel and Susan gave me this look that was half concerned, half proud. You've changed this week in a good way. Yeah, I said, thinking about my notebook full of boundaries and the phone full of messages I wasn't rushing to answer. I stopped being the punchline. She smiled and started being the headline. I watched her walk away, then went up to my room and looked at my phone one more time. Sabrina had called 17 more times, left voicemails I wouldn't listen to. Sent texts I wouldn't read because somewhere between the tacos and the ruins and the fairy lights, I'd realized something. She thought she'd left me behind in Mexico. But really, she just freed me. And honestly, that was the funniest part of this whole thing. On the 8th morning, I woke up and decided to be petty. Not in a destructive way, not in a burn down her life kind of way, but in that delicious, perfectly justified way that feels like poetic justice wrapped in karma's gift paper. I'd been thinking about it all night. Sabrina had spent the past week treating my silence like it was the unreasonable part of this equation, like I was the one being dramatic by not immediately forgiving her for what was essentially marital kidnapping with a side of gaslighting. She'd blown up my phone, posted vague Facebook statuses about communication and marriage, and even tried the God card. Nothing had worked, and I could practically feel her panic vibrating through the cellular network. So, I decided to give her exactly what she'd given me. Uncertainty. I opened my messages, scrolled past the absolute novel of texts she'd sent overnight. Seriously, the woman had written more words begging for attention than Tolstoy wrote in War and Peace and typed out one simple sentence. Thanks for this, Susan has been the sweetest. I read it over 3 times, making sure it hit exactly the right note of casual and cryptic. Not mean, not cruel, just informative. Then I hit send and waited. The response time was genuinely impressive. My phone started ringing before I could even set it down. Once, twice, 3 times. I declined each call with the kind of satisfaction usually reserved for crossing the last item off your to-do list or finding $20 in your coat pocket. The text started coming in like machine gun fire. Who is Susan? Miles, answer me. What does that even mean? Are you serious right now? I took a sip of my coffee, the good stuff from the cafe, not the hotel room sadness water, and smiled. Susan walked in right on cue, somehow already knowing I'd pulled the trigger on what we'd been joking about calling Operation Make Her Sweat. You did it, didn't you? She said, not even needing to ask. I might have mentioned your name. And she's losing her mind. I showed her my phone, which was now actively having a seizure with incoming notifications. Susan's eyes got wider with each message. Oh my God. She called you 71 times in 30 seconds. 73 now. She's persistent. I'll give her that. Susan sat down across from me, looking at my phone like it was a particularly fascinating science experiment. What are you going to do? Let her cook, I said, using the phrase Daniel had taught me last night during our phone call. Let her sit with the exact feeling she gave me when I woke up to that goodbye text. My phone rang again and again. The voicemails were piling up like snow in a blizzard. Each one probably more unhinged than the last. I could practically hear Sabrina spiraling from 1,000 m away, which was exactly the right distance for me to be from a Sabrina spiral. You're kind of enjoying this, Susan observed. Is that bad? Nah. Watching karma work in real time is underrated entertainment. Plus, you've earned some petty revenge. You've been taking the high road for a week. Sometimes you need to take the scenic route through a round and find out territory. I let a few more hours pass, during which Sabrina's messages evolved from angry to panic to something that could only be described as a full breakdown. This isn't funny. You're scaring me. Is Susan the reason you're ignoring me? I can't believe you do this to me. That last one made me actually laugh out loud. She couldn't believe I'd do this to her. The woman who literally abandoned me in another country was upset that I'd made a vague reference to another human woman. The audacity was truly Olympic level. Around noon, I finally picked up. Not because I felt bad, but because I wanted to hear her reaction in real time. Sue me, Miles, she practically screamed into the phone. Who the hell is Susan? Susan, I said calmly, like we were discussing the weather. She's been helping me out this week. You know, since I got stranded and all. Helping you out. What does that mean? It means she's been making sure I don't starve or get lost or have a complete mental breakdown while dealing with the fact that my wife committed what I'm pretty sure is a federal offense. Don't be dramatic, Sabrina snapped, and I could hear her pacing. She always paced when she was losing an argument. I didn't commit a federal offense. It was a prank that you're blowing out of proportion. Right. My bad. International abandonment is totally prank territory, right up there with whoopee cushions and fake lottery tickets. Miles, is Susan single? I could hear her trying a different tactic. Are you with something going on? Why would that matter? I asked innocently. You left me here. What did you think was going to happen? That I'd just sit in a hotel room crying until you decided to care. That's not I do care. I've been trying to reach you all week. Weird how you cared so much after you stole my flight and disappeared at 3 a.m. I took another sip of coffee, enjoying this way more than I probably should have. But yeah, tell me more about how you care. Susan was watching me with barely contained glee, giving me 2 thumbs up like I was giving a TED talk on standing up for yourself. You're being cruel, Sabrina said, and I could hear the tears starting. The tears always started when she realized she wasn't winning. This isn't like you. You're right. I said the old me would have apologized by now for making you feel bad about abandoning me. Lucky for you, he's currently taking a vacation from being your emotional support doormat. Miles, is there anything else? Because Susan and I have plans this afternoon. The silence on the other end was deafening. I could practically hear the wheels turning, her brain trying to process this version of me that didn't immediately fold. Plans? She finally choked out. Yeah, plans. You know those things people make when they're not managing someone else's chaos. Susan's teaching me about them. Revolutionary concept. I can't believe you're doing this. Sabrina whispered. Really? Because I'm pretty sure this is just me giving you back exactly what you gave me. Except I'm doing it with words instead of playing tickets. I could hear her crying now. Full-on sobbing. And I felt nothing. Not satisfaction, not guilt. Just nothing. Like watching a stranger cry over something that didn't involve me. I need to know, she said between sobs. Are you cheating on me with Susan? I laughed. Actually laughed. Sabrina, you left me in Mexico as a prank. You don't get to ask me questions about my behavior. That ship sailed when you sailed away at 6 a.m. without me. That's not an answer. You're right. Here's an answer. Relax. It's just a prank. Then I hung up. Susan was staring at me with her mouth open. Did you just use her own words against her? Yeah, I did. That was ice cold. Was it too much? Are you kidding? That was perfect. That was poetry. That was Susan stood up and slow clapped. That was the most beautiful thing I've ever witnessed. My phone immediately started ringing again. I let it ring, watching Sabrina's face flash on the screen over and over, and felt something shift. Not revenge exactly, more like balance. Like the scales had finally evened out and I wasn't carrying all the weight anymore. You know what the funny part is? I said to Susan, I don't even feel bad. That's because you shouldn't. She played a stupid game and won a stupid prize. This is just the prize ceremony. We left the cafe and my phone kept ringing, kept buzzing, kept demanding attention it wasn't going to get. And for the first time in 8 days, maybe for the first time in 3 years, I felt like I was the one in control of my own life. Sabrina thought she could play games with me and I just accept it. Turns out I could play too, and I was way better at it than she expected. By the second week of my Mexican liberation, because let's be honest, that's what it was. The narrative back home had shifted in ways that would have been hilarious if they weren't so satisfying. Apparently, Sabrina's funny prank had stopped being funny to everyone except Sabrina herself. And even she was starting to realize that the joke had a punchline she didn't see coming. Daniel called me on day 10 with an update that made my morning coffee taste even better than usual. Dude, he said, barely containing his laughter. You need to hear what's happening back here. It's beautiful. It's like watching dominoes fall, except the dominoes are Sabrina's reputation. Tell me everything, I said, settling into my balcony chair with the phone on speaker so Susan could hear. She'd become my official partner in Schadenfreude. And honestly, it was the healthiest relationship I'd had in years. Okay. So, first, remember how she posted that whole thing about communication in marriage? Yeah. People started asking questions. Specifically, your cousin Beth asked what exactly happened that required so much communication. And Sabrina, being Sabrina, told the whole story like it made her look good. Oh, no, I said, but I was smiling. Oh, yes. She literally posted, I changed Miles's flight as a joke to give him some alone time in Mexico and now he's being dramatic about it. Posted it publicly on Facebook where your entire family could see it. Susan grabbed my arm, eyes wide. She did not. She absolutely did, Daniel confirmed. And then your Aunt Karen, the good Karen, not the mean Karen, commented, you abandoned your husband in a foreign country and you're surprised he's upset? And it spiraled from there. I put my head in my hands, torn between secondhand embarrassment and pure joy. What did people say? Oh man, where do I start? Your mom commented just a single question mark, which is somehow the most devastating response possible. Grace wrote an entire essay about how this isn't quirky, it's emotional abuse. My girlfriend Rachel posted a link to an article about narcissistic behavior. Even my mom commented, and she never comments on anything. What did your mom say? This explains so much about their marriage, which ouch, but also accurate. Susan was fully invested now, leaning in like we were watching the season finale of a really good TV show. What about her friends? Did anyone defend her? That's the best part, Daniel said. And I could hear the grin in his voice. Her friends tried it first. You know, the usual Sabrina is just spontaneous and Miles is probably overreacting stuff. But then people started sharing their own Sabrina stories. Remember when she borrowed Jessica's car and returned it with an empty tank and a parking ticket? Oh God, I forgot about that. Jessica didn't forget. She commented with receipts, literal photos of the parking ticket. Then other people started piling on with their own stories. It was like watching a dam break, except the dam was made of repressed complaints about Sabrina's behavior. I sat there processing this, trying to reconcile the image of Sabrina I'd been carrying around, spontaneous, creative, free-spirited, with the reality that apparently everyone else had seen clearly while I was busy making excuses. So, she's basically been cancelled by Facebook? Susan asked. Not cancelled exactly, more like exposed. The post has like 200 comments now, and maybe 5 of them are supportive. The rest are either people calling her out or people sharing their own Sabrina horror stories. After I hung up with Daniel, Susan and I sat in silence for a moment watching the waves crash against the shore. You okay? She asked. I know she's terrible, but that's still got to be weird to process. Honestly, I feel like I've been living in an alternate reality for 3 years, and I'm just now stepping back into the real one. Everyone saw what she was except me. That's not true. You saw it. You just convinced yourself you were seeing it wrong. My phone buzzed with a text from Grace. Have you seen Facebook? Call me. Then another from my mom. Miles. Honey, we need to talk about Sabrina. Then one from Sabrina's own mother. Miles, I'm so sorry. I had no idea she'd done something like this. I don't know what's gotten into her. That last one hit different. Sabrina's mom had always been her biggest defender. The person who explained away every weird behavior as artistic temperament or creative genius. If even she was apologizing, things had really gone sideways. I called Grace, who answered on the first ring. Please tell me you've seen the Facebook post, she said without preamble. Daniel gave me the highlights. The highlights don't do it justice. Miles, people are dragging her through the mud and honestly, she deserves it. Do you know how many people have messaged me privately saying they've been waiting for someone to call out her behavior? How many? 17. 17 people, Miles. 17 people who've apparently been bitten by Sabrina's chaos and just never said anything because they thought you were happy. I thought about that. 17 people who'd seen what I couldn't or wouldn't see. 17 people who'd kept quiet to keep the peace just like I had. What's she saying now? I asked. Oh, she's gone full victim mode. Posted another status about how hurtful it is when people don't understand your sense of humor. But here's the thing, nobody's buying it anymore. Even her college friends are being like, girl, maybe sit this one out. That evening, I got a text from Sabrina's boss at the architecture firm where she worked. We'd met a few times at company parties, and he'd always seemed like a reasonable guy who probably wondered why his employee's husband always looked vaguely stressed. Miles, I hope you're doing okay. Sabrina mentioned the Mexico situation. Just wanted to say that if she treats clients the way she apparently treats her personal relationships, we're going to have some serious conversations when she gets back to work. Wishing you the best. I showed the text to Susan, who let out a low whistle. Her boss just essentially told you he's going to discipline her for her personal behavior. That's wow. Is it bad that I don't feel bad about it? Not even a little bit. Play stupid games. Win stupid prizes. She played the stupidest game possible, and the prize is everyone finding out who she really is. My phone kept buzzing throughout the day. Mutual friends asking if I was okay. Family members offering support. Even my old college roommate reached out saying he'd always thought Sabrina was a lot, but hadn't wanted to say anything. The one that got me, though, was from my boss, Richard. Taking some extra time is absolutely fine. In fact, take another week if you need it. Your wife's prank made the rounds at the office. HR wants to talk to you about our family crisis leave policy when you get back. We've got your back. I stared at that message for a long time. My boss had heard about this. HR knew. Everyone knew. The story had spread beyond Facebook and into real life. And everywhere it went, people were unanimously agreeing that Sabrina had massively screwed up. You know what the weirdest part is? I said to Susan that night over dinner. I thought I'd feel vindicated. Like, see, I wasn't crazy for being upset. But mostly, I just feel tired. That's normal. You spent 3 years gaslighting yourself into thinking her behavior was acceptable. Finding out everyone else thought it was insane doesn't erase those 3 years of confusion. How are you so wise about this stuff? Therapy. So much therapy. Like an amount of therapy that would make Freud say, maybe that's too much therapy. She smiled. But seriously, you're processing years of normalized chaos in real time. Cut yourself some slack. Later that night, Sabrina posted one more Facebook status. Someone screenshot it and sent it to me within minutes. I'm taking a break from social media to focus on my mental health and healing. I hope everyone who piled on today feels good about themselves. The comments were immediate and merciless. Girl, you abandoned your husband in Mexico. Log off. Healing from what? From consequences. The caucasity of making yourself the victim here is truly Olympic level. Even worse for her, someone had commented, maybe use this social media break to Google how to apologize without being manipulative. It had 63 likes. I put my phone down and looked out at the ocean. Somewhere back in Kentucky, Sabrina was dealing with the fallout of her actions for the first time in probably her entire life. No one was buying her version of events. No one was making excuses for her. No one was cleaning up her mess. For once, she was sitting in the consequences of her choices. And apparently, those consequences were uncomfortable enough that she needed to heal from them. You think she'll actually learn from this? Susan asked, following my gaze to the water. Honestly, probably not. People like Sabrina don't usually have come to Jesus moments. They just find new audiences who haven't figured them out yet. Cynical, but accurate. 3 years of marriage will do that to you. My phone buzzed one more time. A text from Sabrina's mom. Miles, I owe you an apology. I've been enabling her behavior for years. I convinced myself she was just creative and free-spirited, but I see now that I was making excuses for someone who needs to grow up. You deserve better. I'm sorry. I read it twice, then showed it to Susan. Her own mother, Susan said quietly. That's got to sting. Yeah, I said. But maybe that's what she needs. Not people protecting her from reality, but people finally letting reality catch up to her. Think she'll try to call probably, but I'm not picking up. Good, Susan said, raising her beer bottle to consequences. Finally finding their target. I clinked my bottle against hers to consequences. And somewhere in the Mexican night, with the sound of waves and distant music and the peaceful absence of chaos, I realized something. The joke hadn't just reversed. It had finally told the truth. And the truth was Sabrina had been the punchline all along. I stayed another month, not because I was running away or hiding or avoiding the inevitable return to reality, but because for the first time in years, maybe ever, I was making a decision based purely on what I wanted, not what someone else needed, not what would keep the peace, not what would make me look like a good husband or a responsible adult, just what I wanted. And what I wanted was to stay in Mexico a little longer. My boss had been surprisingly cool about it. After the "your wife abandoned you in another country" story made the rounds at the office, I'd suddenly become the recipient of an absurd amount of goodwill and understanding. Richard told me to take all the time I needed, that my projects could wait, and that honestly the team was just impressed I was handling everything so well. I didn't tell him that handling it well mostly involved eating tacos and pretending my phone didn't exist. I'd also started working remotely, which turned out to be shockingly easy when you weren't spending half your mental energy managing someone else's emotional chaos. I'd get up early, knock out my work before lunch, and then spend the afternoon exploring with Susan or just sitting on the beach reading books I'd been meaning to read for years, but somehow never had time for. Turns out I'd had plenty of time. I'd just been spending it all on Sabrina. Susan and I had fallen into this easy rhythm that didn't need labels or definitions or urgent conversations about what this is. We'd grab breakfast together most mornings, work on our respective laptops in companionable silence, then go do something, explore a new part of the city, try a restaurant one of her blog followers recommended, or just sit on the beach and exist without crisis. You know what's weird? I said one afternoon watching her edit photos for her blog. We were at our usual cafe, the one that had basically become our office. I'm happier right now in the middle of my marriage falling apart than I was in the entire 3 years of actually being married. Susan looked up from her laptop, pushing her glasses up her nose. That's not weird at all. You're finally not carrying someone else's emotional baggage. You're traveling light. Is that a travel blog metaphor? Everything's a travel blog metaphor if you're brave enough. She grinned. But seriously, you've been walking around for 3 years with a 50 pounds backpack full of Sabrina's issues. Of course, you feel lighter now that you've put it down. I didn't realize how heavy it was until I wasn't carrying it anymore. That's the thing about slowly increasing weight. You don't notice until someone asks you why you're walking funny. My phone buzzed. It had been doing that less and less over the past few weeks. Sabrina's attempts to reach me had gone from constant to frequent to occasional to sporadic. The Facebook fallout had apparently taught her that maybe, just maybe, she wasn't the victim in this story, though I doubted the lesson had really sunk in. This time it was Daniel. Sabrina hired a divorce lawyer. Thought you should know. I stared at the message for a moment, waiting for the panic or sadness or any of the emotions I thought I'd feel when this moment came. Instead, I felt relief. Pure uncomplicated relief. She filed, I said to Susan, showing her the text. How do you feel? Like I just got parole from a prison sentence I didn't realize I was serving. Susan reached across the table and squeezed my hand. Good. That's the correct response. I called Daniel back, putting him on speaker so Susan could hear. How'd you find out? I asked. She posted about it. Not directly, but one of those vague, sometimes the hardest decisions are the right ones posts with a photo of her looking sad in golden hour lighting. Someone commented asking if she was okay, and she said she'd made the difficult choice to file for divorce. Susan made a noise that was half laugh, half disbelief. She made the difficult choice. SH made it. That's Sabrina, I said, rewriting history until she's always the protagonist making brave choices instead of the chaos goblin facing consequences. Chaos goblin, Daniel repeated. I'm using that. That's perfect. We talk logistics for a bit. I need to get a lawyer, deal with paperwork, figure out what to do about our apartment and our stuff and all the boring administrative tasks that come with untangling a life. But none of it felt urgent or scary. It just felt like items on a to-do list, and I was good at to-do lists. After we hung up, Susan closed her laptop and gave me a look I'd come to recognize as her real talk incoming face. So, she said, what are you going to do long term? I mean, honestly, I have no idea. Get divorced, obviously. Probably find a new apartment since ours has wine stains and bad memories. Keep working. Keep existing. Maybe get a therapist to unpack why I spent 3 years in a relationship that made me miserable. Those are all good plans, Susan said carefully. But what do you want? Not what you should do or what's responsible or what makes sense. What do you actually want? I thought about it, watching the street outside the cafe, tourists taking photos, locals going about their day, the whole world just spinning along without needing my input or permission. I want to keep feeling like this, I said finally. Not the divorce part or the drama part, but this part, the part where I wake up and my first thought isn't, what crisis do I need to manage today? I want to keep working remotely sometimes. I want to travel more. I want to have breakfast with people who make me laugh instead of people who make me anxious. Those are achievable wants, Susan said, smiling. Are they though? Or is this just some temporary Mexico magic that'll disappear the second I get back to real life? Real life is what you make it. You've been living in Sabrina's version of real life for 3 years. Time to build your own version. Over the next few weeks, I did exactly that. I found a divorce lawyer who came highly recommended and who upon hearing my story said, yeah, this should be pretty straightforward. She doesn't have much of a leg to stand on legally or morally. I started apartment hunting online, looking at places that were just mine. 1 bedroom because I didn't need space for someone else's pottery wheel or impulse purchases. Near a park because I discovered I actually liked running when I wasn't too stressed to remember I had legs. I called my family and actually talked to them instead of just giving them surface level updates designed to avoid questions about my marriage. Turned out they were pretty great when I wasn't using all my energy pretending everything was fine. And I spent time with Susan. Not dating exactly because neither of us was ready to label what we were doing. But we were doing something and that something felt healthy and easy and nothing like the complicated mess I just escaped. One evening about 3 weeks before I was planning to fly home. We were sitting on the beach watching the sunset. It had become our thing. This daily ritual of watching the sky do its dramatic performance in shades of orange and pink and purple. You know what I realized? Susan said, drawing patterns in the sand with her finger. This is the longest I've hung out with someone without wanting to run away. Is that a compliment or are you setting up an elaborate joke? It's a compliment, you weirdo. I like hanging out with you. You're the only person I've met in years who doesn't make me feel like I need to be on all the time. Right back at you, I said. You're like the human embodiment of not needing to try too hard. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. We sat in comfortable silence for a while, and I thought about how different this felt from sitting with Sabrina. With her, silence meant she was plotting something or upset about something or about to announce she'd made a major life decision without consulting me. With Susan, silence was just silence, peaceful, easy, not requiring translation or management. So, she said eventually, you're going back in 3 weeks. Yeah. And then what? And then I start my actual life. The one where I'm not a supporting character in someone else's chaos show. Think you'll miss Mexico? Absolutely. But I think I'll miss this version of me more if I don't take him home with me. Susan smiled. Good answer. My phone buzzed one more time. A text from Sabrina, the first one in days. I hope you're happy. You got what you wanted. I read it then showed it to Susan who rolled her eyes so hard I worried they might get stuck. You got what you wanted, she quoted. Like you wanted any of this. Like you secretly hoped your wife would abandon you in Mexico so you could have an extended vacation. Should I respond? What would you say? I thought about it, watching the sun sink lower toward the horizon. There were a lot of things I could say. I could point out that she was the one who filed for divorce. I could remind her that she started this whole mess. I could list every single thing she'd done wrong over 3 years and document exactly how we got here. But instead, I just deleted the message and put my phone away. Nothing, I said to Susan. There's nothing to say that would make a difference. Look at you being emotionally mature and stuff. I'm so proud. I learned from the best, I said, bumping her shoulder with mine. We watched the rest of the sunset in silence, and I realized something. Sabrina thought she'd left me behind when she took that flight at 6 a.m. 3 weeks ago. She thought she was teaching me some kind of lesson or pulling off the prank of the century or whatever backwards logic had convinced her that abandoning your spouse was comedy gold. But really, she just freed me. Freed me from thinking I needed to fix everything. From believing that love meant accepting chaos, from the exhausting work of making excuses for inexcusable behavior. She'd freed me to find out who I was when I wasn't busy being her safety net. And that person, he was sitting on a beach in Mexico, watching the sunset with someone who made him laugh without making him anxious, making plans for a life that didn't require crisis management or damage control. That person was doing pretty damn good. You know what's funny? I said to Susan as the last bit of sun disappeared below the horizon, what? She thought abandoning me would be hilarious. And honestly, it kind of was, just not in the way she expected. Susan laughed. That real laugh I'd come to love over the past month. That's the spirit. Turn your trauma into comedy. Very healthy. I learned that from you, too. I'm a terrible influence. The best kind. We walked back to the hotel as the stars started coming out. And I thought about how 3 weeks ago I'd been a man holding a half-eaten mango barefoot in a robe, wondering if his marriage counted as kidnapping or just stupidity with sunscreen. Now I was just a man who'd survived, learned, grown, and come out the other side with better boundaries and an appreciation for really good tacos. Sabrina had tried to make me the punchline of her joke, but the joke was on her because I'd never been happier in my entire life. And that, my friends, was absolutely hilarious. Story 2. My daughter whispered into the phone. Dad, Mom's boyfriend and his friends are here. They're drunk and betting on who will spend the night with me. He said, "You're thousands of miles away and can't help." I heard a man laugh. "Your dad abandoned you, sweetie." I told her, "Lock your door." 10 minutes. I called my lieutenant. "Bring everyone. The address I'm sending." When we arrived, her boyfriend saw the convoy and wet himself. Chapter 1. The distance between. Jeremiah Phillips stood at the edge of Camp Pendleton's shooting range. The Pacific wind carrying the sharp smell of gunpowder and sea salt. At 42, he carried himself with the practiced stillness of a man who'd learned long ago that economy of movement kept you alive. 20 years in the Marine Corps. The last 8 as a master sergeant leading force reconnaissance units had carved away everything soft from both his body and his mind. His phone buzz. A text from Emily, his 14-year-old daughter. "Dad, can I come stay with you this weekend, please?" Jeremiah felt a familiar ache in his chest. 3 years since the divorce and every message from Emily still felt like a lifeline thrown across an impossible distance. He typed back quickly. "Of course, sweetheart, I'll pick you up Friday after school." He pocketed the phone and turned to find Kyle Holt as his second in command, watching him with knowing eyes. Kyle was 36, built like a linebacker with a mind sharp enough to have earned him a slot in intelligence if he hadn't preferred the field. "Emily?" Kyle asked. "Yeah, wanna come out this weekend. 4th time this month." Kyle's tone carried no judgment, just observation. "Everything okay?" Jeremiah's jaw tightened. "Christine says everything's fine, but Emily keeps asking to come here more and more." "Your ex remarried?" "No, but she's been seeing someone for about 6 months. Guy named Shane Schroeder. Emily doesn't talk about him much." Kyle nodded slowly. "Kids are smarter than we give them credit for. They know when something's wrong before we do." "Yeah." Jeremiah watched the sun dip toward the horizon. "That's what worries me." The divorce had been inevitable looking back. Christine Cooley, she'd taken back her maiden name within months. Had married a 22-year-old Marine fresh out of officer training. She'd been 20, working as a medical receptionist in Oceanside with dreams of starting a family and building a normal life. But normal was impossible with a man whose job description included infiltrate hostile territory and conduct direct action raids. Jeremiah had missed Emily's birth, trapped behind enemy lines in Helmand Province. He missed her first steps, her first day of school, countless Christmas mornings. He'd come home from deployments a stranger in his own house. Carrying shadows Christine couldn't see, and wounds he couldn't explain. The argument started small. Christine wanted him to leave the Corps, take a desk job, be present. Jeremiah tried to explain that being a Marine wasn't what he did. It was who he was. The compromise never came. The distance between them grew until it became a chasm neither could cross. When they finally signed the papers, Christine had been reasonable about custody. She knew Jeremiah loved Emily fiercely, even if he struggled to show it the way a civilian father might. Joint custody with Emily, primarily living with Christine in Oceanside while Jeremiah took her every other weekend and throughout the summer. For 2 years, it worked. Then Christine met Shane Schroeder. Friday afternoon, Jeremiah pulled up outside Christine's house in his black Ford F-250. The neighborhood was middle class, comfortable, tract homes with small yards, basketball hoops in driveways, American flags on porches. Christine's house sat at the end of a cul-de-sac, the lawn slightly overgrown. Emily burst through the front door before he'd fully parked. Her backpack bouncing against her shoulders. She was growing up too fast, already taller than her mother with Jeremiah's dark hair and Christine's expressive eyes. But something was different today. The smile, she didn't quite reach those eyes. "Hey, Dad." She threw her arms around him, holding on longer than usual. "Hey, kiddo." He studied her face. "You okay?" "Yeah, just missed you." She pulled back, glancing at the house. "Can we go? Don't you want to say goodbye to your mom?" "She's not here. She's at Shane's place." Jeremiah felt a flicker of irritation. "She knew I was picking you up." "I know." Emily climbed into the truck quickly, as if eager to leave. As they pulled away, Jeremiah caught sight of a silver Dodge Charger parked across the street, its windows tinted dark. Something about it felt wrong. But before he could process the feeling, Emily was chattering about her week at school, and he let himself be pulled into her stories. That night at his apartment on base, they ordered pizza and watched movies, their ritual. But Jeremiah noticed how Emily kept checking her phone, her expression tightening each time. "Something going on?" he asked during a commercial break. Emily hesitated. "Mom's been acting weird lately." "Weird how?" "She's just different, more nervous. Shane's around a lot now, like all the time." "You don't like him?" Emily chose her words carefully. "He's nice to me when Mom's around. But when she's not," she trailed off. Jeremiah's instincts, honed by years of reading enemy behavior, went on high alert. "But when she's not, what?" "He just says weird things like comments about how I look or what I'm wearing. And he has these friends who come over sometimes. They drink a lot and get loud." "Has he ever touched you inappropriately?" "No, nothing like that. It's just the way he looks at me sometimes. It makes me uncomfortable." Jeremiah kept his voice level, though. Fury was building behind his ribs. "Why haven't you told your mom?" "I tried. She said I was being dramatic. That Shane's just trying to be friendly and I'm not giving him a chance." Emily's voice cracked. "She really likes him, Dad. I don't want to ruin things for her." "Emily, listen to me." Jeremiah turned to face her fully. "Your safety and comfort are more important than anyone's feelings, including your mother's. If this guy makes you uncomfortable, that matters. Promise you will make a big deal out of it. I don't want Mom to be mad at me." Jeremiah promised, but he was already planning. First thing Monday, he'd have a conversation with Christine. And if that didn't work, he'd find another way to handle Shane Schroeder. Chapter 2. Shadows in Plain Sight. Monday morning, Jeremiah called Christine before his first training session. She answered on the fourth ring, her voice distracted. "Jeremiah, is Emily okay?" "She's fine. I dropped her at school an hour ago. We need to talk about Shane." A pause. "What about him?" "Emily says he makes her uncomfortable. Says things that are inappropriate." "Oh God, not this again." Christine's tone shifted to exasperation. "She told me the same thing last week. Shane's been nothing but kind to her. She's just having trouble adjusting to me dating someone." "That's not what this is." She said he comments on her appearance, the way she dresses. He told her she looked nice before school once. "That's being polite, Jeremiah. You're reading malice into normal human interaction." "My gut says otherwise." "Your gut has been wrong before." The words landed like a slap. "You see threats everywhere because that's what you're trained to do. But Shane is a good man. He works in automotive sales. He treats me well and he's been patient with Emily even though she's been cold to him." Jeremiah gripped the phone tighter. "Just keep an eye on the situation. That's all I'm asking. I am her mother. I don't need you telling me how to protect my daughter." Christine hung up. Jeremiah stood there for a long moment staring at his phone. Then he opened a new message thread and typed a name. Thomas Faulkner. Tommy Faulkner was a staff sergeant in intelligence, a specialist in surveillance and information gathering. He was also someone who owed Jeremiah his life. Jeremiah had pulled him out of an ambush in Fallujah 7 years ago, taking shrapnel in the process. "Need a favor? Personal matter? Got time for coffee?" The response came within minutes. "Always name the place." They met at a diner in Oceanside. Tommy sliding into the booth across from Jeremiah with his usual easy smile. He was lean and wiry with a kind of forgettable face that made him perfect for intelligence work. "What's going on?" Tommy asked after they'd ordered. Jeremiah laid it out. Emily's discomfort, Christine's dismissal, his own instinct screaming danger. Tommy listened without interrupting, his expression growing serious. "You want me to look into this Shane guy? Deep background, everything. Employment, finances, criminal history, associates. I need to know who he is. If I find something, then I deal with it." Tommy nodded. "Give me 72 hours. The call came on Thursday night. Jeremiah was reviewing training reports when his phone lit up with Tommy's number. "Talk to me," Jeremiah answered. "Shane Schroeder is bad news." Tommy's voice was grim. "Real name is Shane Allen Schroeder, 38 years old. He does work in automotive sales, but that's mostly a front. Guy's got a juvenile record that was sealed. Assault charges when he was 17. As an adult, he's been arrested twice for domestic violence. Once for possession with intent to distribute, plea bargained down each time." Jeremiah's hand tightened on the phone. "Current associates, that's where it gets interesting. He runs with a crew. Lel Dodge and Guy Herrera. Both have records. Dodge did time for armed robbery. Herrera for aggravated assault. They're not major players, but they're connected to some nasty people. Word is they're into small-time drug distribution. Maybe some loan sharking. And Christine has no idea. Apparently not. Schroeder's good at playing normal. Keeps his criminal separate from his legitimate life." Tommy paused. "There's more. I found something on his social media hidden pretty well, but it's there. Pictures of teenage girls. Nothing illegal by itself, but the way he talks about them in private messages." Tommy's disgust was palpable. "The guy's a predator, Jeremiah. He gravitates toward single mothers with daughters." The world went very still. "Send me everything." "Already done. Check your encrypted email." Tommy's voice softened. "What are you going to do?" "Whatever I have to." Jeremiah spent the next 2 days building a case. Tommy's information was damning, but he needed more. He needed something concrete enough to force Christine to see the truth. He reached out to Ross Russell, another member of his unit who had friends in local law enforcement. Ross was 34, methodical and patient with connections throughout Southern California's police departments. "Can you give me current surveillance on Shane Schroeder?" Jeremiah asked. "Nothing official. Just see if any of your buddies in Oceanside PD are watching him." Ross made some calls. The answer came back within hours. Oceanside PD had Schroeder on their radar as part of a larger investigation into drug distribution networks, but didn't have enough for an arrest yet. They were building a case. "They're moving slow," Ross reported, "trying to work their way up the chain. Schroeder's a middleman, not the prize." "How long until they move?" "Could be months, maybe longer." Jeremiah didn't have months. Emily was living in that house, exposed to Schroeder and his associates. Every day was a risk. He made a decision. Friday afternoon, he called Christine again. "I have information about Shane you need to see," he said without preamble. "Jeremiah, please don't start. He has a criminal record, domestic violence, drug charges. He runs with dangerous people. I have documentation." "Does it matter?" "It's true. I can prove it." Silence. "Then where did you get this?" "Does it matter?" "It's true. I can prove it. You had someone investigate him." Christine's voice rose. "You had no right. I have every right when it comes to Emily's safety. You're paranoid and controlling. This is exactly why we got divorced." But there was uncertainty creeping into her voice now. "Send me what you have." Jeremiah did. An hour later, his phone rang. "Some of this is sealed juvenile stuff," Christine said quietly. "How did you even get it?" "I have resources." "Christine, this man is dangerous. You need to end this relationship." "I'll talk to him. Ask him about it." "Don't." The word came out sharp. "If he's as dangerous as I think, confronting him could escalate things. Just end it. Make up an excuse if you have to. I can handle my own relationships, Jeremiah." "Can you?" "Because from where I'm standing, you're putting our daughter at risk for a man you barely know." Christine hung up again, but this time Jeremiah thought he'd gotten through. He was wrong. Chapter 3. The call. Saturday morning. Christine sent Jeremiah a tour message. "I talked to Shane. He explained everything. Old mistakes, bad influences, but he's changed. I believe him. Please stop interfering in my life." Jeremiah stared at the message in disbelief. Schroeder had talked his way out of it. Of course, he had. Predators were always charming, always had explanations. He tried calling. Christine didn't answer. He sent messages. No response. By Sunday, she blocked his number for everything except emergency contacts related to Emily. Kyle found him in the gym that evening working out his frustration on a heavy bag. "You look like you're about to kill someone," Kyle observed. Jeremiah threw a combination jab, cross, hook that made the bag swing violently. Christine won't listen. Schroeder's got her convinced he's reformed. "So, what's your play?" "I don't have one. I can't get a restraining order with what I have. It's all circumstantial. Can't prove immediate danger. All I can do is document everything and hope Christine sees sense before something happens. And Emily, she's supposed to come stay with me next weekend. I'll talk to her then. See if things have gotten worse." Kyle watched him throw another combination. "You ever think about just taking her? Keeping her here every day? But that's kidnapping. I'd lose custody permanently. Probably end up in prison. Then Emily would be stuck there with no one to protect her." "Systems," Kyle muttered. "Yeah, Jeremiah. I hit the bag again. But it's the system we have." The week dragged. Jeremiah threw himself into work, leading his unit through complex training scenarios. But his mind was always partially elsewhere. He called Emily every night, listening carefully to the tone of her voice, searching for signs of distress. Thursday night, she sounded strained. "Mom and Shane had a fight about you." "What kind of fight?" "Shane said you were trying to ruin their relationship. That you were spreading lies about him." Mom defended him, but she seemed upset. "Then some of Shane's friends came over and they all got drunk. I stayed in my room." "Lel and Guy, how did you?" "Yeah, those guys. They're creepy. Dad, they stare at me." "Listen to me carefully. Keep your door locked when they're there. If you feel unsafe at any point, you call 911 first, then you call me. Understand? You're scaring me." "Good. I need you scared enough to be careful. Promise me, Emily." "I promise." Friday evening, Jeremiah was in a planning session with his command when his phone buzzed. Emily's name on the screen. He excused himself and answered, "Hey, kiddo. I'm about to leave to pick you." "Dad." Her voice was barely a whisper. "Wrong. Everything about it was wrong. Dad, I need help." Jeremiah was already moving, heading for his truck. "What's happening?" "Mom went out. Shane's here with Lowell and Guy. They're drunk. Really drunk," and there her breath hitched. "They're talking about me," Shane said. "He said, since I cause problems, I owe him. They're betting on who gets to spend the night with me." In my room, the world crystallized into perfect terrible clarity. Jeremiah's training took over, suppressing the rage, threatening to overwhelm him, channeling it into cold calculation. "Where are you right now?" "Bathroom. I locked the door. They don't know I called you." "Good girl. Listen, go to your bedroom. Lock that door. Push your dresser in front of it if you can. I need you to barricade yourself in." "Dad. Shane said you're thousands of miles away. That you can't help me." Her voice broke. "I heard one of them laugh. He said you abandoned me. I didn't abandon you and I'm 23 minutes away, but I need you to be strong for me. Can you do that?" "Yes. Go lock yourself in." "I'm coming." He heard her moving. Heard the bathroom door open. Then a male voice in the background slurred and ugly. "Where you going, sweetie?" "Party's just getting started." 10 minutes. Jeremiah told her, even though it was impossible. "Hold on for 10 minutes." He hung up and immediately called Kyle. "Get everyone, the whole unit. Christine's address right now." "What's happening?" "Emily is in immediate danger. 3 adult males intoxicated making sexual threats. I need overwhelming force." Kay didn't hesitate on it. 5 minutes. Jeremiah's next call was to Ross. "Contact your buddies at Oceanside PD. Tell them there's a sexual assault in progress at Christine Cooley's address. Tell them Schroeder and his crew are there. Tell them to roll every car they have." Done. Jeremiah was in his truck now. Engine roaring to life. He pulled his personal sidearm from the locked box under his seat. A 6-hour P226 he'd carried through 3 combat deployments. Check the magazine. 15 rounds, 1 in the chamber. He drove like hell was chasing him, blowing through stop signs, hitting speeds that would have gotten him arrested if anyone had tried to stop him. His phone rang. "Kyle, we're rolling. 8 vehicles, 22 personnel, ETA to target. 6 minutes from now. I'll be there in 4. Wait for us, Jeremiah. Don't go in alone." "Can't promise that." Christine's quiet suburban street had never seen anything like the convoy that descended on it 4.5 minutes later. Jeremiah's truck led the way, followed by a procession of military vehicles, tactical trucks, personal vehicles, even a Humvee that Kyle had somehow requisitioned. 22 Marines in various stages of uniform, many still in workout clothes, all armed and looking like the wrath of God made flesh. Jeremiah barely had a truck in park before he was out, weapon drawn, moving toward the house. He could see light through the windows. Hear music playing too loud. Kyle appeared at his shoulder. Slow down. We do this right. My daughter is counting on you to be smart. We go in hard, but we go in smart. Jeremiah took a breath. Let the training reassert itself. Ross and Thomas, cover the back. Kyle, you're with me. Front door. Everyone else, establish a perimeter. No one leaves. They moved with practiced precision. Jeremiah reached the front door, tried the handle. Locked. He didn't bother knocking, just kicked it in. The frame splintering with a satisfying crack. The scene inside was exactly what Emily had described. Shane Schroeder, Lowell Dodge, and Guy Herrera were in the living room, bottles and glasses everywhere, poker chips on the coffee table. All three men turned, shock and fear flooding their faces as they saw armed Marines pouring through the door. Shane recovered first, trying to bluster. What the hell is this? You can't just shut up. Jeremiah's voice was arctic. Where's my daughter? Your daughter? I don't know what you're talking about. Christine's not here. And Jeremiah crossed the room in 3 strides and put his gun under Shane's chin. I'm going to ask one more time. Where is Emily? Upstairs. Shane gasped. Her room. But we didn't do anything. I swear. Kyle moved past them, taking the stairs 3 at a time. Jeremiah heard him call out. Emily, it's Kyle. Holt, your dad's friend. You're safe now. A door opened. Jeremiah heard his daughter's voice, shaking but alive. Where's my dad? Right here, sweetheart. Jeremiah didn't take his eyes off Shane. Kyle's going to bring you down. Don't look at these men. Kyle appeared at the top of the stairs with Emily, who looked small and terrified. He kept himself between her and the 3 men, guiding her quickly to the front door where other Marines waited to take her outside. Only when she was out of the house did Jeremiah remove the gun from Shane's throat. He holstered it, then grabbed Shane by the shirt and hauled him to his feet. You made a mistake, Jeremiah said quietly. You threatened my daughter. You thought I was too far away that I couldn't touch you. You were wrong. Shane's earlier bravado was gone, replaced by genuine terror. Looking at Jeremiah's face, he saw his own death reflected back. Look, man, we were just drunk, just talking, we weren't going to actually. Jeremiah hit him. One punch, perfectly placed, breaking Shane's nose and dropping him to the floor. Blood poured down Shane's face as he curled up, whimpering. Get them out of here, Jeremiah told Kyle. Police are on the way. As if on cue, sirens wailed in the distance. Getting closer. Jeremiah walked outside to find Emily wrapped in a blanket someone had found, surrounded by protective Marines who were treating her like she was their own daughter. When she saw him, she broke free and ran into his arms. I knew you'd come, she sobbed into his chest. I knew it. Always, he promised, holding her tight. I'll always come for you. The Oceanside police arrived 3 minutes later, multiple units with lights blazing. The lead officer took in the scene. Military vehicles, armed personnel, 3 men in the house looking like they'd been through a war and wisely decided to sort it all out at the station. Shane, Lel, and Guy were arrested on charges of making terroristic threats against a minor, child endangerment, and public intoxication. The fact that Oceanside PD already had them under investigation for drug-related activities meant they weren't going anywhere soon. Christine arrived 20 minutes later, panic-stricken. Whatever Shane had told her about where he'd be that night, it clearly wasn't getting drunk with my criminal buddies and terrorizing your daughter. The scene that followed was ugly. Christine tried to defend Shane at first. There must be a misunderstanding until one of the officers pulled her aside and explained exactly what had happened, what her daughter had heard. What would have happened if Jeremiah hadn't arrived? Jeremiah watched the realization hit her, watched her face crumble. She looked at him across the lawn, and for the first time in years, he saw real remorse in her eyes. But it was too late for apologies. Emily was standing next to him, still shaking. And nothing Christine said would change what had almost happened under her roof. Chapter 4, Aftermath and Awakening. The Oceanside Police Department's interview room smelled of stale coffee and industrial cleaner. Jeremiah has sat in one while Emily gave her statement in another with a victim advocate and female detective present. He'd insisted on recording everything, every word Emily said, every detail of the threats she'd heard. Detective Maria Bowen handled Emily's interview with impressive patience. She was mid-40s with kind eyes that had seen too much but hadn't hardened completely. Afterward, she joined Jeremiah in his room. Your daughter's incredibly brave, Bowen said, sitting across from him. Her statement is detailed and consistent. Schroeder and his associates are looking at serious charges. Conspiracy to commit sexual assault of a minor, child endangerment, criminal threats. The DA is going to have a field day with this. What about the drug investigation? Ross mentioned. Bowen raised an eyebrow. How do you know about that? I have resources. She studied him for a moment. The investigation is ongoing. This incident might actually help us move faster. Schroeder and his buddies are in custody now, and their bail is going to be astronomical given the charges. While they're locked up, we can move on the drug angle without worrying about them running. Good. There's something else. Bowen pulled out a file. When we searched the house, we found Schroeder's phone. He wasn't smart enough to lock it before we arrived. They're messages, photos. This guy's been grooming your daughter for weeks. Nothing physical happened, but the intent was clear. He's done this before. Jeremiah felt ice in his veins before. We're pulling records from his previous relationships. 3 other single mothers, all with teenage daughters. Same pattern. Befriend the mother, slowly isolate the daughter, make inappropriate comments, escalate. One case, the daughter ran away rather than report what was happening. Another, the mother broke up with him before he could act. Your daughter's the first one who had the courage to call for help because she knew I'd come. You save her life tonight, Mr. Phillips. Bowen closed the file. But I'll be honest with you, what happens next is complicated. Your ex-wife is going to face questions about her judgment, possibly charges related to child endangerment for leaving Emily alone with these men. CPS will be involved. This is going to get messy. I want full custody. I'm not a family court judge, but if I were, you'd have it. Your ex-wife enabled this situation. Even if unintentionally, you stopped it. The courts will take that into account. Christine was in a different interview room and Jeremiah could hear her voice through the walls, defensive at first, then breaking down as the reality crashed over her. She'd been played, manipulated by a predator who saw her as a doorway to her daughter. When they finally let everyone go at 2 a.m., Christine approached Jeremiah in the parking lot. Her eyes were red from crying, her face haggard. I didn't know. She whispered. Jeremiah, I swear I didn't know. You didn't want to know. I told you he was dangerous. I gave you proof. You chose to believe him over me. Over Emily. He was so convincing. He had explanations for everything. He made me feel like I was being paranoid. That's what predators do, Christine. They gaslight. They manipulate. And you let him. She flinched. What happens now? Now CPS investigates. Family court reviews custody and I make damn sure Emily never has to be afraid in her own home again. You're taking her from me. You lost her the moment you chose Shane Schroeder over your daughter's safety. Jeremiah started to walk away, then stopped. I don't hate you, Christine, but I'll never trust you with Emily again. You're going to have to live with that. Emily stayed with Jeremiah that night, curled up on his couch under a Marine Corps blanket. He sat in a chair nearby, watching over her, his mind racing through everything that had happened. At dawn, Kay showed up with coffee and breakfast sandwiches. How is she? Kyle asked quietly. Sleeping finally. Nightmares though. She woke up 3 times. She's going to need therapy. Already on it. I called a counselor who specializes in trauma. Former Navy psychologist. She's seeing Emily this afternoon. Kyle handed him a coffee. The guys are asking about her. Want to know if she needs anything. Jeremiah felt emotion tighten his throat. His unit. These hard men who'd seen combat, who'd killed enemies and watched brothers die, were worried about his teenage daughter. Tell them, thanks. Tell them she's alive because of them. They know. They also know you'd have gone in alone if you had to. Damn right I would. Which is why we're never letting you go anywhere alone again. Kyle grinned. You're stuck with us now. All 22 of us are Emily's unofficial uncle battalion. Despite everything, Jeremiah smiled. The next week was a blur of legal meetings, counseling sessions, and damage control. CPS interviewed Emily extensively, but concluded that Jeremiah's home was safe and appropriate. Christine underwent her own investigation and while she wasn't charged criminally, she was required to complete parenting classes and undergo a psychological evaluation. The family court hearing for emergency custody modification happened 8 days after the incident. Judge Marissa Russell, no relation to Ross, though the coincidence was noted, reviewed the case with a stern expression. Mr. Phillips, she said, your military record is exemplary. Your response to your daughter's emergency was appropriate and possibly life-saving. Miss Cooley, your judgment in this matter was catastrophically poor. I'm granting Mr. Phillips full physical custody of Emily, effective immediately. Miss Cooley, You'll have supervised visitation once weekly until such time as the court determines you've addressed the issues that led to this situation. Christine didn't fight it. She signed the papers with shaking hands, her eyes never leaving Emily's face. Outside the courthouse, Emily hugged her mother. "I still love you, Mom, but I can't live with you anymore." "I know," Christine whispered. "I'm so sorry, baby. I'm so sorry." Shane Schroeder, Lel Dodge, and Guy Herrera remained in custody. Their bail set at $500,000 each, an impossible amount for men who dealt drugs and ran cons. While they sat in jail, Detective Bowen and her team worked the drug investigation. 2 weeks after the incident, Bowen called Jeremiah. "We moved on Schroeder's suppliers," she said. "Took down a distribution network operating out of Carlsbad. Seized $500,000 in drugs, arrested 14 people. Schroeder was the link we needed." "Is that going to stick?" "Oh, yeah. Federal charges now. DA's involved. Schroeder's looking at 10 to 15 years minimum. More if we can prove his involvement in a larger conspiracy. Add the charges related to Emily and he'll die in prison." Jeremiah should have felt satisfaction. He didn't. He felt empty. "He's not the only one," he said. "Bone, you said he'd done this before. What about those other girls?" "We're reaching out to them, building a pattern of behavior case. If they're willing to testify, they'll need protection, support, we're working on it." After hanging up, Jeremiah sat in his office staring at nothing. Emily was safe. Shane was go to prison. Justice, such as it was, would be served. But it didn't feel like enough. That night, Tommy Fulner stopped by with a six-pack and concern in his eyes. "You look like shit," Tommy observed. "Thanks, Emily. Doing better getting there. She has nightmares. Doesn't like being alone, but she's tough. She'll come through this." "And you," Jeremiah, took a long pull of beer. "I keep thinking about what almost happened. If she hadn't called, if I'd been on deployment, if I'd hesitated for even a minute. But you didn't. You acted. You saved her this time. But what about all the other girls Schroeder targeted? What about the ones who didn't have someone like me to call? The system's supposed to protect them, Tommy. It failed. The system's broken. We both know that. So, what do we do about it?" Tommy was quiet for a moment. "What are you asking me?" "I'm asking if justice is enough. Schroeder goes to prison eventually, but the guys above him, the network that enabled this, they're still out there, still operating." "You're talking about something outside the law." "Maybe I am," Tommy said down his beer. "That's a dangerous road, Jeremiah. I walked dangerous roads in Helmand and Fallujah and a dozen other places where the rules didn't apply. Maybe it's time to walk one here." "For what?" "Revenge. For prevention. So no other girl has to go through what Emily did." Tommy looked at him for a long moment. "Then if you decide to walk that road, you won't walk it alone." Chapter 5. Patterns in the Darkness. 3 weeks after the incident, Emily was settling into her new life on base. She'd enrolled in Oceanside High School, close enough that Jeremiah could drop her off and pick her up each day. The routine helped predictability, safety, the knowledge that her father was always within reach. But Jeremiah couldn't settle. Every time he looked at his daughter, he thought about the other victims, the ones Bowen had mentioned, the ones Shane had successfully isolated, manipulated, hurt. He started researching using the skills Tommy had taught him over years of intelligence work. Shane Schroeder's pattern emerged clearly. Meets single mothers at automotive dealerships where he worked charmed them moving fast. Always women with teenage daughters. Always the same slow escalation. There were 5 cases in the past 8 years. Margaret Haas in El Cajon. Her daughter Taylor ran away at 15 rather than tell her mother what Shane had done. Taylor spent 2 years homeless before Margaret found her. Johan Khan in Chula Vista broke up with Shane after 3 months when she caught him watching her daughter sleep. Never reported it because she felt ashamed. Carrie Shepard in Escondido. Shane lived with him for 4 months before Carr's daughter Lee tried to kill herself. Only then did Carrie learn about the inappropriate touching, the threats to hurt Carrie if Lee told Fran McLean in San Marcos. Shane groomed her daughter Catherine for 6 months before the girl broke down and told a school counselor. By then Shane had already moved on. Christine Cooley in Oceanside Emily 5 families, 5 traumatized girls, and those were just the ones Jeremiah could find. How many others had there been? How many that never came to light? Detective Bowen was building a case, but it was slow. The earlier incidents were years old. Evidence was scarce and the victims were reluctant to come forward. Some had moved away, tried to escape the memories. Others simply wanted to forget. It's not enough for additional charges. Bowen admitted when Jeremiah pressed her. Shane will go down for what he did to Emily and the drug charges, but the other girls, their cases are too old, too circumstantial. So, he gets away with it. He's going to prison. Mr. Phillips, that's not getting away with it. It's not enough. Bowen's eyes hardened. I understand your anger, but vigilante justice isn't justice. It's just more violence. Jeremiah said nothing. But he heard what she didn't say. Don't do anything stupid. Too late. He was already planning. The problem was simple. Shane Schroeder was a symptom, not the disease. He'd operated with impunity for years because he understood the system's weaknesses. Predators like him always did. They knew how to pick vulnerable targets, how to isolate them, how to exploit the gaps between law enforcement's jurisdiction and family court's authority. But Shane wasn't working entirely alone. The drug investigation had revealed a larger network: suppliers, distributors, money launderers, and Tommy's digging had uncovered something more interesting. Several of Shane's associates were also targeting single mothers and their children. Not sexually necessarily, but running various scams and cons that exploited these families' vulnerability. It was an ecosystem of predators feeding off the weak. There's a guy named Leonard Cherry. Tommy told Jeremiah over encrypted messaging. Shane's main supplier. Cherry runs a bigger operation. Drugs, stolen goods, identity theft. Uses people like Shane as groundle operators. Cherry's smart though. Keeps his hands clean. Layers of insulation between him and the street. Where is he? Carlsbad runs a legitimate import-export business. Detective Bowen's team knows about him, but can't touch him yet. He's the big fish they're trying to catch. Jeremiah studied the information Tommy sent. Leonard Cherry, 46, with a record stretching back to his 20s. Assault, fraud, racketeering. Always found a way to beat the charges or plea down to minor sentences. Smart, connected, and ruthless. What about his crew? Jeremiah asked. 2 main enforcers, Aaron Gardner and Dick Taylor. Both ex-military, dishonorably discharged. They handle the rough stuff when Cherry needs muscle. Ex-military. That complicated things. Gardner and Taylor would have training, would know how to fight back. Good. Jeremiah was looking forward to it. Kyle found Jeremiah in the armory, taking inventory of his personal weapons. You're planning something? Kyle said flatly. Just organizing. Kyle closed the door behind him. I've known you for 8 years. I can see it in your eyes. You're not sleeping. You're barely eating and you're doing the thing where you go quiet and intense. Last time I saw you like this was right before Romany. Jeremiah set down the pistol he'd been cleaning. Shane Schroeder hurt 5 girls that we know of, probably more. The man who enabled him, who protected him, is still out there, still operating, still hurting people, and the law is dealing with it. The law is slow. Cherry's still free, still running his operation. How many more kids get hurt while we wait for the system to work? So, what's your plan? Kill him? That makes you a murderer? I don't want to kill him. Jeremiah's voice was cold. I want to dismantle his entire operation. Take away his money, his protection, his power. Leave him exposed so the law can finally touch him. Kay was quiet for a moment. That's still illegal. I know you could lose everything. Your career, your freedom, Emily. I know that, too. Then why? Because Emily was lucky. She had me. The other girls didn't. Someone needs to stop this, Kyle. If not me, then who? Kyle sighed. If you're going to do this, you need to be smart about it. Real smart. No half measures. I know. And you'll need help. You can't take down a criminal network alone. Jeremiah looked up. I'm not asking. I'm not asking either. You saved my life in Kandahar. Time to return the favor. Kyle pulled up a chair. Tell me the plan. The plan took shape over the next week. Ross Russell joined after Kyle brought him in, and Tommy was already committed. Thomas Fulner provided intelligence. Identifying Cher's key vulnerabilities, his cash flow, his distribution network, his corrupt connections. Cherry moves money through a series of shell companies, Tommy explained, spreading documents across Jeremiah's kitchen table. But the actual cash, the dirty money, gets laundered through a check cashing business in Carlsbad. They've got safes, probably $500,000 in cash on site at any given time. Security? Ross asked. Cameras, alarm system, but nothing sophisticated. 2 armed guards at night, both hired through a legitimate security company. Cherry doesn't want to draw attention by having obvious muscle around. What about his enforcers, Gardner and Taylor? They don't live on site. Cherry keeps them close, but not too close. Maintains the appearance of legitimacy. Jeremiah studied the building schematics Tommy had obtained. If we hit the money, we hurt Cherry badly. But it's not enough to take him down completely. No, Kyle agreed. But it gets his attention, forces him to react. And when people react in panic, they make mistakes. We need leverage, Ross said. Something that makes Cherry vulnerable to the law. Evidence, Tommy said. Real hard evidence linking him directly to criminal activity. The kind that even his lawyers can't make disappear. Where would that evidence be? Tommy smiled grimly. Cherry is careful, but he's also arrogant. Keeps records, insurance, he calls it. Leverage on his associates in case they turn on him. Those records would be in his office, probably encrypted, definitely secured. So, we need 2 operations, Jeremiah said. One to hit the money, draw Cherry out. Another to get into his office and extract the evidence. That's risky, Kyle warned. 2 operations means twice the exposure, twice the chance of something going wrong. I know, but if we do this, we do it right. We don't just hurt Cherry, we end him. The planning became more detailed. Jeremiah divided his team. Kyle and Ross would hit the cash business, creating chaos and drawing Cher's attention. Tommy would provide intelligence support and coordination. Jeremiah would go after Cher's office personally. What about Gardner and Taylor? Ross asked. They'll respond to the cash hit. Could be a problem. Let them respond, Kyle said. We'll be in and out before they arrive. And if they do show up, he patted his sidearm when not exactly unprepared. Rules of engagement? Tommy asked. Jeremiah's voice was flat. No killing unless absolutely necessary for self-defense. We're not murderers, but anyone who stands between us and completing the mission goes down hard. Understood? Everyone nodded. We move in 3 days. Jeremiah said Friday night. Cherry usually works late and his security is light as thin. Tommy, I need everything you can get on his office layout, alarm systems, and schedule. Already working on it. Ross, Kyle, map out entry and exit routes for the cash business. Plan for complications on it. And gentlemen, Jeremiah looked at each of them. After this, there's no going back. If we do this and get caught, we all go down. Anyone want out? Now's the time. Nobody moved. All right, then. Jeremiah allowed himself a grim smile. Let's go hunting. Chapter 6. The Money Run. Friday night, arrive cold and clear. Jeremiah stood in the parking lot of a closed strip mall, watching his team make final preparations. Kyle and Ross checked their equipment methodically. Black clothing, tactical gloves, suppressed firearms, breaching tools. It looked like the operators. They were moving with practiced efficiency. Comms check, Tommy said from his position in a surveillance van parked 3 blocks away. His voice came through clearly on their encrypted radio system. Lima 1 check, K responded. Lima 2, check. Ross confirmed. Alpha 1 check. Jeremiah said Overwatch as you all. Target building shows 2 security guards on duty, both in the main office. Cher's vehicle is in his parking spot at the office complex. Gardner and Taylor are at a bar in Encinas. We're monitoring them. Time to move, Jeremiah said. The check cashing business sat in a run-down commercial district squeezed between a laundromat and a closed pawn shop. During the day, it served legitimate customers. But at night, it became something else. A counting house for Cher's dirty money. Kyle and Ross approached from different angles. Using shadows and blind spots to avoid the security cameras Tommy had identified. The alarm system was sophisticated, but not military grade. Ross produced a bypass device, technically illegal, practically invaluable, and attached it to the external junction box. Alarms looped, Ross whispered. System thinks everything's normal. They moved to the rear entrance. Kyle examined the lock, then pulled out a slim pick set. 30 seconds later, the door opened silently. Inside, the smell of old coffee and paper money. They moved through the back hallway, clearing rooms with practiced precision. The building was small. Main customer area, office, and back room where the real business happened. The security guards were watching a movie in the office, feet up, completely complacent. They never saw Kyle and Ross coming. 2 suppressed shots each, beanbag rounds, non-lethal, but devastating. The guards went down hard, unconscious before they hit the floor. Targets neutralized, Kyle reported. Searching for the safes. Back room, northwest corner, Tommy directed. Cherry has 2 safes. One's a decoy. The real one is built into the floor under the desk. They found it exactly where Tommy said. The safe was serious. A steel water 24 gun safe, probably weighing 500 pounds with a combination lock that would take hours to crack properly. Ross pulled out a different tool. A thermalance. This is going to be loud. Do it fast, Jeremiah said over the radio. He was 3 miles away watching Cher's office building. I'm moving on the office in 2 minutes. Ross fired up the thermalance. The cutting torch burned at over 5,000 degrees, eating through the safe steel like butter. Sparks flew. Smoke filled the room, and the noise was tremendous, but it worked. 3 minutes later, the safe door swung open. Inside, stacks of cash rubber banded and organized. A lot of cash. Jackpot. Kyle breathed. Tommy, you were right. Got to be $500,000 here. Pick it all. Jeremiah ordered. Load it in the vehicle. You got maybe 5 minutes before someone responds to the noise. Jeremiah approached Cher's office building from the south. Staying in shadow. The office complex was mostly empty at 11 p.m. A few cars in the lot, a few lights on, but nothing unusual. Cher's import-export business occupied the entire 3rd floor. Tommy had mapped it obsessively. Cher's private office, conference room, record storage, and a reception area. Security was lighter here than at the cash business. Cher relied on subtlety at the office. Brutality on the street. Jeremiah entered through a service entrance Tommy had identified, bypassing the front security cameras. The alarm system yielded to Tommy's bypass codes, and Jeremiah was inside within 90 seconds. Alpha 1 is in, he reported quietly. Copy that, Tommy responded. Cher's in his office, door closed. No movement on other floors. Gardner and Taylor just left the bar. They're heading toward the cash business. How long until they arrive there? 12 minutes. Give or take. Kyle Ross, you copy that? We're loading the last of it now. Kyle said, strain evident in his voice. 2 more minutes and we're mobile. Make it 1 minute. Jeremiah moved through the darkened office complex like a ghost. Years of practice in far more dangerous environments made this almost easy. He reached Cher's office and paused outside the door listening. Cher was on the phone, his voice carrying through the walls. I don't care what your excuse is. The shipment was supposed to arrive yesterday. Get it sorted or find a new supplier. Jeremiah tested the door. Locked, but it was an interior office lock designed for privacy, not security. He slipped a pick into the mechanism and felt the tumblers give way. Cher was at his desk, back to the door, still arguing on the phone. He was a big man, 6'2", maybe 250 pounds, with the build of someone who'd been strong once, but had let it go soft. His desk was immaculate, laptop open, papers organized precisely. Jeremiah waited for Cher to hang up, then stepped inside and closed the door behind him. The soft click of the door made Cher spin around. His face went from annoyance to confusion to fear in rapid succession. Who the hell are you? Cher's hand moved toward a desk drawer. Don't. Jeremiah's voice was soft but absolute. His hand rested on the holstered weapon at his side, not quite drawing it, but making the threat clear. Hands where I can see them. Cher raised his hand slowly. His fear was being replaced by calculation. Jeremiah could see it happening. The predator's mind working through scenarios. You're making a mistake, Cher said. Do you have any idea who I am? What I can do to you? I know exactly who you are, Leonard. You're a predator who preys on vulnerable families. You enable men like Shane Schroeder. You profit from other people's misery. Recognition flickered across Cher's face. You're the military guy, the one who messed up my Oceanside operation. That's right. I'm Jeremiah Phillips and I'm here to shut you down. You think you could just walk in here and your cash business is being robbed right now? $500,000 gone. Your enforcers are about to arrive at an empty building. And I'm here for something more valuable than money. Cher's composure cracked. What? Your insurance files? The records you keep on your associates. All the evidence you've been collecting, thinking it makes you safe. You'll never find them. I don't have to find them. You're going to give them to me. Cher laughed, but it was forced. Or what? Jeremiah pulled out his phone and showed Cher a photo. The inside of the safe, the money being loaded into bags. Or I'll make sure everyone knows you let this happen. How long do you think your associates will trust you after they find out $500,000 just disappeared? How long before they start wondering if you stole it yourself? The blood drained from Cher's face. You can't. Already did. Now the files. You have 30 seconds before I walk out of here and make sure this goes sideways for you in every possible way. Cher's hands trembled as he opened the laptop, typed in a password, and navigated to an encrypted folder. These files go public, people die. My people, your people. Doesn't matter. Good thing they're not going public then. They're going to the DEA, the FBI, and Detective Maria Bowen at Oceanside PD. Let the law sort through your insurance policy. You're insane. You think this makes you a hero? No. It makes me a father who's had enough. Jeremiah plugged in a USB drive. Download everything. Cherry hesitated, then complied. The progress bar crept across the screen. Files transferring damning evidence, copying over financial records, names, addresses, text conversations, photographs. Everything Cherry had collected over years of operating in the shadows. Done, Cherry said finally. Jeremiah pulled the drive, pocketed it. Now the hard drive. What? Take out. I'm not leaving any copies behind. Cherry's jaw tightened, but he obeyed, extracting the hard drive and handing it over. Jeremiah dropped it on the floor and stomped it into pieces. Alpha 1 to all units, he said into his radio. Package acquired, SFIL in 2 minutes. Lima team is clear, Kyle responded. En route to Rally Point. Overwatch shows Gardner and Taylor at the cash business, Tommy added. They're inside now. Not happy. Jeremiah looked at Cherry. You're going to sit here for the next 10 minutes. Don't call anyone. Don't move. Because if you do, I'll make sure the files go to the press instead of law enforcement. Your criminal empire will eat itself alive. This isn't over. Cherry snarled. You're right about that. But it's over for you. Jeremiah headed for the door. Enjoy the time you have left. It's not much. Chapter 7. The trap closes. Detective Bowen's phone rang at 7:00 a.m. Saturday morning. She answered groggy, not recognizing the number. Detective, this is Jeremiah Phillips. She sat up, instantly awake. Mr. Phillips, what can I do for you? Check your office email. I've sent you something important. What kind of something? Evidence. Everything you need to take down Leonard Scher's operation. Financial records, communications, witness testimony, connections to over 30 criminal enterprises. It's all there. Bowen was already moving, pulling on clothes. Where did you get this? Does it matter? It matters if I can't use in court. Chain of custody, Mr. Phillips. If this evidence was obtained illegally, it was obtained by a concerned citizen who stumbled across it. An anonymous tip, detective, that's all you need to know, Jeremiah. Her voice hardened. What did you do? I protected my daughter and made sure the man who enabled her attacker can't hurt anyone else. The rest is up to you. He hung up. Bowen reached her office in 30 minutes, logged in, and opened the email. Her eyes widened as she scrolled through the files. This wasn't just evidence. It was a treasure trove. Years of criminal activity meticulously documented. She called her lieutenant immediately. Sir, we need to move on Leonard Cherry right now. I've got enough here to charge him with RICO violations, drug trafficking, money laundering, and about 20 other felonies. Where did this come from? Anonymous tip. Maria, you know better than to, sir. I've been investigating Cherry for 8 months. Everything in these files corroborates intelligence we already had. This just fills in the gaps and provides documentation. We can verify it independently. A pause. How fast can you verify? Give me 4 hours, then we move. Do it. By noon, Bowen had assembled a task force. DA agents, FBI, local SWAT. They hit Cherry's office and both his residences, simultaneously, executing search warrants that Bowen had gotten a judge to sign in record time. Cherry was arrested without incident, found at his home in Carlsbad. His enforcers, Gardner and Taylor, were picked up at the ransacked cash business, still trying to figure out what had happened to $500,000. The raids made the local news by evening. Major drug operation dismantled, the headlines read. Leonard Cherry's carefully constructed world was collapsing in spectacular fashion. Jeremiah watched the news from his apartment with Emily beside him. She'd been quiet since the rescue, processing trauma with her therapist. But tonight she seemed more present. Is that the man who helped Shane? She asked, pointing at Cher's perp walk on TV. Yes. Will he go to prison? For a very long time, Emily nodded slowly. Good. He can't hurt anyone else then. No, he can't. But Jeremiah's work wasn't done. Cherry's arrest had created a power vacuum, and nature, especially criminal nature, abhor a vacuum. With Cherry gone, his associates were scrambling, trying to figure out what had happened to the money, who had betrayed them, whether the evidence had their names on it. Most importantly, Shane Schroeder was still in jail, awaiting trial, and Jeremiah wanted to make sure that trial went exactly as planned. Monday morning, Jeremiah visited the district attorney's office. He'd made an appointment with the lead prosecutor on Shane's case, a woman named April Curry, known for her aggressive pursuit of sex offenders. Curry was in her mid-30s with intense eyes and a reputation for never losing cases she cared about. She listened as Jeremiah laid out everything he'd found on Shane's previous victims. I've compiled statements from 4 other girls Shane targeted, Jeremiah said, sliding a folder across her desk. Margaret Haas's daughter Taylor, Joanna Kahn's daughter, Carrie Shepard's daughter, Lee, and Fran McLaughlin's daughter, Catherine. They're willing to testify about Shane's pattern of behavior. Curry's eyes gleamed as she reviewed the documents. This is gold. Pattern evidence like this makes Shane's intent undeniable. But, the defense will fight to keep it out. Let them fight. Make sure the jury hears about every girl he hurt. Make sure they understand exactly what kind of predator Shane Schroeder is. I will. But Mr. Phillips, I have to ask, how did you get all this information? Some of these girls never made formal reports. I talked to them. I explained that their stories could help protect other children. They agreed to come forward. You did detective work that law enforcement should have done. I did what I had to do. Shane operated for years, hurting vulnerable girls while the system failed to stop him. Someone needed to connect the dots. Curry leaned back. I'm not complaining. You've handed me a case I can prosecute effectively. Shane Schroeder is going to spend decades in prison, but you've also put yourself at risk. Defense counsel will paint you as a vigilante father with an axe to grind. Let them. Everything I found is true and verifiable. Shane hurt my daughter and 4 others that we know of. If the jury wants to see me as a father who fought to protect children, I'm fine with that. All right. Curry smiled grimly. Let's bury this bastard. The trial began 6 weeks later. Shane's defense attorney, a slick, expensive lawyer named Rick McDowell, tried every trick to get the case dismissed or the evidence suppressed. But April Curry was better. She started with Emily's testimony. Emily took the stand with quiet courage, describing the phone call, the threats, the terror of being trapped in her room while drunken men discussed assaulting her. The jury was visibly disturbed. Then Curry brought forward the other victims one by one. Taylor Haas described running away to escape Shane. Lee Shepard talked about her suicide attempt and the guilt she still carried. Catherine McLaughlin explained the nightmares that still haunted her. By the 3rd day of testimony, several jurors were crying. Shane sat at the defense table looking smaller than he actually was, trying to seem sympathetic, but there was no hiding from the accumulated weight of testimony. Jeremiah attended every day, sitting in the gallery where Shane could see him. Each time Shane glanced back, Jeremiah met his eyes with cold, unwavering intensity. A promise. I'm here. I'm watching. You'll never escape what you did. The jury deliberated for 4 hours. Guilty on all counts. At sentencing, Judge Russell gave Shane the maximum 15 years for the crimes against Emily, plus additional time for each of the other victims who testified. Total 43 years in prison. Mr. Schroeder, the judge said coldly, you were a predator who targeted vulnerable children with calculation and malice. You showed no remorse, no conscience, no humanity. I hope you spend every day of your sentence understanding the lives you destroyed and the pain you caused. This court has no sympathy for you. Shane was led away in shackles. He looked back once, finding Jeremiah in the crowd. Whatever he saw in Jeremiah's face made him blanch and turn away quickly. Outside the courthouse, the victims' families gathered. Margaret Haas pulled Jeremiah aside. Tears streaming down her face. Thank you, she whispered. When you called, when you asked Taylor to testify, she was terrified. But you promised her it would matter, that her story would help protect other girls. And it did. Your daughter's incredibly brave, Jeremiah said, all of them are. They learned from Emily. They saw her courage and found their own. Margaret squeezed his hand. You did more than save your daughter. You saved all of them. That night, Jeremiah took Emily to dinner at her favorite restaurant. She seemed lighter. The weight of testimony and confrontation finally lifted. Is it really over? She asked over dessert. The trial is. Shane's going to prison for a very long time. And the other man? Cherry, his trial is next month, but he's not getting out either. Emily nodded, then looked at her father. You did a lot to make this happen. More than just testifying, Jeremiah chose his words carefully. I did what I needed to do to protect you and make sure justice was served. Did you break the law? He met her eyes. Would it change how you feel about me if I did? Emily thought about it. No. You saved my life, Dad. Whatever you had to do to make sure Shane and his friends couldn't hurt anyone else. I'm glad you did it, sweetheart. That doesn't mean what I did was necessarily right. The law exists for a reason. The law failed, though. Shane hurt other girls before me, and the law didn't stop him. You did. Sometimes protecting the people we love means making hard choices. Choices that have consequences, like losing your career. Jeremiah raised an eyebrow. What makes you think I'd lose my career? I'm 14. Not stupid. I know you did things you're not supposed to do. Kyle and Ross and Thomas helped you. If anyone finds out, then we deal with it. But Emily, I want you to understand something. He reached across the table, taking her hand. I would do it again. Every single thing, every risk, every choice, because you're my daughter, and nothing in this world matters more than keeping you safe. Emily's eyes filled with tears. I love you, Dad. I love you, too, kiddo. Always. Chapter 8. Consequences and Complications. A knock on Jeremiah's door came at 6 a.m. on a Tuesday, 3 weeks after Shane's sentencing. He opened it to find Detective Bowen standing there with 2 FBI agents and a grim expression. Mr. Phillips, we need to talk. Jeremiah stepped aside, letting them in. Emily was still asleep. He'd make sure this conversation happened without her overhearing. They sat in his small living room, the tension thick. Bowen spoke first. The evidence I received against Leonard Cherry, the anonymous tip, the FBI has been analyzing it, tracing its origins, and Jeremiah kept his voice neutral, and they found anomalies. The files were accessed from Cher's computer at a specific time, 11:37 p.m. on the night of September 18th. Security footage from Cher's building shows no one entering or leaving around that time, but the system has a 15-minute gap in the recordings. Convenient. Maybe Cherry gave someone the files himself. Maybe he was trying to make a deal. That's what we thought at first. One of the FBI agents said he was young, intense, with the zealous energy of someone building a career, but Cher's been denying it from day one. Says his office was broken into, his computer accessed without his knowledge. Sounds like a criminal trying to avoid responsibility for his actions. Probably, Bowen said. Except there's more. That same night, Cherry's cash business was robbed. $500,000 gone. 2 security guards were assaulted with non-lethal weapons. The sophistication of the operation suggests military training. Jeremiah said nothing. We also found fiber evidence at both scenes. The other FBI agent said she was older, more seasoned, watching Jeremiah with calculating eyes. Fabric consistent with military-era tactical clothing. And at the cash business, we found a single fingerprint on one of the shell casings from a bean background. Partial print. Not enough for a match by itself, but interesting. Interesting how? Because it's consistent with someone who has military experience, who knows how to operate in high-stress environments, who would have access to specialized equipment. Bowen leaned forward. Jeremiah, I'm going to be direct. We think you and members of your unit conducted an illegal operation against Leonard Cher's businesses. We think you stole the evidence you gave me. And we think you committed multiple felonies in the process. Can you prove any of that? Not yet. The older FBI agent admitted. But we're building a case. We've interviewed your unit members, checked their alibis, reviewed their movements. So far, everyone's story checks out, but maybe a little too perfectly. Sounds like you have a theory, but no evidence. Evidence can be developed. The younger agent's voice had an edge. We're prepared to offer you a deal, Mr. Phillips. Full cooperation. Tell us everything that happened, and we'll recommend reduced charges. Probation instead of prison time. That's generous, considering you just admitted you have no proof I did anything wrong. We'll get the proof, the agent said. It's just a question of time. And when we do, you won't like the outcome. You're looking at breaking and entering assault, theft, interfering with a federal investigation. That's decades in prison. Jeremiah, let the silence stretch. Then am I under arrest? No, Bowen said. Not yet. But I'm asking you, as someone who respects what you did for your daughter, don't make this worse. If you did what we think you did, own it. Take the deal. Detective, I appreciate the warning, but I haven't done anything wrong. If you want to waste time investigating me instead of prosecuting the actual criminals you arrested, that's your choice. But I'm not confessing to crimes I didn't commit. The agents exchanged glances. The older one stood. We'll be in touch, Mr. Phillips. Think carefully about your next moves. After they left, Jeremiah stood at the window, watching their car drive away. This was the complication he'd anticipated but hoped to avoid. The law didn't just go after criminals. Sometimes it came for people who took justice into their own hands. He needed to talk to his team. Kyle, Ross, and Tommy met him at a secure location off base, a storage unit they'd rented under a false name. The 4 men stood in the empty metal room, their voices echoing off the walls. They're building a case, Jeremiah said. Nothing solid yet, but they're digging. We knew this was possible, Ross said calmly. We planned for it. Did we plan well enough? Tommy asked. Because if they flip one of us, we all go down. No one's flipping, Kyle said sharply. We all knew the risks. We all agreed. I'm not questioning anyone's resolve, Tommy clarified. I'm saying we need to be prepared for the pressure. FBI is good at finding cracks and exploiting them. Then we don't give them cracks. Jeremiah said, our stories stay consistent. We were all accounted for that night. Ross was at home with his wife. C was at a bar with witnesses. Tommy was at a movie. And I was on base. Signed into my quarters at 2,100 hours. Alib only hold up under light scrutiny. Ross warned. If they push hard, start pulling security footage, checking cell tower records. They won't find anything. We were careful. No phones during the operation. Cash-only transactions. Vehicles rented under false identities. We did this right. What about the evidence we turned over? Kyle asked if they trace how those files were accessed. The files show Cher's own negligence. He kept years of criminal evidence on an unsecured laptop. Someone could have accessed it remotely, could have paid off one of his employees, could have gotten it a dozen different ways. They can't prove it was us unless we admit it. So, we stay silent, Tommy said. We stay silent, Jeremiah confirmed. No matter what pressure they bring, no matter what deals they offer. We did what we did because it was necessary, and we protect each other now. But the FBI wasn't done. Over the next month, the pressure intensified. Agents interviewed Emily, asking if her father had seemed different around the time of the robbery, if he'd been gone unusual hours, if he'd mentioned anything about Cherry. Emily, smart, brave Emily, gave them nothing. My dad works long hours. He's a Marine. I don't know what he does every minute. They interviewed Christine, who'd completed her court-ordered therapy and was slowly rebuilding her relationship with Emily through supervised visits. She had no useful information. Jeremiah had kept her completely separate from his plans. They even tracked down Margaret Haas and the other victims' families, looking for connections for signs that Jeremiah had done more than just encourage testimony. Nothing stuck. Every lead dead-ended, every witness was consistent. Every alibi held. But Jeremiah knew the investigation wasn't over. The FBI had resources, patience, and institutional stubbornness. They'd keep digging until they either found something or got reassigned to more pressing cases. The question was, which will happen first? The answer came from an unexpected direction. 6 weeks after the initial FBI visit, Leonard Cher's trial began. April Curry had been tapped to co-prosecute alongside federal attorneys, and the evidence was overwhelming. But during the trial, something broke. Aaron Gardner, one of Cher's enforcers, took a plea deal. In exchange for reduced charges, he agreed to testify about Cher's operations, including information about the robbery. Cherry was certain it was an inside job, Gardner testified. He thought someone in his organization betrayed him, but then he got paranoid, started thinking it was the military guy. The father of that girl, Shane, threatened. Did Mr. Cherry have proof of that? The prosecutor asked. No, just suspicion. But Cherry wanted revenge. He talked about going after Phillips, hurting his daughter to make him pay. The courtroom erupted. The judge called for order, but the damage was done. Cherry's defense attorney tried to walk it back, but the jury had heard enough. More importantly, so had Detective Bowen. She showed up at Jeremiah's apartment that evening alone this time. I shouldn't be here, she said without preamble. What I'm about to tell you could end my career. Then don't tell me. Cherry planned to hurt Emily. We found communications plans. He was going to wait until after his trial, but he was serious. Jeremiah felt ice in his chest. Where did you learn this? Gardner's testimony today opened new investigative avenues. We searched Cherry's property again, found encrypted messages on a burner phone. Bowen's expression was troubled. If you hadn't moved when you did, if you hadn't taken down Cher's operation, I think Emily would have been in real danger. You're telling me I should feel justified. I'm telling you that sometimes the law is too slow. Sometimes the system fails, and sometimes people like you have to do what we can't. She pulled out a folder. The FBI's investigation into the robbery is being closed. Lack of evidence, insufficient leads, better allocation of resources to other cases. Just like that, the special agent in charge got a call from someone high up. I don't know who, don't want to know, but someone with authority made the call that prosecuting you wasn't in the public interest, that you saved lives, prevented further crimes, and that pursuing charges would be a waste of taxpayer money. Jeremiah stared at her. Why are you telling me this? Because you need to understand something. You got away with it this time. But there are people watching you now. If you ever step over that line again, if you ever take the law into your own hands, you won't be so lucky. The next time you go to prison, are we clear, Crystal? Bowen turned to leave, then paused. For what it's worth, I'm glad you did it. Emily's safe because of you. Those other girls got justice because of you. Cherry's in prison because of you. The world's a better place. But don't do it again. I won't have to. The people who threatened my daughter are gone. Good. She opened the door. Take care of that girl, Jeremiah. She's special. I know. Chapter 9. New Beginning. Leonard Cherry was convicted on all federal charges and sentenced to 48 years in prison without possibility of parole. His criminal network collapsed completely. Dozens of associates arrested as the evidence Jeremiah had provided led to a cascade of investigations and prosecutions. Shane Schroeder served 2 years in general population before another inmate. A father whose own daughter had been molested found out why Shane was there. Shane ended up in solitary protective custody where he'd spend the rest of his sentence alone with his thoughts. By all accounts, he wasn't handling it well. Aaron Gardner and Dick Taylor both took plea deals rather than face trial. Gardner got 8 years. Taylor got 12. Lowell Dodge and Guy Herrera, Shane's drinking buddies who participated in the threats against Emily, received 10 years each for child endangerment and conspiracy. The legal system, slow as it was, had worked in the end. But it had needed a push, a catalyst, someone willing to risk everything to make sure justice actually happened. 6 months after the trial, Jeremiah stood on the beach at Sunset Cliffs, watching Emily laugh with some new friends she'd made at school. She'd adjusted remarkably well, working through her trauma with a skilled therapist and finding strength she hadn't known she had. Kyle joined him. Both men in civilian clothes, enjoying a rare day off. She looks good, Kyle observed. She's getting there. Still has nightmares sometimes. But she's healing. And you, Jeremiah, consider the question. I'm okay. Knowing Emily's safe, knowing the people who threaten her can't hurt anyone else. That helps. The FBI really dropped the investigation completely. Someone high up made a call. I don't know who, and I'm not asking. Kyle smiled slightly. Probably someone with stars on their collar who appreciates Marines protecting their families. Probably. They stood in comfortable silence for a moment. Then Kyle asked, any regrets about what we did? No, I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Jeremiah paused, but I'm grateful it worked. If we'd been caught, Emily would have lost both parents, Christine to her own poor judgment, me to prison. We weren't caught because we were smart, because we planned well, and because we had each other's backs. That's what Marines do. Simplify, Jeremiah said quietly. Simplify. The following week, Jeremiah received an unexpected visitor, Christine. She completed her court-ordered therapy and parenting classes, and her supervised visits with Emily had been going well. But this visit wasn't about Emily. I need to apologize, Christine said, sitting across from Jeremiah in his living room. Really apologize. Not the half-hearted attempts I made before. Okay. I almost got our daughter assaulted. Worse, because I was lonely and desperate, and I chose to believe a charming predator over my own instincts. Over your warnings. Over Emily's discomfort. Her voice cracked. I spent 6 months in therapy trying to understand how I could have been so blind, so selfish. What did you learn? That I was trying to fill a void. When we divorced, I felt like I'd failed at the one thing I was supposed to be good at, being a wife and mother. Shame made me feel wanted, valued, and I clung to that feeling, even when evidence showed he was dangerous. You weren't the only one he fooled, Christine. There were other women, other mothers. He was good at what he did. That doesn't excuse my responsibility. I'm Emily's mother. Protecting her should have been my first priority. Instead, I prioritized my own emotional needs. She looked at Jeremiah with red eyes. You were a better parent from 1,000 miles away than I was living with her every day. That's something I have to live with. Jeremiah was quiet for a moment. Emily loves you. She still wants a relationship with you, but it has to be on her terms now. I know. And I'm grateful she's even willing to see me. Christine wiped her eyes. I heard about Cher's trial, about the testimony that he was planning to hurt Emily. Yeah. Did you? She stopped herself. Never mind. I don't want to know. But if you did something illegal to protect her, I'm glad. She's alive and safe because of you. She's alive and safe because I had the resources and training to respond when she called. Most parents don't have that. Most kids in danger don't get rescued. What are you saying? I'm saying we were lucky. But there are thousands of kids who aren't. Thousands of families being victimized by predators while the system moves too slowly or not at all. So what do we do? I'm not sure yet, but I've been thinking about it. That night, Jeremiah sat at his kitchen table with Tommy. Papers spread between them. You're serious about this? Tommy asked completely. There's a gap between what law enforcement can do legally and what needs to be done to protect vulnerable people. We prove that with Cherry. So, you want to do what? Become vigilantes. Start taking down criminals the law can't touch. Not vigilantes. Consultants. People who can investigate when families can't afford private investigators. Who can gather evidence when the police don't have resources. Who can intervene when the system moves too slowly. That's still legally questionable, but it's necessary. Jeremiah pulled out a folder. I've been researching nonprofit structures. We could set up an organization, call it Safe Harbor, or something similar. Staffed by veterans with investigative and protection experience, funded by donations and grants, operating within the law, but pushing its boundaries when needed. Tommy studied the documents. This is ambitious. You'd need significant funding, legal consultation, probably former law enforcement advisors. I know people Kyle's interested, Ross, too. You'd be vital for the intelligence side. We could help families like Margaret Haas who didn't know how to protect their daughters from predators. We could identify threats before they escalate. It could work, Tommy admitted. But it's risky. You'd be under constant scrutiny. I don't care. Emily's safe now, but there are other Emily out there. Other families being exploited. If we can help even a few of them, it's worth it. Tommy smiled slowly. You know what? Count me in. When do we start? As soon as we can get the paperwork filed. 3 months later, Safe Harbor officially launched. The nonprofit's mission was clear. Provide investigative and protective services to families facing threats from predators, abusers, and criminals. When traditional law enforcement couldn't move fast enough, the organization operated carefully within legal boundaries most of the time. They gathered evidence, built cases, and turned them over to authorities. But when the law failed, when time was critical, when a child was in immediate danger, they were prepared to do more. Their first case came from a woman named Lisa Childs, whose 13-year-old daughter was being stalked by an online predator. The man had been grooming her for months, building trust, planning to lure her away. Police knew about it, but couldn't act until he actually attempted something criminal. Safe Harbor investigated, identified the predator, and provided evidence to law enforcement that resulted in an arrest before he could hurt Lisa's daughter. In gratitude, Lisa told other parents about the organization. Word spread. Within a year, Safe Harbor had helped protect 17 children, assisted in the prosecution of 8 predators, and disrupted 3 criminal operations targeting vulnerable families. It wasn't enough. There were always more victims, more predators, more families in need. But it was something. It was growing. 2 years after Emily's rescue, Jeremiah stood in Safe Harbor's small office, looking at the wall of photos. Families they'd helped, kids they'd saved. Emily stood beside him, now 16 and stronger than ever. You did this because of me, she said softly. I did this because of all of us. You, the other girls, Shane Hurt, every family that suffers because bad people exploit the system's weaknesses. Are you happy, Dad? Jeremiah considered the question. He'd left active duty with the Marines, taking an honorable retirement to focus on Safe Harbor. He'd sacrificed his military career. The only life he'd known for 2 decades. He worked longer hours now than he ever had in the Corps, often for no pay, putting himself at legal risk constantly. But when he looked at Emily, healthy, confident, preparing for college applications, and thinking about her future, he knew the answer. Yeah, kiddo. I'm happy. I'm doing what I was meant to do. Protecting people. Protecting people, he agreed. One family at a time. Emily hugged him. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, too. You're the bravest person I know. I learned from the best. That evening, Kyle, Ross, and Tommy joined Jeremiah for dinner, a monthly tradition they'd established. They ate pizza, drank beer, and talked about current cases, new threats, and ways to expand Safe Harbor's reach. We got a call from a woman in Arizona. Ross said her ex-husband is part of a militia group making threats. Local cops are sympathetic to the militia. Won't investigate. We don't operate in Arizona, Jeremiah pointed out. Not yet, Kyle said. But maybe we should. Safe Harbor could expand, set up regional offices. That requires funding we don't have. What if we had a fundraiser? Tommy suggested. Tell Safe Harbor story. How we got started, what we've accomplished. People respond to narratives. People also respond to results. Ross added. Every family we help tells 10 more families. Word of mouth is powerful. Jeremiah nodded slowly. Okay, let's explore expansion, but carefully. We can't lose sight of our mission protecting kids and families. Everything else is secondary. Agreed, they said in unison. Later that night, Alone in his apartment, Jeremiah received a text from an unknown number. "Thank you for what you do. My daughter is safe because of your organization. We'll never forget." It was the third such message that week. Families they'd helped expressing gratitude anonymously, afraid to associate publicly with an organization that sometimes operated in moral gray areas. Jeremiah saved the message, adding it to a folder of similar texts and emails. On hard days when the work felt overwhelming, when he questioned whether any of it mattered, he'd read through them. Every life saved, every family protected, every predator stopped. It mattered. He looked at a photo on his desk. Emily at her last birthday, blowing out candles, surrounded by friends and happiness. The girl who whispered desperately into a phone, "Dad, I need help," was gone. In her place was a young woman who knew her father would always come for her no matter what. And if other families needed that same certainty, that same protection, Safe Harbor would be there. Always. Epilogue. 5 years after that terrifying phone call, Emily Phillips graduated from UC San Diego with a degree in social work. During her valedictory speech, she spoke about resilience, about finding strength in trauma, about the importance of protecting vulnerable people. She mentioned Safe Harbor, though not by name, and the work her father did to help families in crisis. She called on her fellow graduates to find their own ways to make the world safer, kinder, more just. Jeremiah watched from the audience, surrounded by Kyle, Ross, Tommy, and Christine, who'd rebuilt her relationship with Emily slowly, and earned back some measure of trust. His daughter had survived, thrived, and found purpose in her trauma. She was going to be okay, better than okay. She was going to be extraordinary. After the ceremony, as Emily posed for photos with friends, Jeremiah's phone buzzed. A new case. A mother in San Marcos whose daughter was being groomed by her basketball coach. Emily saw him, checked the phone, saw his expression change to focused intensity. "You have to go," she said, understanding immediately. "I do, but Emily, I know, Dad. Go. Someone needs you." She kissed his cheek. "Save them like you saved me." Jeremiah hugged his daughter one more time, then headed for his truck. Kyle, Ross, and Tommy fell in beside him, already pulling up case details on their phones, already planning. They had work to do. Families to protect, predators to stop. It was what they did, what they would always do. Because somewhere a child was in danger. And unlike so many others, this child would be saved. Not because the system worked, but because someone cared enough to make it work. Story 3. My wife texted, "I'll be staying at David's tonight. Don't wait up." I replied, "Thanks for letting me know." Then I packed her entire wardrobe in boxes and left them at David's door. Her 3 a.m. panic call. "My name is Adrian Hole and I'm 32 years old, which means I'm supposedly old enough to know better, but apparently still dumb enough to fall for the oldest trick in the book. If you'd asked me last week, hell, if you'd asked me yesterday morning while I was sipping my overpriced coffee and scrolling through LinkedIn like some kind of functional adult, I would have told you I had my together. I was happily married to Sophie, my wife of 3 years, had a stable career in architecture that didn't make me want to throw myself off the buildings I designed, and owned a townhouse that was slowly but surely draining my bank account in the most American way possible. Sophie was what you'd call a catch, at least on paper. Charming in the effortless way that made waiters remember her name and strangers strike up conversations at grocery stores. Ambitious to the point where she'd network at a funeral if she thought it could advance her career. She was always the center of attention at parties. The kind of woman who could walk into a room and somehow make everyone else feel like they were auditioning for her approval. I used to love watching her work a crowd, thinking I was the lucky bastard who got to take her home at the end of the night. What a goddamn idiot I was. See, Sophie had this job in marketing, or was it public relations? Honestly, I could never keep track because her job description seemed to change depending on who was asking and how impressive she needed to sound. But whatever the hell she was doing, it required a lot of networking. And by networking, I mean staying out until 2 o'clock in the morning at industry events that somehow never had any photos posted on social media. Funny how that works, right? Now, I'm not some controlling psycho who demands to know where his wife is every second of the day. I believe in trust and giving people space to breathe and grow and all that modern relationship they write about in those self-help books that cluttered our nightstand. But there's trust and then there's being a goddamn doormat. And somewhere along the way, I'd crossed that line without even realizing it. The financial arrangement we had should have been my first red flag. But hindsight's 20/20 and I was apparently wearing beer goggles for 3 straight years. Sophie never chipped in much financially. And by not much, I mean practically nothing. I paid the mortgage on our townhouse, a mortgage that made my accountant was every time we reviewed my finances. I covered the utilities, the internet, the cable package she insisted we needed because everyone watches HBO. I bought most of the groceries, funded our date nights, and somehow ended up paying for her gym membership because we're a team, babe. Every month, I get a little tighter around the collar when the bills came in, but I told myself it was temporary. Sophie was building her career, finding her footing in a competitive industry. Once she got that promotion she was always talking about, once she landed that big client she was always chasing, she'd start contributing more. We were partners and partners supported each other through thick and thin, right? That's what marriage was supposed to be about. What a load of horseshit that turned out to be. But the real kicker, the thing that should have sent me running for the hills faster than a tourist fleeing a Times Square Elmo, was how she guarded her phone. That little device was practically surgically attached to her hand, always face down on whatever surface was nearby, locked tighter than Fort Knox. She'd changed the passcode from our anniversary date, which I'd known because, we used to share things like normal couples, to something I couldn't guess if my life depended on it. Privacy is important in a relationship, she'd say whenever I made some casual comment about her phone habits. We don't need to know everything about each other's lives. And like the trusting fool I was, I'd nod and agree because that sounded reasonable, didn't it? Mature couples respected boundaries. Healthy relationships required individual space. All that Dr. Phil that sounds great in theory, but falls apart the moment you realize your wife is treating you like a roommate who happens to pay all the bills. The late nights started getting longer somewhere around year 2 of our marriage. What used to be the occasional work dinner became weekly events, then twice weekly, then practically every goddamn night of the week. Sophie would text me around 5 o'clock. Always a text, never a call, letting me know she wouldn't be home for dinner, big client meeting, or team building event, or my personal favorite, mandatory company social. I'd eat alone more often than not, sitting at our dining table that could seat 6, but usually only seated one lonely architect wondering where the hell his wife was. I'd save her leftovers like some kind of devoted golden retriever waiting for his owner to come home. Sometimes she'd eat them the next day. Sometimes they'd sit in the fridge until they went bad and I'd throw them out, feeling guilty about the waste. The unease started as this tiny knot in my stomach, like when you know you've forgotten something important but can't remember what. It grew slowly, fed by her secretive phone calls in the bathroom, her sudden interest in working out, her new wardrobe that somehow appeared without any corresponding credit card charges on our joint account. Little things that individually meant nothing, but together painted a picture. I was too stupid to see. Love meant trust. I kept telling myself. If you loved someone, you believed in them. You gave them the benefit of the doubt. You didn't turn into some paranoid psycho who checked up on their spouse like they were a teenager with a fake ID. I was better than that. We were better than that. Or so I thought. Looking back now, I can see how perfectly I played my role in this whole charade. I was the ideal mark. Trusting, financially stable, emotionally invested, and just naive enough to mistake being taken advantage of for being a supportive husband. I was so busy congratulating myself on being the kind of modern man who didn't need to control his wife that I completely missed the fact that my wife was living a completely separate life that didn't include me except as a source of financial security. But last week, all of that comfortable self-deception came crashing down around me like a house of cards in a hurricane. And the funny thing is, it wasn't some dramatic revelation or catching her in some obvious lie. It was just a text message. One simple, honest text message that finally showed me exactly where I stood in Sophie's world. Turns out the truth really can set you free. It just hurts like hell first. It was a Tuesday evening, the kind of ordinary weeknight that you'd forget about 5 minutes after living it if it weren't for the fact that it completely blew up your entire life. I was standing in our kitchen, my kitchen, as it turns out, wearing the stupid apron Sophie had bought me for Christmas that read, "Kiss the Cook," in obnoxiously cheerful letters. Real cute, right? Except the only person kissing this cook these days was apparently nobody. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I was making my specialty, which is basically the only thing I can cook without setting off the smoke detector. Spaghetti with meat sauce from a jar because I'm not some Food Network superstar. Just a guy trying to have dinner ready when his wife got home from another one of her mysterious work events. The pasta was boiling away, filling the kitchen with that starchy steam that makes you feel domestic and accomplished, like you've got your together, even when you absolutely don't. The meat was browning in the pan, making those satisfying sizzling sounds that remind you why humans invented cooking in the first place. I was actually feeling pretty good about myself, thinking maybe Sophie would appreciate coming home to a hot meal for once instead of having to scrounge through leftover takeout containers or eat cereal for dinner like some kind of college freshman. My phone was sitting on the counter next to the stove, and when it buzzed with that familiar text notification sound, I didn't even look at it right away. I was too busy trying not to burn the ground beef because apparently I can't multitask worth a damn when it comes to cooking. But the buzz registered in my brain as Sophie texting me her ETA, maybe letting me know she was running late but would be home soon. The usual dance we'd been doing for months. So, I wiped my hands on that ridiculous apron, picked up my phone, and swiped to read what I assumed would be another variation of stuck in traffic or meeting running over start without me. You know, the standard I'd gotten used to accepting as normal married life. Instead, what I saw made my stomach drop faster than a faulty elevator. I'll be staying at David's tonight. Don't wait up. That was it. No explanation, no apology, no something came up or emergency situation or even a half-ass excuse about a work crisis. Just a casual matter-of-fact announcement that my wife would be spending the night at another man's house, delivered with all the emotion of someone telling me they'd picked up milk on the way home. I stared at those words on my phone screen until they started to blur. Reading them over and over again, like maybe I'd misunderstood something. Like maybe there was some hidden meaning I was missing. Some context that would make this make sense in the world where I was a happily married man whose wife occasionally worked late but always came home to our bed. David, her coworker, the guy whose name had been popping up in conversation more and more frequently over the past few months. David from the office who was so funny and really gets the industry and has such great ideas for the Henderson campaign. David who she'd mentioned was going through a divorce and needed friends to support him through this difficult time. David whose jokes she laughed at just a little too loudly during those rare office functions I actually got invited to. Her hand touching his arm while she threw her head back like he was the funniest who ever lived. My pulse didn't race like you'd expect. It didn't spike with anger or panic or any of those dramatic emotions you see in movies when someone's world collapses. Instead, it slowed down like my heart was suddenly working underwater. Each beat deliberate and heavy and final. It was the weirdest goddamn thing. This calm that settled over me like fog rolling in from the ocean. I could hear the meat still sizzling in the pan behind me. Probably starting to burn now that I wasn't paying attention. But I couldn't bring myself to care. The pasta water was bubbling away, probably overcooking into mush, but that seemed about as important as yesterday's weather forecast. I stood there in my stupid apron holding my phone. And for the first time in 3 years of marriage, I saw the situation clearly. Not through the rose-colored glasses of trust and love and partnership, but with the brutal clarity that comes when someone finally stops lying to you because they don't think you're worth the effort anymore. This wasn't some last-minute work emergency. This wasn't Sophie being a good colleague to a friend in need. This was my wife telling me in the most casual way possible that she'd chosen to spend the night in another man's bed, and she expected me to just accept it like the well-trained doormat I'd apparently become. The funny thing is, part of me wanted to call her immediately to demand an explanation, to yell and scream and make her justify this decision. Part of me wanted to jump in my car and drive over to David's place and pound on the door like some unhinged husband in a bad Lifetime movie. But a bigger part of me, the part that had been quietly absorbing all those red flags for months, just felt tired. Instead, I did something that surprised even me. I typed back, "Thanks for letting me know." 4 words, polite, acknowledging, completely calm. Not, "What the hell do you mean?" Or "Are you kidding me right now?" Or "We need to talk." Just a simple, "Thank you," like she'd told me she'd picked up my dry cleaning. I hit send and watched the message disappear into the digital void. Carrying with it any pretense that our marriage was something worth fighting for. That's when my father's voice echoed in my head, clear as if the old man was standing right there in the kitchen with me. He'd been dead for 5 years, but his advice about relationships had always stuck with me. Probably because he'd learned it the hard way himself. A partner who hides is already gone. Adrian, don't beg someone who's chosen to leave. Have some goddamn dignity. At the time, I thought he was just being cynical, bitter about his own divorce from my mother. But standing there with Sophie's text message glowing on my phone screen, I finally understood what he meant. Sophie wasn't hiding anymore. She was being completely honest about her priorities, and I wasn't one of them. I turned off the burner under the meat, which had indeed started to burn and was filling the kitchen with that acrid smell of neglected cooking. I drained the pasta, which had turned to mush, just like I'd predicted. Then I walked to the hall closet, pulled out a stack of empty moving boxes I'd saved from our last move, because I'm apparently the kind of person who saves cardboard just in case, and started climbing the stairs to our bedroom. It was time to help Sophie with her obviously inevitable transition to her new living situation. I climbed those stairs to our bedroom like I was walking to my own execution. Except instead of facing death, I was facing the systematic dismantling of 3 years of shared delusions. The moving boxes under my arm felt heavier than they should have, weighed down by the gravity of what I was about to do. Each step creaked under my feet. Our townhouse was old enough to have character, which is realtor speak for everything makes noise and nothing works quite right. The bedroom door was open and stepping inside felt like entering a crime scene where the only victim was my own stupidity. Sophie's presence was everywhere. Her jewelry scattered across the dresser like expensive breadcrumbs. Her clothes draped over the chair in that casual way that used to seem charming, but now looked like the careless attitude of someone who never had to clean up after herself because she knew some sucker would do it for her. I set the boxes down on the hardwood floor with a hollow thud that seemed to echo through the room. For a moment, I just stood there, hands on my hips, surveying the landscape of our shared life like a general planning, a strategic retreat. Where the hell do you even start when you're packing up a marriage? Do you go chronologically, starting with the oldest stuff and working your way to the newest? Do you pack by category, all the dresses together, all the shoes in another box? Or do you just grab whatever's closest and shove it in cardboard containers like you're fleeing a natural disaster? I decided to start with her closet because it was right there and because I figured I might as well get the biggest job out of the way first. Sophie had more clothes than a department store, which always amazed me considering she claimed to never have any money to contribute to our household expenses. Apparently, there's always cash for a new dress or those ridiculously expensive shoes that cost more than my monthly car payment. But splitting the electric bill, that's where things got tight. I pulled the first box toward me and started with her dresses. The black cocktail dress she'd worn to my company Christmas party last year where she'd spent most of the evening talking to my boss about synergistic opportunities while I stood around like a well-dressed accessory folded and boxed the red sundress from our anniversary dinner 2 months ago where she'd spent half the meal texting someone about urgent work stuff that apparently couldn't wait until business hours folded and boxed. Each piece of clothing felt like I was handling evidence for my own trial, proof of all the times I'd ignore the obvious signs that my wife was living a completely separate life. That blue blouse she'd bought for client meetings, but somehow never seemed to wear when she was actually meeting clients I knew about. The designer jeans that appeared in her wardrobe without any corresponding charge on our credit card statements, our statements as if we were actually partners in anything other than name. The mechanical nature of folding and packing was almost therapeutic, like meditation for the recently betrayed. Fold the sleeve, smooth the fabric, place it in the box. Repeat. Each item removed from our shared space was another step toward reclaiming my own life, my own home, my own goddamn sanity. Her favorite gowns were hanging in the back of the closet. The fancy stuff she wore to those networking events that somehow never resulted in any actual business that I could see. The emerald green dress that hugged her curves in all the right places. I remembered buying that for her birthday last year, thinking I was being romantic and generous. She'd modeled it for me, spinning around in our bedroom while I told her she looked stunning. "It's perfect for industry events," she'd said. And like an idiot, I felt proud that I'd chosen something she could use for work. Now, folding that same dress and placing it carefully in the box, I realized she'd probably worn it for David. All those compliments I'd given her, all that pride I'd felt in how beautiful my wife looked, and she'd been dressing up for another man while I paid the credit card bill. The handbags were next. And Jesus Christ, Sophie had a handbag problem that would have made shopping addicts weep with envy. Designer purses, casual totes, tiny clutches that cost more than some people's rent. All lined up on shelves like trophies from battles I didn't even know were being fought. I started grabbing them and stuffing them into boxes without the careful folding treatment I'd given the clothes. Handbags are sturdy. They can handle being tossed around a little, unlike marriages, which apparently crumble the moment someone stops pretending they give a her shoes required 2 entire boxes. And I'm not exaggerating. Sophie had more footwear than a small shoe store. Everything from stilettos that could double as weapons to casual sneakers that cost more than my monthly gym membership. I'd always marveled at how she could walk in those sky-high heels. But now I wondered if she'd been practicing for quick escapes. Maybe that's what all those late-night work events were really about. Learning to run in designer shoes when your lies finally caught up with you. The jewelry box was sitting on her dresser like a small treasure chest, and opening it felt like discovering pirate loot. If pirates were into overpriced accessories from department stores, necklaces, earrings, bracelets, rings, most of them gifts from me for birthdays, anniversaries, Valentine's Days, and random thinking of you moments that seemed important at the time, but now felt like payments to a contractor who never finished the job. That gold necklace I'd given her for our second anniversary was tangled up with earrings I didn't recognize. Probably gifts from David, though I couldn't prove it and didn't really want to. I dumped the whole jewelry box into a smaller container, letting everything jumble together like the mixed up mess our marriage had apparently been from the start. The hardest part was the scarf. It was silk cream colored with little blue flowers. And she'd worn it on our first trip together to that bed and breakfast in Vermont. We'd been so happy that weekend. Or at least I thought we were happy. We'd walked through those maple forests, talked about our future, made plans that apparently meant more to me than they did to her. She'd wrapped that scarf around her neck against the autumn wind, and I'd thought she looked like something out of a romantic movie. Now, holding that same scarf in my hands, I could feel the weight of all those false memories. Had she been thinking about other men even then? Had I been so busy playing the role of devoted boyfriend that I'd missed all the signs that she was already planning her exit strategy? I folded the scarf carefully and placed it in the box with the rest of her accessories, trying not to think about how many other firsts in our relationship had been lies she was telling herself as much as me. The perfume bottles on her dresser were next. Expensive stuff that she claimed was necessary for professional appearances, but somehow never appeared on our budget discussions. I recognized the brands from those fancy department store counters where everything costs more than my monthly grocery bill. Some of the bottles were nearly empty, well-loved favorites that had been part of her daily routine. Others looked barely touched, like she'd bought them on impulse or received them as gifts from people who weren't me. The smell hit me when I moved the bottles, that familiar scent that used to mean Sophie was getting ready to go out with me. Sophie was coming home to me. Sophie was lying next to me in bed. Now it just smelled sour, like flowers left too long in stagnant water. Even her toothbrush had to go. It was sitting in the holder next to mine on the bathroom counter, a bright purple electric model that had cost more than my first car payment back in college. Looking at those two toothbrushes sitting side by side in their little ceramic holder, his and hers, like we were some kind of normal married couple who brushed their teeth together and talked about their days and actually gave a damn about each other's well-being. I felt something crack inside my chest that wasn't quite anger and wasn't quite sadness. I grabbed her toothbrush, her expensive face creams, her contact lens solution, her birth control pills, which explained why she'd never seemed worried about getting pregnant when we talked about having kids someday, and tossed them all into a plastic bag that went into one of the boxes. By midnight, I'd filled 8 moving boxes and 2 large suitcases with the physical remnants of Sophie's presence in my life. The bedroom looked foreign now, like a hotel room after housekeeping had come through and erased all evidence of the previous occupant. My clothes hung in the closet with room to breathe. My side of the dresser wasn't crowded anymore. The bathroom counter actually had space for my stuff. Without her clutter everywhere, the bedroom felt bigger, cleaner, like someone had opened windows and let fresh air chase out the stale atmosphere of secrets and lies. I wasn't grieving, I realized as I stood there surveying my work. I was dismantling a lie piece by piece, box by box, until all that remained was the truth. I'd been living with a stranger who'd been using me as a financial safety net while she explored her other options. The strangest part was how good it felt to reclaim my own space, to see my home without her stamp all over it. This townhouse that I'd worked so hard to afford, that I'd been so proud to share with the woman I thought I'd married, was finally mine again. Clean, quiet, and honest in a way it hadn't been for months. Time to return Sophie's belongings to their rightful owner, or at least to the guy who was apparently taking delivery of my wife along with everything else. Loading my car with Sophie's belongings at 11 o'clock at night felt like I was disposing of evidence from a crime scene. Except the only crime committed here was my own willful blindness to 3 years of red flags waving in my face like semaphores in a hurricane. My Honda Accord wasn't exactly built for moving services. It's a sensible sedan for a sensible architect who thought he had a sensible marriage, but I managed to cram 8 boxes and 2 suitcases into every available space. Like some kind of automotive Tetris champion. The boxes filled my trunk, my back seat, and even the passenger seat, turning my car into a mobile storage unit for my wife's abandoned life. I had to adjust my rear view mirror because a particularly large box was blocking my view, which seemed oddly symbolic. For 3 years, I'd been driving through marriage with my vision obstructed. And now I was literally doing the same thing, except this time it was intentional. The drive across town gave me plenty of time to think, which was probably the last thing I needed right then. The streets were mostly empty except for the occasional late-night wanderer and the steady stream of delivery trucks that keep our consumer economy humming along while normal people sleep. I passed the coffee shop where Sophie and I used to go on Sunday mornings back when we still did things together that didn't involve me paying for everything while she checked her phone. I passed the restaurant where we'd had our last anniversary dinner where she'd spent half the meal responding to work emails on that goddamn phone of hers. I'd thought she was just dedicated to her career, admired her work ethic, told myself it was sexy to be married to an ambitious woman who took her professional responsibilities seriously. What a joke that turned out to be. David's building loomed ahead like some kind of modern fortress of infidelity. All glass and steel and expensive-looking landscaping that screamed successful young professionals live here. I'd been to this building exactly once before when Sophie had asked me to drop her off for what she'd called team drinks with her coworkers. I'd waited in the car while she ran inside to grab something from David's apartment, watching her disappear through the lobby doors and wondering why she needed to retrieve work documents from a colleague's home at 8 o'clock on a Saturday night. Now I knew exactly what she'd been grabbing, and it wasn't paperwork. The parking situation was typical urban nightmare street parking, only with those passive-aggressive signs that threaten your firstborn child if you park in the wrong spot for more than 37 minutes during a full moon. But it was nearly midnight, so I figured I could risk it for the few minutes this delivery would take. I found a spot right in front of the building, which felt like the universe finally throwing me a bone after months of cosmic middle fingers. The real challenge was going to be getting into the building without buzzing David's apartment, because I'd rather eat glass than give those two advanced warning that I was coming. I needed this to be a surprise, a midnight revelation that would shatter whatever cozy little fantasy they'd constructed about their affair being some kind of romantic adventure rather than a tired cliché played out by boring people who thought they'd invented adultery. Fate, as it turned out, was feeling cooperative for once in my goddamn life. As I was standing outside the building, arms full of Sophie's designer, wondering how I was going to sweet-talk my way past the security system, the lobby door opened and some hipster in skinny jeans and an ironic t-shirt walked out. Probably heading to one of those late-night establishments that serve overpriced cocktails to people who think staying up past 11 makes them edgy. I caught the door with my foot before it could close. Nodding my thanks to the hipster, who barely glanced at me because apparently strange men carrying boxes into residential buildings at midnight is just Tuesday night in this neighborhood. Maybe this happened more often than I thought. Maybe David made a habit of collecting other men's wives along with their possessions. The lobby was all marble floors and modern lighting that probably cost more than my monthly salary. The kind of aggressively stylish design that announces rich people live here without actually having any personality. There was abstract art on the walls that looked like someone had sneezed paint on a canvas and charged $20,000 for the privilege. A doorman's desk sat empty. Apparently, security took a break after normal human hours, which seemed like poor planning for a building that housed home-wrecking pieces of the elevator ride to the 8th floor. Gave me time to practice my breathing and wonder if I was having some kind of mental breakdown. Normal people probably don't deliver their cheating spouse's belongings to their lover's apartment at midnight. Normal people probably scream and cry and demand explanations and try to work things out through couples therapy and uncomfortable conversations about communication and trust. But I'd never felt more clear-headed in my life. This wasn't a breakdown. This was clarity. This was the first honest thing I'd done in months, maybe years. Instead of pretending everything was fine, while my wife slowly dismantled our marriage from the inside, I was taking action. I was solving a problem with the kind of direct approach that had made me a good architect. You identify the structural weakness. You address it immediately, and you don't waste time hoping it'll fix itself. The hallway on David's floor was carpeted in some neutral color that probably had a fancy name like whispered taupe or contemplative beige. The walls were painted that perfect shade of inoffensive off-white that property management companies love because it hides minor damage while sucking the soul out of any space it touches. Apartment doors stretched down the corridor like a lineup of suspects, each one hiding its own collection of secrets and lies and midnight deliveries. David's door was 8F, and standing in front of it with Sophie's entire wardrobe packed into boxes felt like the culmination of every ignored instinct I'd had over the past year. This was where my wife was spending her nights while I ate dinner alone and wondered why our marriage felt like a business arrangement where only one party was holding up their end of the contract. I set the boxes down as quietly as possible, stacking them neatly against the door like some kind of passive-aggressive care package. The suitcases went on either side, creating a little fortress of Sophie's abandoned life that David would discover when he opened his door in the morning. Or maybe Sophie would find them when she snuck out for her walk of shame, trying to get home before I woke up and noticed she'd never come to bed. The note was something I'd written while packing. A simple message folded into a small square of paper that I placed on top of the highest box where it couldn't be missed. Sophie's belongings. She's yours now. Short, sweet, and to the point. No accusations, no drama, no begging or pleading or angry rants about betrayal and broken trust. Just a simple acknowledgement of the new reality. David had won the prize of Sophie's full-time attention along with all the financial responsibility that came with it. I pulled out my phone and took a picture of the whole setup. 8 boxes, 2 suitcases, and one note arranged outside apartment 8F like some kind of surreal art installation titled The Remains of a Marriage. The photo wasn't for social media or revenge or anything petty like that. It was for me proof that I'd actually done this thing. Evidence that I'd finally stopped being a victim and started being a man who solved his own problems. The elevator ride back down felt different than the trip up. Lighter somehow. Like I'd left more than just Sophie's belongings on David's doorstep. I'd left behind 3 years of making excuses for someone who'd never deserved them. I'd left behind the version of myself who paid all the bills while his wife lived her real life somewhere else. I'd left behind the pathetic husband who cooked dinner every night for a woman who was probably eating takeout in another man's bed. Walking back to my car, I felt something I hadn't experienced in months. Genuine excitement about going home, not to our home with all its compromises and shared spaces and careful negotiations about whose turn it was to clean the bathroom. Home to my place where I could eat cereal for dinner without judgment, watch whatever I wanted on TV without debate, and sleep in the middle of the bed without worrying about disturbing someone who'd rather be sleeping somewhere else. Anyway, the drive home was peaceful in a way that surprised me. I'd expected to feel angry or sad or confused, some combination of the emotions that normal people probably experience when their marriages explode in real time. Instead, I felt calm, focused, almost relieved. The hard part was done. I'd identified the problem, developed a solution, and executed it with the kind of efficiency that would have made my project management professors proud. Back at the townhouse, my townhouse now. I had one more task to complete before this night was officially over. I'd researched locksmith services while Sophie's clothes were in the dryer earlier and found a 24-hour emergency service that charged premium rates, but promised immediate response times for situations involving security concerns. Getting the locks changed at midnight probably qualified as a security concern, especially when your soon-to-be ex-wife had demonstrated a casual disregard for concepts like honesty, fidelity, and basic human decency. The locksmith was a grizzled guy named Pete, who looked like he'd seen every variety of domestic drama that late-night lock changes usually represented. He didn't ask questions, didn't make conversation, just got to work with the professional competence of someone who'd installed a lot of fresh starts for people whose lives had recently gone sideways. 200 even, Pete said when he finished, handing me a set of shiny new keys that felt heavier than they should have. These are high-security locks, so make sure you don't lose them. Pain in the ass to replace. I paid him in cash and watched his van disappear down the street, leaving me standing in my own doorway with keys to my own house. Finally able to control who had access to my space, my life, my peace of mind. It felt like graduating from some kind of extended adolescence where I'd let other people make decisions about my own home. Inside, I deleted Sophie from our shared streaming accounts, our shared cloud storage, our joint credit card that she'd never contributed to. Anyway, each deletion felt like removing a splinter that had been working its way deeper under my skin for months. I changed passwords, updated emergency contacts, removed her access to everything that mattered. Then, I poured myself 3 fingers of the good whiskey I'd been saving for special occasions, sat in my living room that finally felt like mine again, and waited for the phone calls that were sure to come. The first call came at exactly 12:47 a.m. according to my phone's call log, which I checked later, like some kind of forensic investigator analyzing the timeline of his own marriage's death. Sophie's name lit up my screen with that photo I'd taken of her laughing at some restaurant last summer. Back when I thought her smile was meant for me instead of whatever joke David had probably texted her while I was paying the dinner bill. I let it ring 5 times, 6 times until it went to voicemail with that cheerful greeting we'd recorded together. "Hey, you've reached Sophie and Adrian. We can't come to the phone right now, but leave a message and we'll get back to you." God, we sounded so happy in that recording, like 2 people who actually enjoyed each other's company and shared a life that meant something to both of them. The second call came at 10:03 a.m. and I have to admit, there was something deeply satisfying about watching my phone buzz on the coffee table while I sat there sipping whiskey and enjoying the silence of my own home. No background noise of Sophie's constant phone conversations. No sound of her texting someone while pretending to watch whatever movie I'd chosen. No clicking of her expensive heels on the hardwood floors as she paced around talking to people who weren't me about things that apparently mattered more than our marriage. By the third call at 1:15, I was starting to wonder if maybe I should feel some kind of guilt about ignoring her. After all, we've been married for 3 years, lived together for 4, and there had been good times mixed in with all but then I remembered that text message. "I'll be staying at David's tonight. Don't wait up." And how casually she'd announced her intention to sleep in another man's bed. And any impulse toward guilt evaporated like steam from my coffee cup. The fourth call was at 1:28 and the fifth at 1:41. By this point, I was actually starting to enjoy the show. It was like watching someone realize they'd locked themselves out of their own house, except Sophie had locked herself out of a life that had been supporting her while she explored other options. The panic in her repeated calls was probably the first real emotion she'd shown about our relationship in months. I'd moved from the living room to the kitchen by the 6th call at 156. Mainly because I needed to eat something to soak up the whiskey before I did something truly stupid like answer the phone and try to have a rational conversation with a woman who just blown up my life via text message. I made myself a sandwich. Turkey and Swiss on the good bread that Sophie always complained was too expensive. Even though she'd never contributed a dime to our grocery budget. The 7th call came while I was chewing. And I have to say, there's something liberating about eating a sandwich in your own kitchen at 2 o'clock in the morning while your cheating wife's phone calls go straight to voicemail. It felt like the first honest meal I'd eaten in months. Food that I'd bought with my own money in a house that I paid for without having to worry about someone judging my choices or making passive-aggressive comments about my eating habits. By 2:30, the calls had stopped, and I figured Sophie had either given up or found someone else to call for help with her sudden housing crisis. Maybe David was busy explaining to his neighbors why there were 8 boxes of women's clothing outside his apartment door. Maybe Sophie was frantically trying to figure out how to spin this situation into something that didn't make her look like exactly what she was, a cheating wife whose husband had finally grown a backbone. I just started to relax, thinking maybe the drama was over for the night when my phone erupted again at exactly 3 a.m. this time. Sophie's name was accompanied by that urgent double ring that meant she was calling repeatedly, hanging up, and calling again like some kind of human emergency broadcast system. Against my better judgment, and probably because the whiskey had made me curious about what kind of excuse she'd managed to construct in the past 2 hours, I answered on the 4th ring. Adrian. Her voice was different than I'd heard it in months. Cracked and shaky and completely stripped of that confident, controlled tone she used when she was managing me like one of her supposed work projects. Adrian, what is this? Why are my things at David's door? I leaned back in my kitchen chair, suddenly feeling like I had all the time in the world to have this conversation. For once, Sophie was the one who needed something from me, who was waiting for my response, who was off balance and scrambling for explanations. It was a refreshing change from our usual dynamic where I was the one asking questions, and she was the one providing carefully crafted non-answers. You said you were staying at David's, I replied, keeping my voice as calm and reasonable as if we were discussing weekend plans or what to watch on Netflix. I helped you move. The silence on the other end stretched long enough that I wondered if the call had dropped. But then I heard her breathing. That rapid, shallow sound people make when they're trying not to hyperventilate. When she finally spoke, her voice was higher, more desperate. Adrian, this is crazy. It was work-related. Okay. We had this emergency situation with the Henderson account and David's got all the files at his place and it just made sense for me to stay over rather than drive home late and then come back early in the morning. It's not what you think. I almost laughed out loud. After 3 years of marriage, Sophie was finally explaining herself to me, and her explanation was exactly the kind of corporate I'd been swallowing for months. Emergency situations that required overnight stays, files that couldn't be accessed during normal business hours, work that was so urgent it required sleepover dates with male colleagues. Huh? I said, taking another sip of whiskey and enjoying the way the silence made her squirm. That's interesting. Because in my experience, work emergencies usually involve hotels, not sleepovers at coworkers' apartments. Companies tend to have policies about that kind of thing. Adrian, you're being ridiculous. You know how demanding my job is. You know how important this account is to my career. I can't believe you're making this into something it's not. And there it was, the classic Sophie move. Turn the conversation around so that I was the problem. I was the one being unreasonable. I was the one who didn't understand the demands of her very important career that somehow never generated enough income to contribute to our household expenses. You're right, I said. And I could practically hear her sigh of relief through the phone. Work is very demanding. But here's the thing, Sophie. Work has hotels. Work has conference rooms. Work has office buildings with security guards and proper lighting and expense accounts for emergency accommodations. Work doesn't require you to bring pajamas to David's apartment. The silence was even longer this time. And when she finally spoke, her voice had dropped to barely above a whisper. How did you? What makes you think? What makes me think you packed an overnight bag to go to a work emergency? I finished for her. Maybe because you've been doing it for months, Sophie. Maybe because every time you have one of these work emergencies, you somehow need clothes and toiletries and all the other things you'd need if you were planning to spend the night somewhere that wasn't home. I could hear her trying to control her breathing, probably running through her mental database of lies and half-truths to find something that would get her out of this conversation with her story intact. But for once, I wasn't going to make it easy for her. For once, she was going to have to face the consequences of her choices without me providing a soft landing. Adrian, please, she said finally. And now she was crying, real tears that I could hear through the phone. This is all a misunderstanding. Can we just talk about this like adults? Can I come home so we can work this out? Home. She wanted to come home to the house she'd never paid for, to sleep in the bed she'd abandoned for another man, to continue the charade that we were married to each other instead of just her being married to my bank account while she lived her real life somewhere else. Here's the thing about coming home, Sophie, I said, standing up and walking to the window that looked out over the street where I'd parked after delivering her belongings. Home is where you choose to be. Tonight, you chose to be at David's. I just helped you make that choice permanent. What does that mean? She asked. And now there was real panic in her voice. The sound of someone who was finally starting to understand that actions have consequences and choices have prices. It means your things are where you are. It means you've got everything you need to start your new life with David. It means you don't need to worry about coming back here because there's nothing here for you anymore. Adrian, please. You can't be serious. Where am I supposed to go? What am I supposed to do? And that's when I delivered the line I'd been rehearsing in my head for the past 3 hours. The words that felt like finally exhaling after holding my breath for months. Well, Sophie, it seems like David's couch is available. Maybe you two can figure it out together. I hung up the phone, turned off the ringer, and headed upstairs to sleep in the middle of my own bed for the first time in years. Chapter 6. Family and Flying Monkeys. I woke up Wednesday morning feeling more rested than I had in months. Probably because I'd slept through the night without wondering where my wife was or what time she'd stumble home smelling like someone else's cologne. The bed felt enormous with just me in it, like I'd been sharing a twin mattress for 3 years without realizing it. Sunlight was streaming through the windows in a way that seemed brighter somehow, as if Sophie's presence had been filtering the light along with everything else in my life. That peaceful morning vibe lasted exactly until 7:23 a.m. when my phone started ringing with a number I recognized but hadn't seen in months. Clara, Sophie's mother, calling with what I could only assume would be the opening salvo in the family guilt campaign. Clara had never liked me, which I'd always found ironic since I was the one financially supporting her daughter, while Sophie found herself in whatever career she was claiming to pursue. But apparently being a reliable provider wasn't enough to earn points with a woman who thought her precious daughter deserved a man with a trust fund and a summer house in the Hamptons. Adrian Clara's voice came through the phone like nails on a chalkboard, pitched at that particular frequency that wealthy women use when they're about to lecture someone they consider beneath them. What the hell do you think you're doing to my daughter? I was standing in my kitchen making coffee, actually enjoying the process for the first time in months because I didn't have to worry about Sophie complaining that it was too strong or too weak or somehow not meeting her exacting standards. And Clara's shrill tone made me smile instead of cringe. "Good morning, Clara," I said, deliberately cheerful in the way that I knew would piss her off. "I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How are you this lovely Wednesday morning?" "Don't you dare take that tone with me, young man," she snapped. And I could practically picture her standing in her perfectly decorated kitchen, probably wearing one of those expensive robes that cost more than most people's monthly rent. "Sophie called me at 6 o'clock in the morning, crying her eyes out because you threw her onto the street like some kind of common criminal." The threw her onto the street narrative was classic Sophie making herself the victim in a situation where she'd been the one making choices. I'd been married to her long enough to recognize the spin. Somehow my wife sleeping at another man's house became me being cruel and unreasonable. Somehow her abandoning our marriage became me abandoning her. "Well, Clara, that's interesting," I said, taking a sip of my perfectly brewed coffee and settling into a kitchen chair that didn't wobble because I'd finally fixed it last weekend without Sophie complaining about the noise. Because from where I'm sitting, Sophie chose to stay at David's place. I just helped her with the logistics. "You know damn well what you did," Clara shot back, her voice rising to that pitch that probably made dogs in the neighborhood start howling. "You can't just throw a person's belongings out on the street and change the locks like some kind of landlord evicting a tenant." That was the thing about Sophie's family. They had this amazing ability to rewrite history in real time, turning Sophie's choices into things that happened to her rather than decisions she'd made. It was like watching magicians work, except instead of pulling rabbits out of hats, they pulled victimhood out of adultery. "Actually, Clara, I said, enjoying the way my calm tone seemed to make her even more agitated. "See, Sophie doesn't live here anymore. She made that pretty clear when she decided to spend her nights at David's place. I'm just respecting her decision to relocate." "She's your wife," Clara practically screamed, and I had to hold the phone away from my ear to protect my hearing. "You took vows. You made promises. You can't just throw away a marriage because of some silly misunderstanding." Silly misunderstanding. That's what Sophie's mother called her daughter's affair. A silly misunderstanding. Like Sophie had accidentally ended up in another man's bed the way you might accidentally take the wrong exit on the highway. "You're absolutely right about the vows." I agreed, which seemed to catch Clara off guard because she went quiet for a moment. "I promised to love, honor, and cherish Sophie. I kept those promises right up until she decided they didn't apply to her. Funny how that works." "Sophie is going through a difficult time in her career," Clara said, switching tactics the way Sophie always did when one approach wasn't working. "She's under enormous pressure. And sometimes people make mistakes when they're stressed. That doesn't mean you abandon them." Career pressure. That was rich. Considering Sophie's career seemed to consist mainly of networking events that never resulted in any actual business and client meetings that happened exclusively at David's apartment. But Clara had always been willing to make excuses for her daughter's behavior, treating Sophie like she was still a teenager who couldn't be held responsible for her own choices. "Here's the thing about mistakes, Clara," I said, standing up to refill my coffee cup because this conversation was going to require caffeine. "Mistakes are things like forgetting to pick up milk or missing an anniversary dinner, sleeping with your coworker for months while your husband pays all your bills. That's not a mistake. That's a choice." The silence on the other end told me that Clara was probably scrambling for her next argument, rifling through her mental playbook of guilt trips and emotional manipulation techniques. Sophie had learned from a master, and watching the family dynamics play out was like getting a behind-the-scenes look at how my wife had developed her talent for making other people responsible for her bad decisions. "You're going to regret this," Clara finally said, her voice dropping to that ominous tone that mothers use when they're trying to sound prophetic instead of just vindictive. "Sophie is a wonderful woman, and you're going to realize what you've lost when it's too late to get her back." "You know what, Clara? You might be right," I said, and again, the agreement seemed to throw her off balance. I might regret losing a woman who never contributed financially to our household, who spent her evenings with other men while I cooked dinner alone, and who announced her intention to sleep at her lover's house via text message. That sounds like a real loss. "How dare you," Clara started. But I was done being lectured by a woman who'd raised a daughter to think that marriage was a financial arrangement where only one person had to honor their commitments. "Actually, Clara, I dare pretty easily," I interrupted, feeling something like relief wash over me as I finally stopped being polite to people who'd never shown me the same courtesy. "I dare to expect my wife to come home at night. I dare to think that marriage means being honest with each other. I dare to believe that if someone wants to live with another man, they should probably divorce their husband first." The sputtering sounds coming through the phone told me that Clara had finally run out of prepared arguments and was operating on pure outrage. It was probably the first time in years that someone had talked back to her instead of just accepting her version of reality where Sophie was always the victim and everyone else was always the problem. "You'll be hearing from our lawyer." Clara finally managed playing her last card with all the conviction of someone who'd never actually hired a lawyer but thought the threat might work anyway. "Looking forward to it," I replied cheerfully. "Make sure you tell him that Sophie had no lease, paid no rent, and contributed nothing to the mortgage or utilities. I'm sure he'll find that very interesting from a legal standpoint." The line went dead, and I realized Clara had hung up on me, probably because she'd finally understood that her daughter's situation wasn't quite as legally solid as she'd hoped. Turns out being married doesn't automatically give you ownership rights to property you never paid for, especially when you've been using that property as a home base while conducting an affair. My phone immediately started buzzing with a text from a number I didn't recognize. And when I opened it, I found a message from someone named Mason. "Dude, why did you dump your wife at my apartment? David's freaking out and Sophie's crying in our living room, and I just want to watch Netflix without all this drama." So Mason was David's roommate, and apparently David hadn't bothered to explain to his living situation that he'd been collecting married women along with their belongings. I typed back quickly, "Check Sophie's text messages from last night. She told me she was staying at David's. I was just being helpful." The response came back almost immediately. Holy, then a few seconds later, "This is so up." I couldn't argue with that assessment. By Thursday morning, Sophie had apparently decided that emotional manipulation wasn't working fast enough, so she'd moved on to the nuclear option, financial warfare. I discovered this delightful development when my phone started buzzing with fraud alerts at 9:17 a.m. while I was sitting in my office trying to focus on blueprints for a client who actually paid their bills on time. The first alert was from my credit card company. One of those automated messages that always sound like they're delivered by robots who've been trained to express concern without actually giving "We've detected unusual activity on your account. A charge of $847 at Nordstrom has been declined due to insufficient available credit. If this was not you, please call immediately." $847 at Nordstrom. That was Sophie's panic shopping amount, the exact dollar figure she always seemed to hit when she was stressed and decided that retail therapy was the solution to her problems. Except this time, she was trying to charge her emotional breakdown to my credit card while simultaneously another man in his apartment. The audacity was almost impressive. I called the credit card company immediately, partly because I'm responsible about these things and partly because I was curious to see exactly how far Sophie planned to push this particular boundary. The customer service representative was a guy named Kevin who sounded like he'd been dealing with domestic financial drama since before the internet was invented. "Mr. Holt, we show several attempts to use your card starting around 8 this morning, Kevin said. His voice carrying the practiced neutrality of someone who'd heard every possible variation of marital financial warfare. The first was at a coffee shop for $12, which went through. Then we had the Nordstrom charge I mentioned, followed by attempts at Target, a gas station, and something called Bella Vista Salon and Spa. Bella Vista Salon and Spa. Sophie was trying to charge a spa day to my credit card while homeless by her own choice, living on David's couch because she'd blown up her marriage for a guy who apparently hadn't thought through the logistics of suddenly acquiring a full-time mistress with expensive tastes and no income. Kevin, I said, leaning back in my desk chair and trying not to laugh at the absurdity of the situation. I need to report unauthorized use of my card. The person making these charges is my arranged wife, and she no longer has permission to use this account. I understand, sir. We'll need to cancel this card immediately and issue you a new one. Can you confirm that you're in possession of the physical card? I checked my wallet where my credit card was sitting exactly where it should be. Yes, I have the card. She must be using the number from memory. That's not uncommon in these situations, Kevin said with the weary tone of someone who'd seen this movie too many times. We'll flag the account for fraud monitoring and send you a new card with a different number. Is there anything else we should know about potential unauthorized usage? Actually, yes, I said, pulling up my online banking on my computer because I had a feeling this was just the beginning. Can you check if there have been any credit applications submitted using my information recently? The pause on Kevin's and told me everything I needed to know before he even spoke. Mr. Holt. I'm showing a credit application submitted yesterday evening for a card with a $15,000 limit. The application was approved and the card was expedited for delivery to an address that doesn't match our records for your account. $15,000. Sophie had tried to open a credit card in my name with a limit that would cover several months of her expensive lifestyle, probably figuring she could run up the charges and disappear before I noticed. The address she'd used was almost certainly David's apartment because apparently my wife thought identity theft was a reasonable next step in her journey of self-discovery. Kevin, I did not apply for that card, I said, my voice staying calm even though I was starting to feel that familiar burn of anger in my chest. I need to report this as identity theft and fraud. Absolutely, sir. I'm transferring you to our fraud department and they'll walk you through the process of filing a police report. This is a serious crime and we take it very seriously. While I waited on hold for the fraud department, I opened my laptop and started checking all my other accounts. Sure enough, Sophie had been busy. There were login attempts on my bank account from an IP address that wasn't mine. Probably David's home computer. She tried to access my investment account, my PayPal, even my Amazon account, presumably to order herself a new life using my money. The fraud department representative was a woman named Detective Harris. Apparently, the credit card company had actual detectives on staff for situations like this, which said something depressing about how common spousal financial crime had become in America. Mr. Holt, based on what I'm seeing here, your wife has committed multiple felonies, Detective Harris said without any of the customer service politeness I'd gotten from Kevin. Identity theft, credit fraud, attempted wire fraud. We're talking about serious jail time if she's convicted. What are my options? I asked because while part of me wanted to see Sophie face consequences for her actions, another part of me just wanted this nightmare to end so I could move on with my life. You can file a police report and press charges, which I strongly recommend. Or you can try to handle this privately, but that leaves you vulnerable to future fraud attempts. In my experience, people who steal from their spouses don't usually stop at the first attempt. That crystallized something for me. Sophie wasn't just cheating on me. She was stealing from me. She wasn't just ending our marriage. She was trying to rob me on her way out the door. Every boundary I'd ever trusted her to respect. She was systematically destroying in her quest to avoid the consequences of her own choices. I want to press charges, I said. The words coming out easier than I'd expected. All of them? Everything you mentioned. Good choice, Mr. Hole. I'll send you the paperwork and we'll coordinate with your local police department. You'll need to file a report with them as well, but we'll provide all the documentation they need. I hung up feeling something I hadn't experienced in months. Genuine relief. For the first time since this whole mess started, Sophie was going to face real consequences for her actions. Not the gentle social consequences of people knowing she was a cheater, but actual legal consequences that couldn't be spun or explained away or blamed on someone else. My phone rang almost immediately and Sophie's name appeared on the screen with that photo of her laughing at some restaurant. Except now she looked like a stranger to me, someone I'd never really known at all. You bastard, she said the moment I answered, her voice shaking with rage instead of the tears I'd heard the night before. You reported my cards as stolen. Are you kidding me right now? I reported fraudulent use of my credit accounts. I corrected, enjoying the precision of the language in a way that probably made me petty. But definitely made me feel better since you're no longer authorized to use those accounts. Any charges you make constitute fraud. I'm your wife, she screamed, and I had to hold the phone away from my ear again. We're married. I have a right to access our accounts. Actually, Sophie, you don't, I said, opening my laptop to double-check the legal information I'd researched the night before while she was having her meltdown at David's place. Marriage doesn't give you automatic access to accounts you're not named on, and it definitely doesn't give you the right to open new credit accounts in my name. The silence on the other end told me that Sophie was probably realizing for the first time that her legal position wasn't as strong as she'd assumed. Turns out being married doesn't actually entitle you to steal from your spouse, even if you're really sad about the consequences of your own choices. Adrian, this is insane, she said, her voice dropping to that manipulative tone she used when she was trying to make me feel guilty for her problems. I just needed some cash to get back on my feet. You know, I don't have access to money right now, right? Because you've been spending your time, David, instead of working, I replied. And the bluntness of my language seemed to shock her into silence. That was your choice, Sophie. The consequences are also your choice to deal with. You can't do this to me, she said. And now she was crying again. Those calculated tears she'd always used to end arguments before I could make my point. You'll ruin my life. You'll ruin my career. David and I both got reported to HR because of you, and now this. You're destroying everything. The HR thing was news to me, but it made sense. Most companies have policies about employees sleeping with each other, especially when it involves married people and creates workplace drama. Apparently, someone at Sophie's office had noticed that she was spending an unusual amount of time with David, and decided to report it to the appropriate authorities. Here's the thing about ruining your life, Sophie, I said, standing up and walking to my office window that looked out over the city where I'd built a career and a reputation and a life that had nothing to do with her drama. I'm not ruining anything. You made choices. You chose to cheat. You chose to lie. You chose to steal. I'm just choosing not to enable those choices anymore. This isn't over, she said, her voice turning hard and threatening in a way I'd never heard before. My mother's calling her lawyer. You can't just throw me out and steal my life and expect me to disappear quietly. Actually, I can, I said, feeling something like peace settle over me as I realized how much simpler my life was going to be without Sophie's constant drama and manipulation. And I am. Your life isn't here anymore, Sophie. It's wherever you choose to build it next. Just make sure you do it with your own money. I hung up on her for the second time in 2 days, and it felt even better than the first time. My phone immediately buzzed with another call, this time from Clara again, but I sent it straight to voicemail. Whatever guilt trip or legal threat she wanted to deliver could wait. I had work to do, and for the first time in months, I could actually focus on it without wondering what crisis or lie or financial emergency Sophie would present me with when I got home. The rest of the day passed quietly, productively, like days used to pass before my life became a constant negotiation with someone who saw our marriage as a business arrangement where I provided all the capital and she provided nothing but problems. Around 6 o'clock, Detective Harris called me back with an update that made my entire week. Mr. Holt, we've been in touch with the local police and they're ready to move forward with the charges. Your wife's been arrested. Chapter 8 The U-Haul Invasion. Sophie's arrest lasted exactly 18 hours, which I know because I may have checked the county jail website more than once to see when she'd been released. Not because I was worried about her. But because I wanted to know when the next wave of crazy would hit my doorstep. Experience had taught me that Sophie's periods of quiet usually preceded dramatic escalations like the calm before hurricanes that leave trailer parks looking like war zones. I didn't have to wait long. Saturday morning at 9:47 a.m. I was sitting in my kitchen drinking coffee and reading the news on my tablet like a civilized human being when the sound of grinding gears and aggressive diesel engine noise announced that my peaceful weekend was about to go straight to hell. Through my front window, I watched a bright orange U-Haul truck lumber down my street like some kind of moving apocalypse driven by someone who clearly had no clue how to operate a vehicle that size. The truck lurched to a stop directly in front of my townhouse, taking up enough space for 3 normal cars and blocking my neighbor's driveway in the process. The engine shut off with a wheeze that suggested this particular U-Haul had seen better decades. And then the doors opened to discourage what looked like Sophie's personal army of flying monkeys. Sophie herself jumped out of the passenger side wearing dark sunglasses that couldn't quite hide the fact that she looked like she'd been crying for the better part of 2 days. Her hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail and she was wearing jeans and a t-shirt instead of her usual carefully curated outfit, which told me that her stint in county lockup had probably not included access to her usual beauty routine. But Sophie wasn't the main attraction in this particular show. That honor belonged to her backup dancers, Trevor and Luke, her cousins from the Jersey side of the family. Two guys who looked like they'd stepped out of a casting call for a generic muscle and low-budget action movie. Trevor was about 6'2" with arms like tree trunks and the kind of perpetual scowl that suggested he'd never met a problem he couldn't solve with his fists. Luke was shorter but wider, built like a refrigerator with legs and sporting the kind of buzz cut that screamed either military washout or wannabe tough guy. They climbed out of the U-Haul like they were preparing to storm a beach. All swagger and aggressive body language designed to intimidate whoever they were about to encounter. Trevor was carrying a crowbar, which seemed like overkill for what I assumed was supposed to be a conversation about Sophie's belongings. Luke had what looked like a small sledgehammer because apparently they decided that property damage was going to be part of their negotiation strategy. I watched this amateur production unfold through my front window, sipping my coffee and feeling something like amusement mixed with anticipation. Sophie had clearly decided that bringing muscle to intimidate me was her best remaining option, which showed exactly how little she understood about the situation she'd created for herself. They approached my front door like they were conducting a military operation. Sophie hanging back while Trevor and Luke took point positions on either side of my entrance. Trevor tried the door handle first, apparently surprised to discover that it was locked, which suggested that Sophie hadn't explained the whole change the lock situation to her hired goons. When the handle didn't turn, Trevor looked back at Sophie with the kind of confusion that indicated thinking wasn't his strongest skill. Sophie gestured impatiently toward the door, probably telling him to break it down because subtlety had never been her forte, and desperation wasn't improving her strategic planning. That's when Trevor raised the crowbar and wedged it between my door and the frame, preparing to pry his way into my house like some kind of discount home invader. Luke positioned himself with a sledgehammer, apparently ready to provide backup percussion if the crowbar approach didn't work. I finished my coffee, set the mug in the sink, and walked to my front door with the calm deliberation of someone who was about to enjoy watching other people make terrible decisions. Through the peephole, I could see Trevor working the crowbar while Sophie stood behind him, gesturing and clearly giving instructions about how to break into the house she'd never actually contributed to purchasing. Instead of opening the door, I pulled out my phone and called my brother Daniel, who lived about 10 minutes away and had been waiting for exactly this kind of call ever since I told him about Sophie's midnight relocation to David's apartment. "Danny," I said when he answered. "You know that backup you offered if Sophie tried anything stupid?" "She's trying something stupid?" Daniel asked, and I could hear the grin in his voice. My brother was ex-military, the kind of guy who stayed in shape because he actually enjoyed physical confrontation. And he never liked Sophie even during the periods when I thought our marriage was working. "She's at my front door with two guys who look like they bench press small cars for fun and they're trying to break down my door with a crowbar." "No," Daniel laughed. And I heard the sound of keys jingling in the background. "I'll be there in 5 minutes. Try not to let them actually break anything before I arrive." "No promises," I said, watching Trevor make progress with the crowbar while Sophie bounced on her toes like she was directing a heist instead of committing breaking and entering in broad daylight. Next, I called my friend Nora, who lived 3 blocks away and had been documenting Sophie's increasingly erratic behavior on social media with the dedication of an investigative journalist. Nora was a lawyer who specialized in family law, which meant she understood exactly how valuable video evidence could be in situations like this. "Adrian, what's happening?" Nora answered on the first ring, probably because I never called her on Saturday mornings unless something dramatic was occurring. "Sophie's trying to break into my house with a crowbar and two guys who look like they escaped from a prison weight room," I said. Still watching the show through my peephole. "Any chance you could come over and document this for posterity?" "Are you kidding me?" Nora practically shouted, and I heard the sound of her grabbing keys and probably the professional camera equipment she kept for exactly these kinds of situations. "I'll be there in 2 minutes. Don't engage with them until I'm recording." "Wouldn't dream of it," I said, though I was definitely planning to engage with them exactly when it would be most useful for my legal position. My third call was to Detective Harris, the fraud investigator who handled Sophie's arrest, because I figured someone in law enforcement should probably know that my recently arrested wife was now attempting to commit additional crimes in broad daylight. "Detective Harris," she answered with the professional tone of someone who was probably dealing with multiple cases of domestic financial drama. "Detective, this is Adrienne Halt. We spoke about my wife's identity theft case yesterday. I wanted to let you know that she's currently at my house with 2 men who are trying to break down my front door with a crowbar." "Are you serious?" Harris asked, and I could hear her suddenly paying much closer attention. "She's violating the terms of her release by attempting to break into your property. Are you in immediate danger?" "Not really," I said, watching Trevor finally get enough leverage to start splintering the wood around my door frame. "I've got backup coming and they don't know I'm aware of what they're doing. But I thought you should know that she's escalating." "I'm sending a patrol car," Harris said immediately. "Don't confront them directly. Let us handle this." Copy that, I said, though I was definitely planning to confront them at exactly the right moment for maximum dramatic effect. Daniel arrived first, parking his truck across the street and walking toward my house with the kind of casual confidence that comes from knowing you can handle whatever situation you're about to encounter. Daniel was built like a brick house. 6 feet 4 inches, 240 pounds of muscle earned through actual military service rather than gym posturing. And he moved with the easy grace of someone who'd been in real fights rather than the aggressive swagger of people who just looked tough. Nora showed up 30 seconds later, carrying her camera and practically vibrating with excitement at the prospect of documenting Sophie's latest meltdown. She positioned herself across the street next to Daniel, far enough away to be safe, but close enough to capture everything in high definition. That's when I decided it was time to make my entrance. I opened my front door just as Trevor was putting his full weight behind the crowbar, which meant he stumbled forward when the door suddenly swung open instead of providing resistance. Luke jumped back like he'd been electrocuted, apparently not expecting the door to open from the inside. "Morning, folks," I said. Cheerfully, like I was greeting neighbors who'd stopped by to borrow a cup of sugar instead of criminals trying to break into my house. "Can I help you with something?" Sophie stepped forward, trying to regain control of a situation that had already spiraled way beyond her ability to manage. She pulled off her sunglasses, revealing eyes that were red-rimmed and puffy from crying, and attempted to summon the commanding presence she'd always used to manipulate me into giving her what she wanted. "Adrian, we need to talk," she said, her voice shaking with a combination of anger and desperation. "You can't just lock me out of my own home and steal my life. I have rights." "Your own home," I repeated, genuinely curious about the legal theory she was operating under. "That's interesting. Do you have a lease, a mortgage? Any documentation showing ownership or legal residence?" Trevor shifted the crowbar in his hands, apparently unsure whether he was supposed to continue with the breaking and entering or switch to intimidation mode. Luke looked even more confused, probably wondering why his cousin had brought him to commit crimes that were being recorded by someone with professional camera equipment. "I lived here for 3 years, Sophie said, her voice rising to that pitch that indicated she was about to lose what remained of her composure. "I'm your wife. I have every right to be in this house." "Actually," said a voice from behind Sophie's little crime family. "She doesn't." We all turned to see Daniel walking up my front walkway, moving with that deliberate calm that people develop when they're comfortable with violence and don't feel the need to prove anything to anyone. Behind him, Nora was filming everything with the focused attention of someone who understood exactly how valuable this footage was going to be. Trevor and Luke immediately shifted into defensive postures, recognizing Daniel as a legitimate threat in a way they probably hadn't expected to encounter. The crowbar and sledgehammer suddenly seemed less like intimidating props and more like evidence of crimes they were actively committing. "And you are?" Trevor asked, trying to inject some authority into his voice despite the fact that he was clearly outclassed. "I'm Adrian's brother," Daniel replied casually, stopping about 6 feet away from the group and crossing his arms in a way that made his considerable musculature impossible to ignore. "And I'm wondering why you're trying to break into his house." That's when we heard the sirens. Officer Harris pulled up in an unmarked police car just as a patrol unit rounded the corner with lights flashing. And suddenly, Sophie's plan to intimidate me into submission looked a lot more like what it actually was. A coordinated attempt to commit multiple felonies in broad daylight while being recorded by a lawyer. Trevor dropped the crowbar like it was on fire. Luke set down the sledgehammer and stepped away from it like he'd never seen it before. Sophie looked around wildly, probably trying to figure out how her brilliant plan had gone so wrong so quickly. Harris stepped out of her car with the confidence of someone who'd arrested Sophie once already and was apparently going to get the chance to do it again. The patrol officers flanked her, hands resting casually on their service weapons in that universal police gesture that suggests cooperation would be appreciated, but isn't strictly required. Ms. Hole said, walking directly to Sophie while the patrol officers kept an eye on Trevor and Luke. "We need to talk." The days after Sophie's second arrest were eerily calm, like the silence that follows a tornado after it's finished rearranging your entire neighborhood. I kept expecting another crisis, another dramatic phone call, another U-Haul full of family members showing up to intimidate me into taking back a woman who'd made it crystal clear that she preferred sleeping in other men's beds to being married to me. But nothing came, just blessed, beautiful silence. I rediscovered what my house sounded like without constant drama echoing through every room. Coffee brewing in the morning without someone complaining that it was too strong. Music playing at whatever volume I wanted without negotiations about my inconsiderate taste in everything from volume levels to song choices. The dishwasher running without someone bitching about the way I loaded it. As if there was some PhD required to arrange plates and cups in a machine designed by engineers specifically for that purpose. For the first time in years, I could eat dinner without checking my phone every 5 minutes to see if Sophie was going to grace me with her presence or if I'd be dining alone again while she worked with David and whoever else was more important than the guy paying all her bills. I made myself a steak on Wednesday night, a good one, the kind Sophie always said was too expensive despite never contributing to the grocery budget, and ate it while watching a documentary about architecture that she would have vetoed in favor of some reality TV about rich housewives destroying each other's lives. The silence felt like freedom instead of loneliness, which probably said everything anyone needed to know about the state my marriage had been in before Sophie decided to make her affair official by moving in with her boyfriend. Clara kept calling, but I learned the valuable lesson that just because someone dials your number doesn't mean you're obligated to answer. Her voicemail swung between begging and threatening like a pendulum powered by pure maternal delusion. One message would be her crying about how I was destroying her baby's life. And the next would be her promising that their lawyer was going to take me for everything I was worth. Apparently forgetting that everything I was worth had been earned while Sophie contributed nothing but drama and credit card debt. I saved all the voicemails, not because I enjoyed listening to Clara's emotional breakdown, but because Nora had explained that documentation was key in situations like this. Crazy people tell you exactly who they are if you let them talk long enough, she'd said while helping me organize all the evidence of Sophie's increasingly unhinged behavior. The trick is recording it when they do. The best part about Clara's threats was how empty they turned out to be. Apparently, finding a lawyer willing to argue that Sophie had ownership rights to property she'd never paid for while she was actively being prosecuted for identity theft and attempted breaking and entering was harder than Clara had expected. Turns out most attorneys prefer clients whose legal position isn't completely hopeless. My work life improved dramatically without the constant interruption of Sophie's manufactured crisis. Projects that had been dragging for weeks suddenly moved forward at normal speeds because I wasn't constantly distracted by phone calls about her latest drama or financial emergency. My clients started commenting on how much more focused I seemed, how much more creative my designs had become, like I'd been working with one hand tied behind my back, and had finally cut myself loose. The townhouse felt bigger somehow, like Sophie's presence had been compressing the space, and I was finally able to expand into my own home. I rearranged furniture that had been positioned to accommodate her preferences. Bought groceries that I actually wanted to eat instead of whatever was on sale because we need to watch our spending. Translation: I needed to watch my spending while she spent freely on things I never saw. I started sleeping in the middle of the bed again, spreading out like a normal human being instead of clinging to one edge while Sophie sprawled across 3/4 of the mattress like she was trying to claim territory in her sleep. The bedroom felt cleaner without her clutter everywhere, brighter without the heavy curtains she'd insisted on because she was sensitive to morning light, but somehow never had trouble waking up early enough to get to David's place for their breakfast meetings. Even my neighbors seemed more relaxed. Mrs. Patterson from next door stopped by with cookies and mentioned how much quieter things had been lately, how nice it was not to hear shouting and door slamming at all hours. I hadn't realized how much of Sophie's drama had been bleeding into other people's lives, making everyone around us walk on eggshells because they never knew when the next explosion was coming. The freedom was intoxicating in a way I hadn't expected. For 3 years, I'd structured my life around someone else's moods, preferences, and manufactured emergencies. I'd made myself smaller to accommodate someone who was using that space to plan her exit strategy. Now suddenly I could make decisions based on what I wanted instead of what would avoid triggering Sophie's next meltdown. I bought a new coffee maker, one of those expensive ones Sophie had always said was wasteful, but that made coffee good enough to justify the investment. I painted the living room a color I actually liked instead of the neutral beige Sophie had chosen because it was safe and wouldn't offend anyone, as if our home was supposed to be a hotel lobby instead of a place where people actually lived. For the first time in years, my house felt like mine again. Clean, quiet, and honest in a way it hadn't been since Sophie had started her double life with David, while I paid for the privilege of being lied to in my own home. 3 weeks later, I was walking past my own front door, the one that now had fresh paint covering the damage from Trevor's crowbar adventure, when I caught myself automatically checking for moving trucks or angry family members lurking in the bushes. Old habits die hard, I guess, especially when those habits involve scanning for incoming drama from people who think marriage licenses double as theft permits. But the street was quiet, just normal Saturday morning suburban calm with kids riding bikes and neighbors walking dogs and nobody trying to break into my house or steal my identity or convince me that supporting a cheating spouse was somehow my moral obligation. That's when my father's words echoed in my head again, clearer than they'd been since the night I'd packed Sophie's belongings into those 8 boxes. When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Sophie had been showing me who she was for months, maybe years. The secret of phone calls, the mysterious networking events that never resulted in actual business, the financial arrangement where I funded her life while she lived it with other people. The problem wasn't that she'd hidden her true nature. The problem was that I'd been so invested in the fantasy of our marriage that I'd ignored every piece of evidence that contradicted the story I wanted to believe. I'd spent 3 years making excuses for someone who'd never asked me to make them. Covering expenses for someone who'd never thanked me for covering them, and waiting at home for someone who'd been planning their exit strategy since before I even knew there was an exit to plan. But here's the thing about rock bottom. It gives you a solid foundation to build on. Standing there on my own front walk step, looking at the door I'd had to repair because my wife thought breaking and entering was a reasonable response to facing consequences for her own choices, I realized I felt something I hadn't experienced in years. Genuine optimism about my future. Not optimism based on someone else changing their behavior or finally appreciating what they had or suddenly developing the moral compass they'd apparently been born without. Just simple honest optimism about what I could build with my own life, my own money, and my own decisions. My house was mine again, every mortgage payment, every utility bill, every grocery receipt paid for by someone who actually lived there and gave a damn about maintaining it. My bank account was mine again, protected by passwords that only I knew and used for purchases that only I made. My time was mine again, spent on projects I cared about and people who actually wanted to spend time with me rather than whatever I could provide for them. The freedom was addictive in the best possible way. Sophie's last contact had been a text message sent through her lawyer, some formal legal about equitable distribution of marital assets that basically translated to, "Please give me money even though I contributed nothing and stole from you." My response, also sent through Nora, had been a detailed accounting of every expense I'd covered during our marriage, along with documentation of Sophie's financial contributions, which averaged out to about $37 per month if you counted the occasional coffee she bought while we were out together. Turns out equitable distribution doesn't mean much when one party did all the distributing and the other party did all the taking. Her final words to me, shouted as Harris led her away in handcuffs for the second time, had been, "You'll regret losing me, Adrian. You'll never find anyone better." But standing there in front of my own house, breathing air that didn't smell like lies and manipulation and manufactured crisis, I realized Sophie had been wrong about that, too. I wouldn't regret losing her. I'd only regret how long it had taken me to let her go. And with that realization, I walked through my own front door, closed it behind me, and got on with the business of building a life worth living alone, honest, and finally completely free.